Chapter 201 Dugu Yan's martial soul evolves again, and she encounters Zhu Zuqing again. Ji Yu Han, are you alright? Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han encountered a powerful evil spirit master on his way back. Dugu Yan's initial resentment vanished instantly, replaced by a look of worry as she asked. Don't worry, it's alright. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and said. By the way, I heard that Yan, you and Huo Wu haven't eaten yet. Me too, wanna go eat together? He was on his way to dinner with Dugu Yan, Huo Wu, Yi Lingling, and other women. Ji Yu Han then introduced Xiao Wu to the other women. Because Xiao Wu's true identity is definitely something that cannot be revealed to the public. Ji Yu Han had no choice but to reveal Xiao Wu's identity. He claimed to have met her on the road. An orphan from a village that had been massacred by either bandits or evil spirit masters. This made Dugu Yan and the others feel very sorry for Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu's human form was only about 12 or 13 years old. Therefore, Xiao Wu suddenly gained many older sisters. And after lunch, back at the hotel, Ji Yu Han also planned to use the inner cores of 10 fiery sun serpents to refine 2 pills. The pill, refined from the venom of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, was given to Dugu Yan. Let Dugu Yan's martial spirit evolve once again. At the same time, help him break through to level 50. Hehe, Yan, I heard you're preparing to break through to level 50. I happen to have a gift for you. This time when I left, I unexpectedly gained another opportunity. This opportunity allows fire and poison attribute beast spirits to evolve, especially bird and snake spirits. Ji Yu Han smiled, took out the pill, and handed it to Dugu Yan. My martial spirit has already evolved once. Can it evolve again? Dugu Yan could hardly believe it. Beside them, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and Shui Yue looked at Dugu Yan with disbelief and envy in their eyes. Of course. But such an opportunity is rare and hard to come by. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly and explained. This time, Yan, you're lucky again. Go back to your room and take it quickly. I will protect you. Back in the room. In the magnificent, golden room. Dugu Yan sat cross-legged on the gorgeous red carpet and took out a small jade bottle in emerald green that Ji Yu Han had given her. Upon opening, a jade green pill was poured out. Standing to the side were not only Ji Yu Han, but also Ziji, Xiao Wu, Huo Wu, Shui Binger, and other women. After taking out the pill, Dugu Yan immediately swallowed it, then closed her eyes and began to refine the immense medicinal power continuously released by the pill. Suddenly, a burst of emerald green light emanated from Dugu Yan's body. A jade green dragon, its body covered in dark green scales, with a pair of sharp claws on its belly and a ferocious, dark green dragon head, suddenly appeared. Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon, concept art. At the same time, 4 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose one after another, surrounding Dugu Yan. Because Ji Yu Han used whale glue as the main ingredient, he created the body strengthening pill, which can enhance physical fitness. Dugu Bo also learned how to refine this elixir. Therefore, Dugu Yan consumed the most body strengthening pills. Starting with her 3rd spirit ring, Dugu Yan absorbed spirit rings that surpassed the optimal spirit ring configuration. The 4th spirit ring absorbed a 10,000-year spirit ring. Under the influence of the medicinal power of the elixir they had taken, Dugu Yan's cultivation level is rapidly improving. The Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon martial soul on its back also began to change continuously. The dark green dragon scales all over its body became darker, and 8 bulges appeared on its neck. These 9 bulges kept growing larger and eventually transformed into 8 ferocious dragon heads. Along WITH the original dragon head of the Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon. There are 9 in total. Now, Dugu Yan's Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Flood Dragon martial soul can be renamed 9-headed Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Flood Dragon. 9-headed Azure Phosphorus Poisonous Dragon, concept art. And after the martial soul has evolved, Dugu Yan immediately opened her eyes, her beautiful emerald green eyes filled with excitement and exhilaration. I've broken through level 50. Yanzi, congratulations. Beside her, Shui Binger, with a gentle and beautiful face, offered her congratulations with a smile. Shui Yue and Shui Wu also offered their congratulations. Although Huo Wu congratulated her verbally, she was somewhat unconvinced inside. Originally, the first girl to break through level 50 should have been Huo Wu. Dugu Yan surpassed her and broke through level 50 first only with the help of elixirs. Although Shui Binger was the first to break through to level 40. But that's because Shui Binger's martial soul is of the highest quality, and the effect is best after taking the pill. However, After the Ice Phoenix martial soul evolved, its attribute became Extreme Ice. Later, Shui Binger's cultivation speed gradually fell behind. Currently, Shui Binger's cultivation level is only level 48. Meanwhile, Dugu Yan's cultivation level broke through to level 50. Huo Wu also stated that she would break through in just a few days. Ji Yu Han then planned to go to the Stardo Great Forest together after Huo Wu broke through her breakthrough. He wasn't really keen on going to the Stardo Great Forest right now to help Dugu Yan hunt for a soul ring. You know, if Tang San were still at Shrek Academy right now. Let's wait a few more days. Head to the Stardo Great Forest with Shrek Academy. Perhaps we can even steal the 8 spider lances, the external soul bone that should have belonged to Tang San. This will not only allow you to gain some heavenly evolution points. It can also enhance Dugu Yan's potential and strength. How wonderful. And because Ji Yu Han finally came back. Furthermore, Dugu Yan's martial spirit evolved again and her cultivation broke through. Aside from Huo Wu stating that she would continue to stay at the hotel and train diligently. Everyone else planned to spend half a day sightseeing in Soto City with Ji Yu Han. After leaving the Tulip Hotel, on the way to explore Soto, a clear, cool female voice, tinged with surprise, rang out. Brother Ji Yu Han, is that you? Hearing the sound, Ji Yu Han turned his head to look. On the bustling street, people and vehicles came and went. A girl with a hot figure, wearing a tight black leather outfit, but with a pure and beautiful face. You could say she has a childlike face but a fierce appearance. That cool and beautiful face was full of surprise. Zhu Qing. Xiao Wu was very happy to unexpectedly meet Zhu Zuqing. Zuqing, didn't you say you were going to find your fiancé? How did it go? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zuqing's pretty face darkened, and she forced a smile as she spoke. Found it. But, under Xiao Wu's persistent questioning, Zhu Zuqing explained Dai Mubai's situation. It turns out that after arriving in Soto City, because we arrived early, Shrek Academy had not yet started its semester. Therefore, after finding Shrek Academy, Zhu Uqing asked an uncle selling sausages there about Dai Mubai. The older man said he knew Dai Mubai and told him where Dai Mubai might be. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuqing was there. But they happened to say, Dai Mubai with 2 women on his left and right, indulging in a life of pleasure. This was something Zhu Zuqing found very difficult to accept. What? I learned that Zhu Zuqing's fiancé was actually this kind of person. Xiao Wu was furious and felt indignant on Zhu Zuqing's behalf. The women on the side were the same. Seeing Zhu Zuqing was very sad and dejected. Xiao Wu then invited Zhu Zuqing to visit and explore Soto City together to relax. So the group spent half a day sightseeing in Soto and then had dinner together. It was evening. Because it was getting late, the women had to go to the Soto Grand Arena for a battle. Ji Yu Han then prepared to take Ziji and Xiao Wu to escort Zhu Zuqing back. Now, Zhu Zuqing has met Dai Mubai. Ji Yu Han felt that now would be about right time to invite Zhu Zuqing to join his side. Even if it doesn't work. Next time, I'll find another opportunity to let Zhu Zuqing see his strength. That's about right. And that is indeed the case. On the way, Ji Yu Han mentioned to Zhu Zuqing again that he could protect her. However, after hesitating for a while, Zhu Zuqing still refused. After Ji Yu Han escorted Zhu Zuqing to the entrance of her hotel. All I could see was the hotel entrance. Standing there was a tall, robust young man in a white suit, with long blonde hair, a handsome face, and a pair of sinister blue eyes, holding a bouquet of flowers. When I saw Zhu Zuqing and Ji Yu Han return together, the young man with the evil eyes immediately turned extremely ugly. Chapter 202 Extreme Double Standards. Dai Mubai, Shrek Academy's 2 mottos. Zhu Zuqing. Great. You bastard, Zhu Zuqing. Hotel entrance. He had originally planned to present a bouquet of flowers and feign an apology to Zhu Zuqing. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zuqing would return with a strange young man. The key point is that this unfamiliar young man was accompanied by 2 other beautiful women. This caused Dai Mubai to clench his fists tightly, crushing the flowers in his hand to pieces, and laughing in exasperation. He was burning with rage. This woman is so hypocritical. All I did was sleep around with some women, and they treated me like that. I thought you were so pure and innocent. Now, aren't you looking for men too? And this man is just as dashing and debonair as I am. But I am a man, and a prince of the Star Luo Empire. I can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. He could also find women to be romantic and carefree. But how can you, a woman, not uphold the virtues of womanhood? Is this how the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion teaches you? In a fit of rage, Dai Mubai's evil eyes flashed with cold light as he walked directly and indifferently toward Ji Yu Han and Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing, aren't you going to explain this to me? Unexpectedly encountering Dai Mubai, Zhu Zuqing's usually cool and aloof face couldn't help but furrow her brows. But when faced with Dai Mubai's questioning, thinking back to the scene where Dai Mubai was dashing and debonair, Zhu Zuqing, however, became defiant and directly grabbed Ji Yu Han's arm, letting out a cold snort and speaking in a chilling voice. Explanation. Explain what? Didn't you see it all? Damn it, I've really been cuckolded. I never imagined that I, who had always been the one to cheat on others, would one day be the one to be cheated on. This caused Dai Mubai's blood to rush to his head, his fists to clench tightly together, and his eyes to turn bloodshot instantly. His face was contorted with rage, and he gritted his teeth, his hatred palpable. Zhu Zuqing, you're asking for it. Damn adulterers. Dai. With a furious roar, Dai Mubai suddenly rushed out and threw a punch at Ji Yu Han without any mercy. However, Ji Yu Han sneered as he faced Dai Mubai rushing forward. He kicked it out directly. The next moment, Dai Mubai's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. He coughed up blood and flew out. Bang! With a muffled thud, Dai Mubai crashed heavily to the ground and slid a considerable distance. He kept vomiting blood. Ridiculous. Looking at Dai Mubai lying on the ground, Ji Yu Han sneered. You think you're worthy of Zhu Qing's explanation? As Zhu Qing's fiancé. 3 years ago, when Zhu Qing was only 9 years old, you escaped from Xingluo Imperial City alone, leaving Zhu Qing behind. Do you know that after you left, your older brother and Zhu Qing's sister would team up against her? You've taken on all the pressure that you should have borne yourself. If you escaped so that you could cultiva Te properly and defeat your brother and Zhu Qing's sister together in the future, then that's fine. But you ran away, actually for the sake of being a womanizer. Since you've already chosen to give up, why should Zhu Qing die with you? Quote. You can't be so hypocritical. In Ji Yu Han's view, Dai Mubai, Yu Shaogang, and Tang San were all birds of a feather. Yu Shaogang is exceptionally hypocritical and shameless towards Bibi Dong, deliberately deceiving her feelings. The tragedy of Bibi Dong, including the tragedy of the entire Douluo continent. Yu Shaogang is the culprit. Yu Shaogang's double standards are evident in his constant complaints about others discriminating against and looking down on him. However, at Notting College, he would rather be scolded by students for being a freeloader than teach a single class there. Is it that Yu Shaogang lacks the ability? Obviously not. In Ji Yu Han's view, this is the only possible, and also the biggest, reason. It's because Yu Shaogang, Ji looks down on the students of Notting College. As for Tang San's hypocrisy and shamelessness, despite being adopted by the Tang clan, he showed no gratitude for their upbringing. They also felt had the Tang clan treated its inner and outer disciples differently. At such a young age, he began plotting against the Tang clan's Zontian Baolu, and he thought it was only natural. The hypocrisy, shamelessness, and ingratitude shown here are laid bare. As for double standards, there are far too many. Ma Hongjun only inherited the position of a second-level god, so he couldn't take by Ch. Enxiang to the god realm to ask Tang San for help. Tang San stated that he had no way to violate the rules of the divine realm. But by the time of peerless Tang sect, the rules of the divine realm clearly stipulate that gods are not allowed to interfere with the Douluo continent. But what did our Tang Buddha do? Those who understand, please keep it. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, applies Daob La standards to both himself and Zhu Zuqing. In the original work, Dai Mubai clearly abandoned Zhu Zuqing and lived a carefree and unrestrained life outside. But Dai Mubai didn't think he had done anything wrong. Zhu Zuqing only said that Dai Mubai was disgusting. Instead, Dai Mubai appeared furious and ready to attack. Now, Dai Mubai is out there living a carefree and romantic life, surrounded by women on both sides. But all I saw was Zhu Zuqing and Ji Yu Han together. Before even figuring out what was going on, they assumed Zhu Zuqing was seeing some random man. He was furious. But the problem is, Dai Mubai, you've already had countless affairs with other women. HMPH. You were the one who hurt Zhu Qing first, how can you act like you're the one who's injured? Beside her, Xiao Wu stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Dai Mubai with great disdain. Zhu Zujuqing, have you told you everything? Dai Mubai ignored Xiao Wu. Upon realizing that Ji Yu Han seemed to know everything, Dai Mubai clutched his chest, struggling to get up from the ground while coughing up blood. He managed a ferocious smile and said, since you know who we are, you still dare to get involved in this matter. How dare you? Quote. It's nothing more than your Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion. As long as I'm here, no matter who it is, they won't be able to take Zhu Qing away. Ji Yu Han said calmly. But Dai Mubai's lips twitched, his heart filled with utter disdain. They simply didn't believe Ji Yu Han's words. They assumed that Ji Yu Han was blinded by Zhu Zuqing's beauty. They had no idea of the strength of the Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion. As the ruler of the Star Luo Empire, together, their two families constitute the second largest soul master force on the continent, second only to the Spirit Hall. Even the Spirit Hall would never choose to offend the Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion because of Zhu Zuqing. In his view, judging from Ji Yu Han's appearance, he looks to be about the same age as him. At most, they'd be soul masters or soul kings. He didn't even need to ask his family for help. All it takes is to get Dean Flander and Vice Dean Zhao Wuji to come over, and that will be enough to make Ji Yu Han, that adulterer, kneel down and beg for mercy. Today, I, Dai Mubai, admit defeat. But this isn't over yet. Dai Mubai struggled to get up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and uttered some harsh words. He then struggled to lean against the wall, turned around, and left. Brother Ji Yu Han, thank you. After Dai Mubai left, Zhu Zuqing's beautiful eyes held a complex expression as she thanked Ji Yu Han. However, Brother Ji Yu Han, you should not get involved in our affairs anymore. Otherwise, if he tells our family about this, I'm worried that Brother Ji Yu Han might be in danger. Even if you are a title Douluo, Brother Ji Yu Han, it would be difficult for our two families to withstand our combined strength. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly as he spoke. On the other side, after dragging his injured body, he struggled to leave. Dai Mubai first found a healing, support-type soul master he knew and had him healed. Then, he returned to Shrek Academy. I'm going to find Vice Dean Zhao Wuji to help me get revenge. Shrek Academy has two major mottos. One is that those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. A teacher who doesn't know how to protect their own is not a good teacher. You despicable adulterer, just you wait. They arrived at the house where Zhao Wuji lived. Dai Mubai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Chapter 203 Feudo Myo O takes charge, Flanders wants to take on a disciple. What? After Dai Mubai found Zhao Wuji and explained the situation. Zhao Wuji immediately roared, slammed his hand on the chair back, and stood up. How can there be such a reckless brat who dares to hit even my student? Zhao Wuji's student. Court death. Although he was quite lawless when he was young. However, Zhao Wuji was also extremely loyal and protective of his own. I learn, Ed from Dai Mubai that his fiancée had actually been seduced by a random man. Moreover, this wild man, relying on his superior strength, injured him. This infuriated Zhao Wuji. In addition, they also knew about Dai Mubai's background. Zhao Wuji also wanted to forge a good relationship with Dai Mubai, as well as the Xingluo royal family and the Yuming Grand Duke's mansion behind him. After all, she is the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yuming's mansion. What if she hooks up with some random man? It wouldn't sound good if this got out. Mubai, where is this kid? Take Teacher Zhao there tomorrow. Teacher Zhao will stand up for you. Zhao Wuji looked furious, clenching his fists. His short but burly body was covered in bulging muscles as he spoke loudly. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I will always remember your help. I'll take you there tomorrow. He learned that Zhao Wuji had indeed agreed to stand up for him. Dai Mubai spoke respectfully. A flush of excitement flashed across his slightly pale, handsome face. He clenched his fists, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Damn kid, just you wait. Are you not afraid of our Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion? That's quite a boast. But someone like you, they're probably just ignorant fools. I don't even need to notify the family. As long as you ask Teacher Zhao to take action, he can make you kneel down and beg for mercy, and kowtow to apologize. It was as if I could see that despicable adulterer being beaten beyond recognition by Vice Dean Zhao Wuji's iron fist. In order to survive, they could only kowtow and beg for forgiveness, tears streaming down their faces. Dai Mubai couldn't help but feel extremely pleased. On the other side, after parting ways, Ji Yu Han escorted Zhu Zuqing back to her hotel. Meanwhile, Du Guyan, Shui Binger, and Yi Lingling and the other women. Also following them were Feng Xiaotian, Huo Wushuang, and Ma Hongjun. They then went to the Soto Arena to prepare for team battles. But on this day, in front of the Soto Arena, Qin Ming, the teacher of the Royal Fighting Team, led the members of the Royal Fighting Team. Huo Wu, Shui Binger, Feng Xiaotian, and the others were waiting at the Soto Grand Arena. But this time, Besides Qin Ming and the members of the royal fighting team, there were others present. There are 3 more people. They were wearing a gray-brown leather jacket and had black hair with grayish-white tinges. A middle-aged man with a long, narrow face like a shoehorn, a hooked nose, and wearing black crystal-framed glasses. There was also one wearing a black graduation gown and sporting a buzz cut. However, he was a middle-aged man with fair and delicate skin, a slightly effeminate appearance, and a stiff expression. And a boy dressed in blue, of average height and appearance. These 3 people were all old acquaintances of Ji Yu Han. They are Flander, Yu Xiaoging, and Tang San. Under Ji Yu Han's influence, Yu Xiaoging and Tang San joined Shrek Academy ahead of schedule. Therefore, Tang San naturally started participating in the soul battles at the Soto Great Soul Arena long ago. As Yu Xiaoging's good brother, Flander often accompanied him. So, on one occasion, he accompanied Yu Xiaoging and brought Tang San to participate in the soul battle. Flander happened to run into Qin Ming, who had brought the royal fighting team to participate in the team battle soul competition. And so, Qin Ming and Flander met ahead of schedule. It remains the same as in the original work. Xian Ming invited Flander and other teachers from Shrek Academy to dinner. However, the second team spot of the Heavenly Do royal team has already been taken by the genius team formed by Ji Yu Han. So I know that Shrek Academy has several outstanding junior brothers. After his repeated invitations failed, Qin Ming did not press the matter. It's possible that they learned about the Heavenly Do Royal Academy from Qin Ming. Perhaps it's also because Shrek Academy hasn't yet assembled a full team of Soul Masters. Unlike in the original story, Yu Xiaoging did not intend to do everything in his to merge Shrek Academy into the Heaven Do Royal Academy. But when Flander met Qin Ming, he felt that Ma Hongjun was somewhat familiar. After inquiring about Ma Hongjun's name and martial spirit, he learned that Ma Hongjun was indeed the chubby boy he had met back then, the one whose job had been snatched away. Flanders was incredibly excited. Then, after learning about the situation of he person who had intercepted the goods from Flander, Yu Xiaoging also recognized him. This was Ji Yu Han. He couldn't help but feel a deep resentment in his heart. Is this damned brat born to have a grudge against me, Yu Xiaoging? They actually harmed Flanders before they harmed me. What a small world. And because Yu Xiaoging took Tang San as his disciple. However, Flander did not accept Ma Hongjun as his disciple as he did in the original story. In the 2 or 3 years since Yu Xiaoging and Tang San joined Shrek Academy. Seeing how outstanding Tang San was, and how respectful he was to his teacher, Flanders felt both envious and eager to find an outstanding disciple. Therefore, after confirming that Ma Hongjun was indeed the chubby boy from back then, Flander then expressed his regret and his desire to take Ma Hongjun as his apprentice in front of Qin Ming and Yu Xiaoging. Qin Ming naturally gave his full support to this. Upon discovering that Ji Yu Han had stolen Ma Hongjun, Yu Xiaoging wanted Flander to take Ma Hongjun back. Anyway, after hearing Qin Ming say that Ji Yu Han had been missing for 2 or 3 years, Yu Xiaoging couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. They thought Bibi Dong had successfully assassinated Ji Yu Han. It was for this reason that Xian Douluo of the Spirit Hall became enraged and led his men to expel him and Tang San from Spirit City. HMPH. That damned brat dared to betray me like that and ruin my dignity as a man. Do you think I, Yu Xiaoging, can't do anything to you? I'll make you pay with your life. Yu Xiaoging thought to himself with great satisfaction. With the support of Qin Ming and Yu Xiaoging. On this day, Flander also came along, intending to take Ma Hongjun as his apprentice. In front of the Soto City Grand Arena, I waited for a long time. Huo Wu arrived quite early. But the others haven't arrived yet. Finally, they saw Du Guyan, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and others, especially Ma Hongjun who came with them. Flanders couldn't help but beam with joy. However, upon discovering that Flander was standing next to Qin Ming, Ma Hongjun's expression immediately turned somewhat troubled. Because Ma Hongjae-un was still young when he first met Flander. So many years have passed. Flanders could still sense it, and Ma Hongjun seemed somewhat familiar. It should be noted that Ji Yu Han helped Ma Hongjun evolve his martial soul a long time ago. Unlike in the original story, Ma Hongjun did not become a fat man. Therefore, after Ma Hongjun met Flander, naturally, he instantly recognized that the hook-nosed man was the soul saint who had wanted to take him as a disciple back then. If I hadn't gone to the Heaven Do Imperial City with Ji Yu Han, gained the opportunity to evolve my martial soul, and joined the Heaven Do Royal Academy, Ma Hongjun might think that taking Flander, a soul saint, as his master is a pretty good choice. But right now, Ma Hongjun has absolutely no desire to see Flander. Chapter 204 Become my disciple. Receive guidance from the Soul Saint, and enjoy instruction from the Great Master. The entrance to the Soto Arena. After seeing Dugu Yan, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and others, especially Ma Hongjun, come over. Qin Ming immediately smiled and led the royal fighting team, along with Flander, Yu Xiaogang, and Tang San, over there. Teacher Qin Ming. Upon seeing Qin Ming, everyone naturally greeted him. Qin Ming smiled and said, I didn't introduce it to you last time, so I'll introduce it to you today. As Qin Ming spoke, he pointed to Flander, Yu Xiaogang, and Tang San. Aren't you all very curious about what kind of Soul Master Academy my alma mater, Shrek Academy, really is? Let me introduce you. This is Dean Flander of Shrek Academy. During Qin Ming's introduction, Flander pushed up his black crystal-framed glasses, a calm smile on his face. And this is our Shrek Academy's martial soul theory teacher, the renowned martial soul theory master Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang's stiff expression also revealed a hint of arrogance as he slightly raised his head. As for this one, he is my junior, Tang San. Don't underestimate Xiao San just because he looks ordinary. He's actually born with full soul power. Qin Ming said with a smile. Innate full soul power. Unexpectedly, Tang San also possessed innate full soul power, causing everyone to glance at him. However, I didn't take it seriously. Because their innate soul power is basically level 8, level 9, or full innate soul power. Even if it's just innate level 8 soul power. After his martial soul evolved, he had already reached the level of innate full soul power. Martial souls are even more powerful. However, upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Ma Hongjun inwardly grumbled. We have no interest in what your alma mater, Shrek Academy, is like. Only those guys in your royal fighting team are curious, okay? After saying those polite words, Qin Ming was also ready to reveal his true intentions, so he turned to look at Ma Hongjun and smiled. Hongjun. Teacher Qin Ming, what's wrong? Ma Hongjun was puzzled when Qin Ming suddenly called out to him. Hee. I heard that you haven't become an apprentice yet, Ma Hongjun. I'd like to ask if you're interested in becoming an apprentice. Qin Ming asked with a smile. Become an apprentice. Ma H. Hongjun glanced at Flander with some suspicion, but decisively refused. I'm sorry, Teacher Qin Ming, I don't plan to become your apprentice at the moment. That's ridiculous. Brother Ji Yu Han did tell him that. If he cultivates diligently, he might be assigned a titled Douluo level teacher in the future. What kind of teacher can you, Qin Ming, arrange for me? Could it be this soul saint with the hooked nose and shoehorn-shaped face? Unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun refused so decisively, and Qin Ming's smile froze, and he became somewhat anxious. Hongjun, why don't you reconsider? You haven't become an apprentice yet, so you don't know the benefits of doing so. What are the benefits of becoming an apprentice? Ma Hongjun was speechless and pointed directly at Flanders. Teacher Qin Ming, you're probably asking me to become his student, right? But he should only be a soul saint. What benefit would I get from becoming his disciple? A mere soul saint. Flanders' lips twitched slightly, feeling hurt and somewhat annoyed. This kid is so arrogant and ignorant. A soul saint is considered an absolute powerhouse in the world of soul masters. No matter which faction you go to, you can be considered an honored guest. It turned out that Qin Ming hadn't managed to persuade Ma Hongjun as smoothly as expected. He made Ma Hongjun become his apprentice. Flander decided to take matters into his own hands. Cough cough. Flander coughed softly a few times, stepped forward, and said to Ma Hongjun. Hongjun. Xiaoming calls you Hongjun, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Hongjun too. I know, Hongjun. You study at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The 3 members of your Heaven Do Royal Academy's teaching committee are all Soul Douluo level powerhouses. But, Flanders put on a serious expression and said, the teachers at the Soul Master Academy are just teachers at the Soul Master Academy, not the teachers you will truly become their disciples. When you are studying at the Soul Master Academy, a teacher may take you to hunt for soul rings. But I also know about your background. If you graduate from the Soul Master Academy, who will help you hunt for soul rings? At this point, you'll need a teacher. Flanders smiled confidently, as if to say, I am the best choice. Otherwise, it's not so easy to hunt for the best configured spirit rings. As for me, Flander, I am not very talented. I am currently a level 78 soul saint, but I have a good chance of breaking through to Soul Douluo in the future. The 4-eyed cat owl martial soul is also a bird martial soul. Just like yours. If you choose to become my disciple, I can give you the best guidance in cultivation. I can help you hunt down the spirit rings you need to reach the level of a Soul Douluo in the future. Besides, Flander was very proud and looked at Yu Xiaogang beside him, introducing him. This is Master Yu Xiaogang, a renowned master of martial spirit theory in our Soul Master community. Quote, he comes from an extraordinary background. He is the son of the renowned Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect Master, Blue Tyrant Douluo, one of the 3 most prestigious sects in the world. He is also my sworn brother, Flander. If you choose to become my disciple, my brother here can also give you the best guidance on the development of your martial spirit. When Flander called him a famous master of martial soul theory in the world of soul masters, Yu Xiaogang was extremely arrogant, with a superior attitude. After the martial soul evolved from Luo Sanpao to Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Even with the first 2 soul skills, they still can't be shown to the public. However, the evolution of his martial soul made Yu Xiaogang even more confident. Previously, he never dared to mention in public that he was the son of Yu Yuanjun, the Blue Tyrant Douluo. But now, Yu Xiaogang dares to do it. Hongjun, my uncle's theory on martial spirits is very powerful. You may not know this. But my uncle proposed the famous 10 core competencies of martial souls and the theory of soul ring absorption limits. At one time, he even served as an elder in the Spirit Hall. Becoming Dean Flanders' apprentice would allow me to receive guidance from my uncle, which is definitely a great choice. At this moment, Yu Tianeng also jumped out, his face full of pride and sincerity. He acted as if to say, my uncle is amazing, and Ma Hongjun has struck it rich. They began to help persuade Ma Hongjun to become Flanders' apprentice. At this time, Yu Tianeng was completely unaware of the feud between Flander, Yu Xiaogang, and Ji Yuhan. We don't know the specifics of Ma Hongjun's situation. Because when Qin Ming invited Flander, Yu Xiaogang, and O.T. her Shrek Academy teachers to dinner before, he went alone. However, he did not bring the royal fighting team members. After Qin Ming returned, he didn't mention these things. Today, Yu Tianeng only knows. Teacher Qin Ming, along with Uncle Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and Flander, came to take Ma Hongjun as his apprentice. Naturally, he sided with Dean Flander, who was sworn brothers with his uncle, Yu Xiaogang. Chapter 205 Ma Hongjun is disgusting. Who said I'm dead? Even though Flander praised Yu Xiaogang to the skies, Yu Tianeng still stood by him. But Ma Hongjun just felt incredibly annoyed. At such an advanced age. He's only a soul saint. My older brother is not even 20 years old yet, but he's already a soul saint. Back when I was the Soul King, I could easily beat you. Now, my eldest brother has also become a soul saint. Their strength is probably comparable to that of a soul Douluo, or even a title Douluo. Do I need your help to hunt for spirit rings? As for Flander praising Yu Xiaogang to the skies, Ma Hongjun found it utterly laughable. Because before, when Ji Yuhan was still at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. While reading in the library, he unexpectedly came across Yu Xiaogang's 10 core competencies of martial souls and the theory of soul ring absorption limits. The content inside is simply too outrageous. He took the 2 books and showed them to Ji Yuhan. He still remembers his older brother Ji Yuhan's answer. I've already said I don't want to become an apprentice. If you think this guy is so great, why don't you become his apprentices? Under Qin Ming and Yu Tianeng's constant persuasion, Ma Hongjun finally lost his temper and shouted angrily. I am now under His Highness the Crown Prince's command, and Ji Yuhan is my elder brother. I don't need you to worry about how I acquire spirit rings. As for this master, Ma Hongjun snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and laughed with disdain and sarcasm. Don't you feel ashamed to praise him like that? I've seen his 10 core competitive advantages for martial souls and his theory on the limit of soul ring absorption. It's just a collection of useless motivational quotes, common sense, and flawed knowledge. Which together became his theory. I'm not afraid people will laugh their heads off if they tell this. As soon as Ma Hongjun said these words, Yu Xiaogang's previously arrogant expression instantly froze on his face. You're not allowed to insult your uncle. You dare insult a teacher. You deserve to die. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun insult Yu Xiaogang, Yu Tianeng and Tang San simultaneously shouted in anger. He looked like he was ready to fight Ma Hongjun to the death. But Ma Hongjun was very dismissive. What's wrong? Can't I just tell the truth? Do you need me to explain his ridiculous 10 core competencies of martial souls, as well as the problems with his theory of the limit of soul ring absorption, one by one? As for Tang San and Yu Tianeng, Tang San was completely unknown to Ma Hongjun, so he had no reservations whatsoever. As for Yu Tianeng, we used to be quite familiar with each other. But just now, Yu Tianeng was Boa's ting about his uncle and frantically urging Ma Hongjun to become Flanders' apprentice. This disgusted Ma Hongjun. Now, They are showing absolutely no respect for Yu Tianeng. The mistress, Tianeng. But at this moment, Yu Shaogang used a voice that was both slightly effeminate and sharp. This prevented Tang San and Yu Tianeng from continuing their conflict with Ma Hongjun. People can say whatever they want. It's none of our business, nor do we need to care. After all, truth is always in the hands of a minority. I've gotten used to being misunderstood like this. Yu Shaogang sighed softly, as if he were the only one sober in a world of drunks. Hearing his uncle's words, Yu Tianeng became even more indignant. This Ma Hongjun is utterly ungrateful, he has no idea about his uncle's powerful martial spirit theoretical abilities. You always believe everything you hear. Ma Hongjun. Flander was also somewhat angry because Ma Hongjun had insulted his brother Yu Shaogang. He couldn't help but push up his black crystal-framed glasses and scolded. I, the dean, originally intended to take you as my disciple with good intentions. This is out of appreciation for your talent. I never expected you to be so ungrateful as to dare to insult my good brother, master. I don't know why you have such thoughts. But you said you are under the command of the Crown Prince of Tiando. And you have Ji Yu Han as your elder brother, so you don't need to worry about hunting for spirit rings. But the number of soul masters under the command of the Crown Prince of Tiando is countless. Even Zhao Ming is considered to be on the side of the Crown Prince of Heaven, but he has hardly ever seen the Crown Prince. Do you think you can receive the wholehearted guidance and training from the Crown Prince of Tiando? As for your older brother Ji Yu Han, HMPH. Flanders chuckled dismissively, his heart filled with smug satisfaction. This kid is indeed talented and strong. He is the most outstanding prodigy I have ever seen. But according to Zhao Ming, he has been missing for 2 or 3 years, and I'm afraid he has died somewhere. Do you think he can crawl out of his grave and help you hunt for spirit rings? You have a hooked nose and a long face, but my older brother is perfectly fine. You're the one who's dead. Upon hearing Flanders' Fabrica, Ted claimed that his elder brother Ji Yu Han was dead. Ma Hongjun flew into a rage and immediately launched into a tirade of curses. On the side, whether it was Dugu Yan, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling and other women, or Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wushuang, they were all extremely angry. For them, Ji Yu Han was like a mentor and elder brother, helping them evolve their martial spirits and cultivate. They genuinely admire, respect, and trust them. No one is allowed to slander or curse Ji Yu Han. What's wrong? Can't I even say the truth? Flander thought that Ma Hongjun and the others were unwilling to accept reality. So he couldn't help but say sarcastically that, at this moment, Yu Tianeng looked somewhat embarrassed. Professor Qin Ming, Dean Flander, Professor Ji Yu Han has returned today. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was immediately startled. Flander and Yu Shaogang both paled and panicked. Tianeng, Teacher Ji Yu Han is coming back today, why didn't you tell me? Qin Ming had a headache. After learning from Dean Flander that Ma Hongjun had been snatched away by Ji Yu Han. The reason he wasn't afraid of offending Ji Yu Han and dared to be so proactive in bringing Flander over to take Ma Hongjun as his apprentice was because the main reason is that we know Ji Yu Han has been missing for 2 or 3 years and it is very likely that something happened to him. After all, the more talented someone is, the more likely they are to become a thorn in the side of certain forces. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. Ji Yu Han was too talented. It's not surprising that he was assassinated. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han was still alive. I just got back today. Yu Tianeng was also unsure how to answer Qin Ming's question. Because I like Dugu Yan. If Ji Yu Han never comes back, he might still have a chance to win Dugu Yan's heart. But Ji Yu Han is back today. This was undoubtedly terrible news for him. Therefore, he would naturally not men Tian Ji Yu Han unless there was something wrong. Within the royal fighting team, the other members, considering Yu Tianeng's situation, would not easily mention Ji Yu Han. After all, they knew nothing about the matter between Flander, Yu Shaogang, and Ji Yu Han. They were even more unaware of the connection between Ma Hongjun and Ji Yu Han. Who said I'm dead? Just then, a faint voice suddenly came from not far away. Ji Yu Han was seen walking over with Ziji and Xiao Wu. Brother Ji Yu Han. Seeing Ji Yu Han arrive, Ma Hongjun, Huo Wushuang, Shui Binger, and the others were very excited and happy. And after walking over, Ji Yu Han looked at Flander and said with a half smile. Flander, did you just say I was dead? Are you disappointed to see I'm still alive? However, after saying that, Ji Yu Han revealed a cold smile and said, I didn't die, but I'm quite curious about the afterlife. Can I ask you to die and take a look at me? Chapter 206I. Tang San, I'm the only truly pure and virtuous gentleman. The entrance to the Soto arena. Because Qin Ming brought Flander, Yu Xiaogang, and Tang San with him. Wanting to help Flander, he took Ma Hongjun as his apprentice. Ma Hongjun strongly rejected it. The stalemate continues. This attracted a lot of onlookers. After Ji Yu Han arrived with Ziji and Xiao Wu, Flander was somewhat alarmed by Ji Yu Han's murderous intent. Mr. Ji Yu Han, Xiao Ming said that you have been missing for 2 or 3 years. I was just making the worst case scenario guess, not saying you're definitely dead. Flanders coughed lightly, feeling quite embarrassed, yet still trying to argue his point. Originally, I was worried that something might happen to you, and that Hongjun's talent would be wasted, so I thought of taking him as my apprentice. Since I was overthinking it, we'll take our leave now. With that, Flander made an excuse to slip away. Back then, he was a soul saint. Even when Ji Yu Han was still a soul king, he was no match for Ji Yu Han. Now so many years have passed. Ji Yu Han's cultivation level has definitely improved more than his. He is even less likely to be a match for Ji Yu Han. Stop. But Ji Yu Han sneered and shouted, stopping Flander, who was about to slip away. You think you can just leave after saying such a few meaningless words? If I hadn't come back this time, who knows how you would have forced Hongjun to become your disciple. Now, you think you can leave without paying a price? At this moment, Ji Yu Han also felt disgusted and speechless. He hadn't expected that the Royal Fighting Team and He Genius Team had only been in Soto City for a few days. Flanders unexpectedly encountered Qin Ming. Moreover, he also considered taking Ma Hongjun as his apprentice. Of course, Ji Yu Han could have thought of that too. This was definitely because Flander learned from Qin Ming that he had been missing for 2 or 3 years. I thought he had met with an accident, which is why I had this idea. And with Qin Ming's help, they put it into action. But Ji Yu Han knew that Qin Ming was very grateful to Shrek Academy and Flanders and others. However, in the original work, at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, it was Prince Shui Xing and Shui Beng who led Douluo to force Shrek Academy to leave. However, the 3 educational committees of Tiando were unable to stop it. Qin Ming chose to leave the Heaven Do Royal Academy and follow Flander and others. Ji Yu Han could understand. But this time, the Heavenly Do Royal Academy has done you a favor. You actually want to sell out my people to curry favor with your Dean Flander. Isn't that a bit too generous with other people's money? However, Qin Ming is now, after all, a colleague. Ji Yu Han did not immediately confront Qin Ming. On the other side, they discovered that Ji Yu Han hadn't even glanced at teacher Yu Xiaogang, let alone greeted him, when he arrived. They showed no respect for teacher Yu Xiaogang and directly confronted Dean Flander. Tang San couldn't help but feel very dissatisfied and angry. This Ji Yu Han is truly a rebellious person who doesn't know how to respect his elders at all. Although I know you have some issues with the teacher. They even used that 7 deadly sins flower to trick the teacher into becoming a eunuch through Aunt Bibi Dong. But no matter what, your teacher is still your elder. When you see your teacher, shouldn't you greet them? Such a person who has no respect for elders deserves to die. Tang San thought bitterly to himself and sentenced Ji Yu Han to death. In his opinion, anyway. Even if you don't like them, you should still show respect and deference to elders. Like his past life, as an outer disciple of the Tang clan, he always resented the Tang clan's discriminatory treatment. They were unwilling to pass on the Tang clan's supreme martial art, the Zhantian Baolu, to their outer disciples. Therefore, at a very young age, he began to plan the Zhantian Baolu. They eventually stole the Zhantian Baolu. Even so, even when they were being hunted down to their deaths, wasn't he just as respectful to the sect leader and many elders? People like Tang San are true gentlemen who are pure, upright, and honorable. Teacher Ji Yu Han. Seeing that Ji Yu Han was still being unreasonable, Qin Ming decided to plead for Flander and stepped forward to persuade him. Dean Fl. Onder meant well in taking Hongjun as his apprentice. I also come from Shrek Academy, and I believe that Hongjun has joined Dean Flander's ranks. Dean Flander will definitely give Ma Hongjun the best training and nurture him into a talent. Holy crap. Ji Yu Han was so angry that he laughed. I didn't originally intend to make things too ugly with Qin Ming. But Qin Ming's good old boy attitude is really disgusting. You're the one who's going to suffer a loss, aren't you? Teacher Qin Ming, don't you find what you're saying ridiculous? Ji Yu Han sneered and looked at Qin Ming. These words made Qin Ming's face stiffen. But he forced a smile. Ridiculous. I'm not quite sure what you mean, Professor Ji Yu Han. Ji Yu Han, No longer holding back, directly mocked. Shrek Academy. Do you think I don't know that? The entire academy is located on the outskirts of Soto City. It's just a dilapidated village. Apart from a few teachers at the Soul Saint and Soul Emperor levels, there is nothing else in the academy. We need cultivation facilities, but we don't have any. There is neither a martial soul simulation training ground nor the most basic soul master training room for physical exercise. There are no cultivation resources available. Even the meals provided are just ordinary family meals, cooked in large pots with very little meat. Even ordinary teenagers struggle to get enough to eat. How can they help students cultivate? What's even more ridiculous is that your lousy, trashy academy has ridiculously high requirements. Admission requirements. Applicants must be no older than 13. Have a cultivation level of 21 or above, possess the best possible soul ring configuration, and have the correct development direction. The graduation requirement is that students must cultivate to level 40 and independently hunt for their fourth soul ring. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror? Do you even deserve to? Ji Han Becca. Me increasingly unrestrained as he spoke, questioning her with sarcasm. Students who meet your admission requirements will be treated as the best students and carefully nurtured, no matter which Soul Master Academy they go to. But you tricked me into coming to your academy, where the requirements are to consume the least amount of energy, become the best among my peers, and even hunt for my fourth spirit ring myself. But as far as I know, quite a few students at Shrek Academy have had accidents while hunting for spirit rings because of your graduation requirements. You are completely disregarding human life. But it's quite strange. Ji Han looked at Qin Ming, equally puzzled, and sneered. As far as I know, the vast majority of students are graduates of Shrek Academy. AF. Tear experiencing the world and becoming more mature, you'll realize just how badly you were tricked at Shrek Academy. After graduation, I will basically not have any contact with Shrek Academy. Quote. But what benefits did Shrek Academy actually give you, Qin Ming? You've graduated, yet you're still so concerned and grateful to Shrek Academy. But since you're being a jerk, can you please stop treating it like some great thing and making others do the same? Chapter 207 Tang San. No. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ji Han's sarcastic remarks exposed the shortcomings of Shrek Academy. This caused Qin Ming and Flander to break down on the spot. Ji Han's words were not baseless. In the original work, Flanders said, "The most outstanding graduate of Shrek Academy is now serving as the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall. Although this student has never made an appearance. But in fact, there is indeed such a student. However, Flanders said that he was the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall. This is an exaggerated and boastful statement. You should know that to become an elder in the Spirit Hall, that requires cultivation at the level of a title Douluo. According to the original novel, Lu Erlong waited for Yu Shaogang for 20 years. It can be determined. As of this year, Shrek Academy has been established for less than 20 years. Shrek Academy typically admits students who are 12 years old. Even if we add 20 years, the earliest graduates are only 32 years old this year. Is Shrek Academy really capable of producing a 32-year-old title Douluo? That's obviously impossible. 2 or 3 years ago, when Ji Han returned to Wuhan City, it just so happened that in the Papal Palace, I met a Soul Master who came from Shrek Academy and had already reached the Soul Emperor realm before he was even 30 years old. He is the youngest black-robed bishop in the Spirit Hall and has been listed as a prospective elder. Ji Han had spoken with this Shrek Academy graduate and learned about his views on Shrek Academy. From the mouth of this most talented graduate of Shrek Academy, Ji Han could tell that he only felt dissatisfaction and resentment towards Shrek Academy. Because although I was fooled before, but after graduation, this most talented graduate of Shrek Academy gradually realized, with his talent, if he hadn't been tricked by Shrek Academy and joined the academy, instead, he joined the Spirit Hall earlier, they've probably all broken through to the Soul Saint level by now. And because of Shrek Academy's graduation requirements, he was almost killed while hunting spirit beasts. Therefore, he had a lot of dissatisfaction and disgust towards Shrek Academy. In Ji Han's view, this is the norm for students graduating from Shrek Academy. People like Qin Ming are a minority. However, before Qin Ming and Flander could even get into a heated argument with Ji Han after their defenses crumbled, they were forced to retort. Yu Tianeng jumped out in a fit of rage. I won't allow you to talk about teacher Qin Ming like that. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Ji Han looked at Yu Tianeng and sneered. Teacher Qin Ming has already said that. He thought something had happened to you, teacher Ji Han. He and Dean Flander didn't want to waste Ma Hongjun's talent, which is why they planned to help Dean Flander take Ma Hongjun as his apprentice. How could you be so ungrateful and say such sarcastic things? Yu Tianeng said with great dissatisfaction. They felt that Ji Yuhan was utterly ungrateful. Ji Yuhan was so angry he almost laughed. So, after all that he said, Yu Tianeng didn't listen at all. He's completely on the side of his uncle Yu Shaogang and Qin Ming. Ji Yuhan was too lazy to say anything more about this twisted perspective. Because he has already said everything that needed to be said. Any normal person can tell who is right and who is wrong. Brush. Ji Yuhan instantly flashed forward and slapped Yu Tianeng across the face. He immediately sent Yu Tianeng flying, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Tianeng. Team leader. Seeing Yu Tianeng being slapped away by Ji Yuhan, Yu Shaogang, Qin Ming, and the members of the royal fighting team couldn't help but scream in surprise. Teacher Ji Yuhan, you've gone too far. Qin Ming was furious and shouted at Ji Yuhan. Why are you taking your anger out on Tianeng for the grudges between us? Bullying the weak with your strength, aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others if word gets out? I did not bully the weak. Ji Yuhan smiled faintly and extended his right hand. In the palm of my hand lay a mosquito, its blood splattered everywhere after being slapped. I just saw a mosquito on Tianeng's face and was swatting it away for him. I'm being so kind, why don't you appreciate it? These words made Qin Ming, Yu Shaogang, and Flander turn pale and look very unpleasant. But I don't know what to say. Because Ji Yuhan's words were exactly what they had just said. Teacher Ji Yuhan, we made a mistake this time. But what do you want in exchange for letting Dean Flander go? Ji Yuhan used the same tactic against him, leaving him speechless. Qin Ming finally gritted his teeth and admitted his mistake, but still stood on Flander's side, appearing as if he wanted to stand with Flander through thick and thin. This was something Ji Yuhan found very difficult to understand, and he couldn't help but think strangely to himself. What exactly is going on with Qin Ming? Why are they so loyal to Shrek Academy and Flander? Could it be that there are unofficial historical accounts he doesn't know about? Qin Ming is quite good looking. Could it be that when he was young, he sold ditches for Flanders and the others? Is this an attempt to sell emotional appeal? But no matter what, Flanders actually tried to poach his man today. You won't get out of here without suffering a lot. And you, Qin Ming, still want to use my people to curry favor with Flanders. Since you've brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me then. Ji Yuhan sneered inwardly. HMPH. What's wrong? You want to gang up on us? Upon discovering that Qin Ming seemed to still want to help Flander, Xiaowu angrily snorted, clenched her fists, took a step forward, and pretended to wave them next to Ji Yuhan. Behind her, ZG and the members of the genius team also stepped forward. The smell of gunpowder was quite strong. The people who had been watching the spectacle quickly made way, leaving a large open space. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire of the upcoming battle. It's important to know that this happened while people were watching. They already knew that this was likely a battle between soul masters below the soul saint level. This girl. When Xiao Wu stepped forward to Ji Yuhan's side, Tang San was momentarily stunned. Originally, Ji Yuhan's side had a large number of people. Xiao Wu's current human form is still young, so she is completely inconspicuous inside. Tang San didn't even notice Xiao Wu for a moment. But now, Xiao Wu has come to Ji Yuhan's side first. After meeting Xiao Wu, for some reason, Tang San suddenly felt as if an electric current was flowing through his entire body. A strange feeling suddenly welled up inside me, and my heart began to pound. This was a feeling Tang San had never experienced before in his life. But because she met Dai Mubai, Tang San knew that he seemed to have fallen for this girl. What's her name? This what they call love at first sight? Tang San couldn't help but think to himself, lost in thought. However, at this moment, Ji Yuhan also noticed that Tang San was staring blankly at Xiao Wu. I couldn't help but feel a little amused. No way, even though we didn't meet at Notting College. Did Tang San fall in love with Xiao Wu at first sight? Seeing this, Ji Yuhan's heart stirred, and he grasped Xiao Wu's soft hand. He pulled Xiao Wu into his arms, smiled gently, and said, Xiao Wu, young master can handle this matter himself. Stand behind me and be careful. Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment. Her pretty face blushing slightly. What's wrong, young master? Why are you suddenly being so gentle with me? You even held my hand. Young master's hands are really big. But they saw Ji Yuhan and Xiao Wu behaving intimately. Tang San's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. There was a click sound. It felt as if something inside me had shattered. No. What exactly is the relationship between this girl and Ji Yuhan? Could it be? As if realizing something, Tang San was suddenly struck by a tremendous blow. He clutched his chest, feeling excruciating pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Chapter 208 Tang San shows off, Yu Shaogang panics. He discovered that the girl he had fallen in love with at first sight was behaving intimately with another man. Tang San was in immense pain. The jealousy burning within her surged forth instantly. That despicable Ji Yuhan. You already have so many women, why do you still want to compete with me, Tang San? Although I don't know this girl yet. But does that mean you can steal someone else's love? Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, he was panting heavily, and he was filled with rage. This idea has a distinctly XXN feel to it. However, this was just Tang Buddha's usual performance. After all, in his previous life, Tang Buddha was an outer disciple of the Tang clan. They never expressed gratitude for the Tang clan's nurturing kindness. Instead, they resented the Tang clan for its unfair treatment of both inner and outer disciples. He did not pass on the Zantian Baolu to him. Therefore, they chose to steal. This way of thinking is exactly the same. But beneath the surface of their inner jealousy and anger. Then I thought of Ji Yuhan as Aunt Bibi Dong's disciple. Ji Yuhan's own teacher, Yu Shaogang, was also an elder. But Ji Yuhan has never greeted his teacher since he appeared. This is undoubtedly a sign of rudeness and disrespect for teachers. Tang San decided that he would do it in front of the girl he loved. Expose Ji Yuhan's despicable character and lack of respect for his elders. At this moment, Tang San was completely unaware. To avenge Yu Shaogang, Bibi Dong used evil spirit masters to try and kill Ji Yuhan. Now, Ji Yuhan has completely broken ties with Bibi Dong. Yu Shaogang knew this, but Yu Shaogang didn't tell Tang San. Wouldn't that make him, Master Yu Shaogang, seem petty and narrow-minded? They still believed that Ji Yuhan was Bibi Dong's disciple. Under such circumstances, Yu Shaogang was naturally Ji Yuhan's elder. Although Tang San also knew this. Ji Yuhan gave Bibi Dong the 7 deadly poisons flower, which caused his teacher Yu Shaogang to become a eunuch. However, Tang San knew the effects of the 7 deadly severing yang flower. I know this is definitely not a poisonous plant. It is merely a medicinal herb with rather unique effects. In his view, Ji Yuhan might just be planning to give the 7 deadly severing yang flower to Bibi Dong. No one expected that Bibi Dong would give the 7-character broken sunflower to her teacher, Yu Shaogang. Even if Ji Yuhan did it on purpose. In Tang San's view, this was the only way Ji Yuhan could express his dissatisfaction with them, master and disciple. This proves that Ji Yuhan was limited by his master-disciple relationship with Bibi Dong. On the surface, they could only be extremely respectful to their teacher, Yu Shaogang. At this point, from the time when the teacher encountered Ji Yuhan again after taking the 7 deadly severing yang flower, Ji Yuhan maintained a smiling demeanor. That makes it clear. Tang San then planned to use this point to thoroughly control Ji Yuhan. Soon, she came up with a way to expose Ji Yuhan's true colors. Tang Sanchang suppressed his anger and jealousy, and showed great remorse on his face. Suddenly, he stepped forward and bowed deeply to Ji Yuhan at a 90-degree angle. Red Bean's Private Marseille Tilda. Brother Ji Yuhan, I'm so sorry. We made a mistake in this matter. Tang San said with a face full of apology and sincerity. We thought something had happened to you, Brother Ji Yuhan. So when we learned that Dean F. Lander wanted to take Ma Hongjun as his disciple, we all chose to support him. But in any case, such behavior is an attempt to undermine your Royal Academy, and it is wrong. We know the situation perfectly well. And we shouldn't have had such thoughts at all. As a teacher at the Royal Academy, Professor Qin Ming shouldn't be helping us. I hope that Brother Ji Yuhan can forgive Dean Flander and teacher Qin Ming. Unexpectedly, Tang San actually jumped out and admitted his mistake. Flanders was both annoyed and relieved. The anger stemmed from the fact that he had embarrassed himself this time. And I breathed a sigh of relief. For the sake of saving face, Flanders couldn't bring himself to admit his mistake. If a junior like Tang San admits his mistake, the matter can be let go. That would be perfect. Similarly, Yu Shaogang also breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, after discovering that Ji Yuhan was not dead and had appeared in front of him, Yu Shaogang was filled with extreme fear and dread. Because family members know their own affairs. He knew that Bibi Dong had already tried to kill Ji Yuhan. It would be better if Ji Yuhan died. He's not dead. What if Ji Yu Han thinks that he's the one behind this? Wouldn't that mean killing him? From Flander, he learned about Ji Yu Han's strength. He felt that unless it was His Majesty Hoshan who made the move, otherwise, no one can save him. To his surprise, Tang San actually apologized. Ji Yu Han frowned, feeling quite uncertain and puzzled. I don't understand what Tang San is up to. Ji Yu Han thought it was a joke that Tang San would admit his mistake. After all, this guy was caught stealing the Zontian Baolu in his previous life and was chased to the Ghost Sorrow Cliff. They'd rather jump off a cliff than admit their mistakes. After transmigrating to the Douluo continent, Tang San ascended to the clear sky sect 3 times, and with each increase in strength, his attitude was completely different. In addition to what just happened, he also used Xiaowu to give Tang San a good NTR, Netarare, in person. If Tang San can apologize so sincerely, then the sun must have risen in the west. But it doesn't matter. In any case, Ji Yu Han is unlikely to offer Tang San a perfunctory apology for this matter. Let's just let it go. But just as Ji Yu Han was about to sneer and say to Tang San, is this all you're going to do? Just apologize and that's it. Tang San's expression suddenly changed, and he looked serious and indignant as he spoke. We made a mistake when Dean Flander wanted to take Ma Hongjun as his disciple. But brother Ji Yu Han, the teacher is Aunt Bibi Dong's friend. You are Aunt Bibi Dong's disciple, yet you haven't even greeted your teacher after seeing her for so long. Don't you think you're being disrespectful to your elders? Aunt Bibi Dong, is this how you were taught? It's awesome. Yu Xiaogang was initially relieved when he saw his disciple Tang San apologize. But unexpectedly, Tang San changed the subject. They even dared to question Ji Yu Han. Yu Xiaogang suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes and almost fainted. Bibi Dong. When Tang San heard that Ji Yu Han was Bibi Dong's disciple, he was surprised. Isn't Bibi Dong the name of the current pope of the Spirit Hall? All around, there were Flander and Xian Mu, the royal fighting team, and the members of the genius team behind Ji Yu Han. They were all stunned. She looked at Ji Yu Han in disbelief. Brother Ji Yu Han, aren't you from a reclusive family? How could they listen to Tang San, who is actually a disciple of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Is this true or false? And because of this, Tang San also revealed Ji Yu Han's identity. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was secretly groaning and extremely anxious. In fact, Qin Ming had previously treated a group of Shrek Academy teachers, including himself, to dinner. After learning from Flander and Qin Ming that Ji Yu Han was the teacher of the genius team that Qin Ming mentioned, Yu Xiaogang also considered whether or not to reveal Ji Yu Han's true identity. But in the end, he didn't do it. The reason is simple. He feared that Ji Yu Han was hiding his identity and had come to Tiando Royal Academy as a teacher, and had even formed this team of geniuses. It was a secret mission carried out by Qian Douluo, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. If he ruins Ji Yu Han's secret mission, this was discovered by the Spirit Hall. Last time, Qian Douluo only led his men to drive the master and his disciple out of the Spirit Hall. What if why send people to hunt them down this time? Mistress, how can you speak so recklessly, saying whatever comes to mind? Don't you think about the consequences? This time, you've really gotten yourself into a lot of trouble. Yu Xiaogang felt both headache and panic. Chapter 209 Yu Xiaogang angrily slaps Tang San with tears in his eyes. As expected, we were exposed after all. After tea, Ang San pointed out that he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Feeling the shocked and disbelieving gazes directed at him from all around, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although he knew that his identity would be exposed sooner or later. But he still didn't expect to be exposed like this. However, even with thorough preparation. Ji Yu Han still felt yet and angry that Tang San had revealed his identity. He was both angry and amused. Tang San is really vengeful. You're jealous because I was a little too affectionate with Xiaowu just now. Is this how you get revenge on me? But you can take revenge on me. But have you thought about how to deal with my counterattack in retaliation? A cold smile and a chilling glint flashed in Ji Yu Han's eyes. In response to Tang San's questioning, Ji Yu Han didn't answer, but simply looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, then said calmly. That's right. I am from the Spirit Hall, and also Bibi Dong's disciple. But that was before. As for why I say, in the past, you'll have to ask you and your master. As Ji Yu Han spoke, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, everyone perked up their ears, listening with great curiosity. There seems to be some big news here. Before Does that mean you're no longer Aunt Bibi Dong's disciple? But what does all this have to do with us? Tang San frowned, completely baffled. It seemed that Ji Yuhan was no longer willing to acknowledge Bibi Dong as his teacher. Tang San felt even more contempt. They felt that Ji Yuhan was simply a traitor who betrayed his master and ancestors. It has nothing to do with you. Ji Yuhan found it utterly ridiculous. Bibi Dong, as the Pope of our Spirit Hall, brought you, who do not belong to the Spirit Hall, to Spirit City. They also violated the rules of the Spirit Hall by investing a large amount of cultivation resources in you. As the Pope, to knowingly break the law is an even greater crime. I originally gave her an extremely precious top-grade medicinal herb, which could even improve the cultivation of a title Douluo. But this herb has miraculous effects on female soul masters, while it will cause male soul masters to lose their dignity as men. When I gave her this herb, I already reminded her that it was for him. But she secretly gave this magical herb to your teacher, causing your teacher to completely lose his dignity as a man. But she blamed me for this. They actually colluded with evil spirit masters in secret, trying to harm me. Does someone like that deserve to be my teacher? Now, I have absolutely nothing to do with her anymore. Ji Yuhan snorted and said. Everyone standing nearby was shocked after hearing Ji Yuhan's words. I never expected there would be such a big scoop on this. What exactly is the relationship between Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong actually brought Yu Xiaogang and Tang San to Wuhan City. They also violated the rules of the Spirit Hall by investing cultivation resources in Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Furthermore, he secretly gave the precious immortal herbs that even titled Douluo used to his wife to Yu Xiaogang. After harming Yu Xiaogang, he even attempted to collude with evil spirit masters to murder Ji Yuhan in order to avenge Yu Xiaogang. This is incredible. Yu Xiaogang doesn't seem like anything special, does he? For a moment, many people couldn't help but look at Yu Xiaogang. Especially Yu Xiaogang's position. His eyes looked very strange. As Ji Yuhan just said, Yu Xiaogang has lost his dignity as a man. This secretly pleased many people. After all, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, is a legendary figure. Bibi Dong is helping Yu Xiaogang so much, there's a high chance she's having an affair with him. Who wouldn't be jealous? Now we know that Yu Xiaogang has become a eunuch. This is naturally very satisfying. He was met with mocking and amused glances from all around him. Yu Xiaogang felt extremely ashamed and indignant. His fair and delicate face turned pale, and his fists clenched tightly. Her delicate body trembled with anger. He thought that after leaving the Spirit Hall, he could hide this painful experience. Unexpectedly, it was still exposed. This is all the fault of my disciple Tang San. For a moment, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but feel a great deal of resentment towards Tang San. Xiaogang, uncle. Meanwhile, Flander and Yu Tianeng stared at Yu Xiaogang in shock and disbelief. I never expected that Yu Xiaogang would become a eunuch. No wonder Xiaogang's skin has become so fair and delicate, and his voice has become so soft and sharp. So that's why. Flander felt a deep sense of pity and sympathy for Xiaogang. However, a secret sense of joy rose within him. Because if Yu Xiaogang were to become a eunuch, with the goddess Erlong, wouldn't he have hope again? Even so, the goddess Erlong remained devoted to her brother Yu Xiaogang. But his brother, Yu Xiaogang, is unable to have sex. My goddess will forever remain pure and innocent. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang, the brother, and the goddess were Origi. Nally unable to have children because they were cousins. Now, having lost his dignity as a man, he can no longer do so. As the elder brother, am I entitled to generously donate? Even if he says he can't have the goddess. But it wouldn't be bad to let the goddess raise your child. While Flanders was secretly enjoying himself, Yu Tianeng felt immense grief for his uncle, Yu Xiaogang. I never imagined that my uncle would encounter such a tragic event. Damn the Spirit Hall. After revealing all the scandals involving Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang that could be said, Tang San's questions naturally fell apart on their own. After all, Bibi Dong's behavior makes her unworthy of being Ji Yuhan's teacher. Yu Xiaogang is no elder at all. Hee, you've said so much, now it's my turn to speak. After completely overturning Tang San's questions, Ji Yuhan also wore a cold smile and directly questioned Tang San. Originally, you two were expelled from Spirit City, but considering that Bibi Dong is still the Pope of our Spirit Hall, we will let you go. I don't plan to pursue the matter between you and your master for the time being. But now I would like to ask, during the 2 or 3 years you and your master were in Spirit City, how much cultivation resources did you steal from our Spirit Hall? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Yu Xiaogang and Tang San naturally couldn't give an explanation for this. Our cultivation resources were given to us by Aunt Bibi Dong. Those cultivation resources were given to us by Bibi Dong. What does this have to do with your spirit hall? Tang San stubbornly persisted. Upon hearing this, everyone around couldn't help but laugh mockingly. This is the kind of thing where a traitor sells out the resources of their family and sect. Even traitors must be punished. You thieves, do you really think you're clean? Smack. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Suddenly, a slap landed hard on Tang San's face. This completely stunned Tang San. A bright red handprint was left on Tang San's face. Teacher. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaoging in disbelief. He never expected that Yu Xiaoging would hit him. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging felt humiliated and angry. And was also very annoyed with Tang San. Because originally, the matter had nothing to do with the two of them, master and disciple. It's all about Flander and Qin Ming. As a result, Tang San insisted on getting involved, which led to this incident. This caused Yu Xiaoging to reveal a tearful and sorrowful expression, and he angrily rebuked Tang San in a soft yet sharp voice. You mistress. Apologize to me right now. Don't you realize your mistake yet? Chapter 210 The earth-shattering Luo Sanpao reappears. Teacher. Yu Xiaoging slapped her across the face in front of Xiao Wu. Tang San was completely stunned by the beating. He covered his reddened face and couldn't believe it for a moment. I felt both angry and aggrieved. He didn't understand why his teacher, Yu Xiaoging, had always treated him like a kind father. Why would you treat him like this? However, I saw tears welling up in the eyes of teacher Yu Xiaoging, and his expression was very sorrowful. Tang San immediately understood. The teacher didn't actually want it to be like this either. But they didn't seem to be a match for Ji Yu Han. Ji Yu Han has now severed his Master Disciple relationship with Aunt Bibi Dong. Aunt Bibi Dong can no longer protect the master and disciple. What if Ji Yu Han takes this opportunity to kill the master and his disciple? For a moment, Tang San was filled with guilt and panic again. After using a soft yet sharp, hoarse voice to berate Tang San, Yu Xiaoging immediately turned to look at Ji Yu Han, revealing a guilty expression, and sighed. Xiao Han, it is true that my master and I have stolen your spirit hall's cultivation resources. But this was not something that my master and I did intentionally. I used to be friends with His Holiness the Pope. His Holiness the Pope invited me to the spirit hall. At first, we didn't think much about it. I just wanted to take my disciple to visit your spirit city and broaden his horizons. Later, His Holiness the Pope saw that our cultivation levels were too low and insisted on giving us cultivation resources, which we could not refuse. But I accept these cultivation resources because I am thinking about the future. I, Yu Xiaoging, will definitely repay your spirit hall. As for my disciple Tang San, he is also of commoner origin and has received many favors from your spirit hall. In the future, he will also join your spirit hall, and I don't think that's a big deal. I just didn't expect that your spirit hall would misunderstand us and drive my master and me out of Spirit City. However, it is a fact that my master and I used the cultivation resources of your spirit hall. We will definitely try our best to pay it back in the future. That Yu Xiaoging is really sharp-tongued. After hearing Yu Xiaoging's words, Ji Yu Han sneered inwardly. Because of Yu Xiaoging's words, he not only gave an explanation for stealing their spirit hall's cultivation resources. The two of them, master and disciple, will strive to repay this debt in the future. They even portrayed themselves as victims. They shifted all the blame onto Bibi Dong. After all, they simply couldn't refuse their kind invitation. And they don't intend to get something for free. Yu Xiaoging planned to repay Tang San, and Tang San would even join the spirit hall in the future. Yu Xiaoging, don't call me Xiaohan. You don't deserve it. Ji Yu Han first sneered, which immediately made Yu Xiaoging's expression stiffen. Then, he said, do you even believe what you're saying? Think I don't know that you and our esteemed Pope used to be lovers. You are the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's leader, yet you are a mere piece of trash. I wonder what methods you used. He has actually captivated our Pope to the point of utter infatuation. For you, I was even willing to give up my identity as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. I would rather betray the Spirit Hall than elope with you. Although our Spirit Hall stopped her from having this naive idea back then, she still hasn't forgotten you. The reason I brought you to the Spirit Hall this time is entirely because my spirit is the same as yours. And I have found a method for the evolution of martial spirits. My former teacher wants to use my method to help your martial spirit evolve as well. You came to Wuhan City because you knew about this, it has nothing to do with your disciple Tang San. As for the excuse of being unable to refuse such hospitality, are you kidding me? In this world, there is no such thing as an invitation that is hard to refuse, it is only those who have ulterior motives, are hypocritical, and go with the flow. As for you and your master, you still want to repay our spirit hall. Then why didn't you join our spirit hall during the several years you spent in Spirit City? It's clear that your talk of repaying is a complete joke. How dare this kid? Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han actually brought up his past relationship with Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang was incredulous. Because of this, Bibi Dong's reputation will be ruined. Bibi Dong is now the Pope of the Spirit Hall, which will also make the Spirit Hall a laughing stock. Just as Yu Xiaogang had predicted. Ji Yu Han then recounted the story of Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang from back then. This bomb shell immediately caused a stir of gasps and disbelief among the surrounding crowd. Because Yu Xiaogang looks completely ordinary, he still seems to be a useless person. The Pope of the Spirit Hall must have been a favored daughter of heaven in her youth. How could I possibly fall for such a loser? Anyway, if you guys don't give me an explanation and pay a price today, don't even think about leaving. Ji Yu Han spoke in an icy tone, took a step forward, and released a powerful soul force pressure. Damn it, you little brat, I'll fight you to the death. It was discovered that World War I was inevitable. At this point, Flander could no longer bear it. He couldn't help but let out an angry shout, instantly summoning the four-eyed cat owl martial soul. Upon entering the martial soul true form, it immediately flapped its wings and soared into the sky. He activated his soul skill in midair, unleashing a storm of wind blades and tornadoes that hurtled towards Ji Yu Han. Unfortunately, Ji Yu Han merely sneered and unleashed the Holy Light Dragon Emperor domain. The absolute suppression of cultivation level completely purified Flander's soul skills. Then, Ji Yu Han flashed and instantly appeared in front of Flander. Kicking out with his foot, he kicked Flander so hard that his eye sockets bulged out, and he fell like a shooting star. Bang! With a loud bang, it crashed heavily into the ground, smashing a large crater into the marble floor tiles at the entrance of the Soto Arena. Debris flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the sky. Everyone, get out of the way. As the battle began, the surrounding crowd panicked and fled in all directions. However, the Great Soul Arena was extremely anxious. They were afraid that the battle would spread to the Great Soul Arena. However, the Soul Saint who was in charge of overseeing the Great Soul Arena is not currently at the Great Soul Arena. They've already sent someone to invite them, but they don't know how long it will take for them to arrive. Dean Flander. Upon discovering that Flander was powerless against Ji Yu Han, Qinming became very anxious but ultimately chose to help Flander. Fiery Wolf, possess me. With a loud shout, Qinming summoned the Fiery Wolf martial soul, entered the martial soul possession state, and launched a series of soul skills at Ji Yu Han. They wanted to buy Flander's time. Unfortunately, Ji Yu Han easily purified Qinming's soul skill using the Holy Light Dragon Emperor domain's purification soul skill. Hey, what a traitor. Ji Yu Han sneered and instantly appeared in front of Qinming. With a single slap, Qinming was knocked to the ground. Then he kicked it away, sending it crashing into a flower bed. Behind him, Flander, in great pain, spread his wings and flew away once more. Seeing Qinming being kicked away by Ji Yu Han while trying to help him, he couldn't help but get angry. Qinming. Flander unleashed his soul skill again, charging angrily towards Ji Yu Han. But Ji Yu Han doesn't even need a martial spirit possession. Using only the Holy Light Dragon Emperor domain and his normal power, he brutally defeated Flander and Qinming. They were quickly beaten black and blue, and seriously injured. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang's face turned ugly, and he finally couldn't sit still any longer. Although he didn't truly consider Flander a brother. However, Florida, Enders and Shrek Academy still have value to him at present. He couldn't just watch Flander die. Xiao San, you take Tianeng and the others and leave quickly. As if he had made up his mind, Yu Xiaogang spoke to Tang San in a deep voice. His tone both soft and sharp. Teacher. Tang San was stunned, still somewhat confused about what his teacher, Yu Xiaogang, was planning to do. Little sister. What trick is the teacher going to use? Otherwise, Dean Flander and teacher Qinming would probably have been beaten to death by Ji Yu Han. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath, his face heavy and helpless, and said. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face turned green, and he quickly replied. Teacher, please wait a little longer, we'll be right there. Uncle, can you save teacher Qinming? Upon discovering that his uncle Yu Xiaogang actually had the ability to rescue his teacher Qinming, Yu Tianeng was overjoyed and excited. His uncle was indeed no good. Yes, you guys hurry up and go. Yu Xiaogang said awkwardly, urging Tang San to quickly take Yu Tianeng and the others away. After Tang San and Yu Shaogang quickly ran away, Yu Shaogang, with a heavy heart, summoned the Blue Lai Tning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul and entered the Martial Soul possession state. After the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul possessed him, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose up from beneath Yu Shaogang's feet. However, after glancing at his 3rd spirit ring, Yu Shaogang turned his gaze to the 2 spirit rings below. With a heavy heart, Yu Shaogang closed his eyes and turned his back to the battlefield where Ji Yu Han was brutally beating Flander and Qin Ming. Then, in a soft yet sharp, hoarse voice, he roared angrily. First soul skill. Farts like thunder, THR. EE cannon shots that shatter heaven and earth. Second soul skill. Fart like smoke, hypnotize and put sleeping Luo Sanpao to sleep. Chapter 211 Yu Shaogang's True Infamy. The entrance to the Soto Arena. Ji Yu Han did not summon the Martial Soul Holy Dragon, nor did he possess the Martial Soul. This is solely based on the Holy Light Dragon Emperor's domain, combined with the power of the body itself. He then easily and brutally defeated Flander and Qin Ming. They were beaten black and blue, left in a miserable state, and collapsed on the ground severely injured. If you do something wrong, just admit it and accept the punishment. Why insist on resisting? Do you really think you can be my match? Looking at the person in front of him, lying on the ground, bruised and swollen, with broken bones and tendons. He was breathing heavily and coughing up blood. Flander and Qin Ming have clearly lost their ability to fight. Ji Yu Han said in a calm tone. Although what he said just now was full of murderous intent. He looked like he was about to kill someone. But that was only because he had just come out of the city of slaughter and was not yet able to control his emotions and killing intent. In fact, he did not intend to kill Flander and Qin Ming. After all, he was not a bloodthirsty person. He only targets those who are deeply sinful, such as fallen soul masters and evil soul masters. He acted decisively and killed the enemy. These people deserved it. But the actions of Qin Ming and Flander just now, although it made him very unhappy. A good lesson is all you need to teach them a lesson. It's not enough to make him kill. Moreover, Qin Ming was recruited as a teacher by the 3 teaching committees of Tiando, who made an exception for him. He definitely had to give the 3rd education committee of Tiando some face. As for Flanders, Ji Yu Han was very curious. After Yu Shaogang became a eunuch, how will the love triangle between Flander, Yu Shaogang, and Lu Erlong develop? This made Ji Yu Han not rush to kill Flander. Anyway, now, Yu Shaogang's martial soul Luo Sanpao has lost the golden sacred dragon bloodline and degenerated into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul. It was no longer possible to use the martial soul fusion technique, golden sacred dragon with Flander and Lu Erlong. Even if Flander becomes a Contra in the future, they are nothing compared to the Spirit Hall. First soul skill. Farts like thunder, 3 cannon shots that shatter heaven and earth. Second soul skill. Farts like smoke, hypnotize and put sleeping Luo Sanpao to sleep. Suddenly, a soft yet sharp angry shout came from not far away. Upon hearing the sound, Ji Yu Han's expression changed, and he abruptly turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came. It was in the direction of the Soto Arena. Yu Shaogang was squatting in front of a flower bed, and turned around to face this side. Among the 3 spirit rings surrounding him, the 1st and 2nd soul rings lit up brightly. After activating 2 major soul skills, Yu Shaogang's belly had become enormous, like an inflated balloon. A gurgling sound came from inside. On Yu Shaogang's face, which was turned away from Ji Yu Han, was a look of extreme pain. The volcano is about to erupt. However, Flander was only stunned for a moment, as if he realized something. Qin Ming, however, was unaware of the situation. The onlookers, who had already kept their distance, were fully aware of the impending crisis. Not far away, the staff sent to the Soto Grand Arena happened to have invited the 2 soul saints who were in charge of overseeing the Soto Grand Arena. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Yu Shaogang exploded. A thick, foul-smelling green toxic mist, carrying a mixture of solids and liquids, was instantly sprayed out. It swept towards Ji Yu Han as if it were an overwhelming force. Fuck. They discovered that Yu Shaogang actually wanted to use 2 farting soul skills. Ji Yu Han was also completely bewildered. After cursing angrily, he instantly unleashed the movement technique, 9 illusions of Cloud Dragon, and rushed out. At the same time, the realm of ice unfolds. The chilling air, surpassing even the extreme of ice, suddenly surged forth. At this moment, Yu Shaogang sprayed out a foul-smelling green toxic mist, carrying with it a mixture of solid and liquid particles that filled the sky. It swept in with lightning speed. The first to be hit were Flander and Xian Ming, who were lying on the ground. The foul smell, green solid liquid mixture filled the air and smeared Flander and Xian Ming's faces. The two were also forced to eat quite a lot. This immediately turned their faces green, and they began to vomit violently. However, due to severe injuries and physical weakness, he was unable to even vomit. For a moment, both of them were on the verge of collapse. Flanders, in particular, was on the verge of tears. Xiao Gang, aren't your two main soul skills just about farting? Why are there snacks included? No. What is that? It stinks. Run. Run. After Flanders and Xian Ming. Many onlookers who had initially kept their distance also fell victim to the virus. They were surrounded by a foul-smelling green toxic fog and drenched in a green solid liquid mixture. Everyone broke down, screaming in anguish and hysteria. Damn it. Who is it? Who is it? Even the two soul saints invited by the Soto Grand Arena were affected. After being drenched in the foul-smelling green solid liquid mixture, they were enraged and roared wildly. And all around them came agonizing, hysterical screams, and furious roars that seemed ready to kill. Yu Xiaogang stood up, feeling a sharp pain in his anus and his legs trembling. His face was pale, and he felt guilty and forced to smile bitterly. Knowing his reputation, I'm afraid it's going to be ruined. And he probably won't be able to come to Soto again. But there's nothing we can do. Flanders must be saved. Otherwise, who will he and his disciples ask for help hunting down enemies to help them obtain their spirit rings in the future? And wear a mask. While everyone was driven back by the foul-smelling green toxic mist he sprayed, Yu Xiaogang quickly ran to Flander and Xian Ming, picked them up and ran. Under the cover of the green, foul-smelling fumes, they turned and slipped away. At this moment, the royal fighting team, led by Tang San, had already escaped several streets. Because a loud noise suddenly rang out from the direction of the Soto Arena behind us. They couldn't help but stop and turn to look. When you see the foul-smelling green toxic fog rising into the sky like a mushroom cloud. Even from a great distance, you could smell the strong stench. They were all stunned for a moment. What? What happened? Ahem, this is the teacher's secret weapon. Let's wait a little longer, the teacher should be back soon. Tang San was very embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. They could only give a vague answer, saying it was Yu Xiaogang's secret weapon. Let everyone wait a moment. And it didn't take long. Yu Xiaogang, his clothes stained green and reeking of a foul stench, came running over, panting, carrying Flander and Xian Ming, who had been drenched in a foul-smelling green liquid mixture. And had already fainted from the stench. What is that? I smelled the stench emanating from Yu Xiaogang. When Yu Tianeng and the others saw Yu Xiaogang carrying the badly injured Flander and Xian Ming to their destination, they felt a chill run down their spines. He quickly pinched his nose and took several steps back with Tang San. Run, everyone. Regarding the reactions of Tang San, his disciple, Yu Tianeng, his nephew, and the members of the royal fighting team, Yu Xiaogang was not surprised. Although he was a little embarrassed, he quickly urged everyone to run. After all, he just used two ridiculous soul skills to trick so many people. If they are caught up with, they will probably all die without a burial place. The entrance to the Soto Arena. Using the ice domain, Ji Yuhan created a layer of ice shield. They helped Ziji, Xiao Wu, Shui Binger, and other members of the genius team to block Yu Xiaogang's bio-hell attack. They hid inside the ice shield, looking at the foul-smelling green toxic fog that permeated the outside, and the green solid liquid mixture that covered the ground and the surrounding area. Countless people screamed and ran around like headless flies. Ji Yuhan felt a chill run down his spine. Although he can now use the ice domain to freeze the foul-smelling green poisonous fog and the green solid liquid mixture on the ground. But there are so many people around. Without the guidance of spiritual power, there is a possibility of accidental injury. But Ji Yuhan had no intention of releasing his mental energy. Although mental strength, GTH is not affected by the foul-smelling green poisonous mist and green solid liquid mixture released by Yu Xiaogang. But psychologically, he found it utterly disgusting. They waited until they went outside, and the foul-smelling green toxic fog dissipated. Ji Yuhan then deactivated the icy protective shield he had conjured. After coming into contact with the outside world, when I saw the biohazard-like hellish scene all around me, the ground, the flowers and plants in the flower beds, and even the walls and roof of the Soto Arena were covered with a foul-smelling mixture of solid and liquid that had collapsed. It reeks of a foul stench. Dugu Yan, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and the others turned pale and couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses, feeling nauseous. Who is it? Who is it? Who is this disgusting person? I'm going to kill him. It seems to be that master's name. All around, countless hysterical, murderous roars echoed continuously. Soon, the identities of Yu Shaogang, Flander, and the others were exposed. This made Ji Yu Han's expression turn somewhat strange for a moment. This time, Yu Shaogang has truly become infamous. And because of Yu Shaogang this time, this undoubtedly caused serious damage to the Soto arena. In addition, Yu Shaogang's Jetfire Soul skill soaked the two Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Soul arena. This made the two L Saints of the Soto Grand arena want to kill each other. Enraged, he prepared to go to Shrek Academy to demand an explanation. Chapter 212 Tang Hao, a genius of the Spirit Hall. Watch me crush him. After leaving the Soto arena, Tang San led the royal fighting team. Yu Shaogang carried Flander and Qin Ming all the way back to Shrek Academy. After arriving at Shrek Academy, Yu Tianeng and the other members of the royal fighting team couldn't help but notice. Ji Yu Han's description of Shrek Academy was indeed accurate. Shrek Academy is indeed completely different from most other Soul Master Academies. This is indeed a dilapidated village. What's going on with Flander and Qin Ming, Xiao San? They discovered that Yu Shaogang, Flander, and Qin Ming all smelled terrible. In particular, Flander and Qin Ming were seriously injured and unconscious. Zhao Wuji was filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. I've been living in Soto City for so many years. Zhao Wuji was very familiar with the situation in Soto City. It's unlikely that anyone could defeat Flander, who has a cultivation level of 78 and possesses a flying soul skill. Even Qin Ming, a Soul Emperor level being, was beaten to this state. Ahem. That's a long story. Yu Shaogang coughed awkwardly a few times and did not answer immediately. Instead, he first pretended to sigh and said, Flander and teacher Qin Ming are seriously injured and need to receive treatment and rest as soon as possible. Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, could you please help wash Flander and teacher Qin Ming? Wash it. Looking at Flander and Qin Ming, who were covered in an unknown green solid liquid mixture and emitting a foul stench. Even from a great distance, Zhao Wuji could smell the stench emanating from Flanders and Qin Ming. My eyelids twitched involuntarily, and I let out a few dry laughs. Master, I'm a bit busy right now. You should go find Xiaoao and Dai Mubai instead. In the end, Oscar, with a bitter face, was forced to take on this heavy responsibility. However, this was shortly after Yu Shaogang and the others returned to Shrek Academy. The two Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Arena then chased after Shrek Academy. He suddenly unleashed the soul power pressure of a Soul Saint level and roared angrily. Everyone from Shrek Academy, come out here. They felt the pressure of soul power released by the two Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Soul Arena. Zhao Wuji immediately led Xiao Shen and other teachers from Shrek Academy to the destination. Tang San and Yu Shaogang also followed. However, Yu Shaogang did not come over. He remained in his residence, washing his foul-smelling body. Gentlemen, what brings you to Shrek Academy so late at night? After arriving at the gate of Shrek Academy, seeing the two Soul Saints in front of him, who were also covered in a green solid liquid mixture and emitting a foul stench, Zhao Wuji clasped his hands and asked in a deep voice. What brings you here? The two Soul Saints couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. One of the Soul Saints roared angrily. That guy from Shrek Academy called Master. They actually used a disgusting soul skill I'd at the entrance of our Soto Grand Arena. It sprayed out a foul-smelling green toxic mist and other foul-smelling substances, which scared away all our guests. Even the walls of our great arena are covered in his foul-smelling substances. I don't know how long it will take to clean them up. These things on us are also his masterpieces. You people from Shrek Academy have damaged the interests of our great soul arena. Quote. Don't you owe our great soul arena an explanation? What? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. Flander and Qin Ming, and these two guys, actually all possessed the soul skills of a master. Nearby, Xiao Xin, Li Yusong, and the rest of the royal fighting team were also shocked and incredulous. Tang San looked very embarrassed. I really don't know whether I should reveal my teacher Yu Shaogang's soul skill. How do you two expect us to explain this? Zhao Wuji took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and disbelief, and asked the two Soul Saints. HMPH. First, compensate our great soul arena with 1 million gold soul coins. We'll see how things go, and then we'll decide whether to add more compensation. A Soul Saint from the Soto Grand Arena sneered. That's impossible. Zhao Wuji directly refused. Shrek Academy was incredibly poor. Although the Soto Arena has an extraordinary background. But if they want Shrek Academy to pay, it still has to be 1 million gold soul coins. Don't say they don't have money. Even if they did, it wouldn't be that simple. If you don't want to pay, then we'll tear your college down. Upon discovering that Zhao Wuji was unwilling to pay, the two soul saints from the Soto Grand Arena sneered. They were in a bad mood and wanted to vent. Zhao Wuji refused to pay. They took the opportunity to vent their anger and demolished Shrek Academy. They both knew something about Shrek Academy. They knew this was a Soul Master Academy with 2 Battle Soul Saints, 1 Food-type Soul Saint, and 2 Soul Emperors. But now, the strongest Soul Saint has been severely injured. Only Zhao Wuji remained, along with the Food-type Soul Saint and 2 Soul Emperors. It's possible for me to be a match for either of them. As for waiting until Flanders recovers. Behind the Soto Great Soul is a reclusive family with 7 members who possess Soul Douluo level abilities. Shrek Academy is nothing. 7th Soul Skill. True form of the Purple Flame Demon Tiger. 7th Soul Skill. True form of the Black Gold Meteor Hammer. The 2 Soul Saints of the 2 Soto Gra. ND Soul Arena roared and activated their martial soul true forms. He then engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Wuji, who had activated the true form of the mighty Vajra Bear. Zhao Wuji is very strong. However, the fact that these 2 Soul Saints were invited to sit in the Soto Great Soul Arena shows that they are quite powerful among Soul Saints. Even with the help of Xiao Xin, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibing. However, they were no match for the 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Arena. However, seeing this situation, Tang Hao, who had been hiding in the shadows, made his move, unleashing the soul power pressure of a tidal Douluo. It only slightly immobilized the 2 Soul Saints of the Soto Grand Arena. Zhao Wuji, Li Yusong, and Lu Qibing then joined forces to injure the 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Great Soul Arena. The 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Arena also sensed that a powerful figure had made a move from the shadows. Leave. I'll protect Shrek Academy. Tang Hao NS emitted his voice calmly to the ears of the 2 Soul Saints in the Soto Great Soul Arena. The 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Soul Arena were also shocked when they were immobilized by Tang Hao's soul power pressure. It was clear that this was the soul power pressure of a top-tier Soul Douluo, or even a tidal Douluo. Even the hidden families behind them dare not offend them. Not to mention them. You guys are lucky. The 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Arena could only grit their teeth and utter harsh words to Zhao Wuji and the others. Frustrated, he chose to turn and leave. Old Xiao, old Li, old Lu. Did someone secretly help us just now? Zhao Wuji also noticed that the 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Soul Arena had been abnormally immobilized. Furthermore, the 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Arena, who had not yet lost their fighting ability, chose to leave unwillingly. Zhao Wuji was quite puzzled. It seems so, but who will help us? Could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan has been secretly protecting the Grandmaster all along? Lu Qibing was also extremely confused, but he did not expect it to be related to Tang San, only thinking it was related to Yu Shaogang. In his opinion, this was the most likely. However, Zhao Wuji originally planned to question the master later. What did those 2 Soul Saints from the Soto Grand Arena mean by what they just said? What exactly did Yu Shaogang do? Now, however, the only option is to give up. However, on the other hand, in the house where Yu Shaogang lives, after taking a shower, Yu Shaogang changed into a new set of clothes. After burning the smelly old clothes, we entered the living room. A familiar middle-aged man, dressed in a black robe, tall and robust, with messy hair and a sallow complexion, was sitting in a chair in the living room. Your Majesty Haoshan. Yu Shaogang couldn't help but shout out in surprise in a soft yet sharp voice. Master, you just said that. The kid named Ji Yu Han is from the Spirit Hall, is that right? At this moment, Tang Hao lifted his hood and asked Yu Shaogang slowly and in a deep voice. That's right. Yu Shaogang understood Tang Hao's meaning and was filled with excitement. This Ji Yu Han actually dared to leave Wuhan City alone. Now that His Majesty Haoshan has caught you, you're dead. As far as I know, he is the #1 genius of the Spirit Hall. He is not yet 20 years old, but his cultivation has already reached the level of Soul Saint. His combat strength is extraordinary. Flanders said that when he was still a Soul King, Ji Yu Han was able to defeat him after he broke through to Soul Saint. Now that Ji Yu Han's cultivation has reached the Soul Saint level, his strength is probably already comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. A tidal Douluo! Quote. Tang Hao laughed dismissively. That's impossible. You know too little. The difference in cultivation level between different realms of Soul Masters becomes greater as you progress. This is true for Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, and even more so for Soul Saints and Soul Douluos and tidal Douluos. It is indeed extraordinary for a Soul King to defeat a Soul Saint. Who is of a higher level? But for a soul saint to defeat a title Douluo despite being of a higher level is simply a pipe dream. The fact that a soul king can defeat a soul saint despite being of a higher level may be due to the difference in the quality of their martial soul. But a soul master who can break through to the title Douluo level cannot have a weak martial soul. There is simply no possibility of surpassing a level. Furthermore, in terms of defeating enemies of a higher level, only I, Tang Hao, have ever defeated an enemy of a higher level. No one else can defeat me. Tang Hao's calm tone was filled with boundless confidence that looked down on the world and looked down on all others. This is not due to his mindless overconfidence. It's his past glorious achievements that give him confidence. After all, back then, when he had just broken through to the title Douluo level. However, he killed Xian Zunji, a title Douluo of T. He Spirit Hall who was said to be at level 95, with a single blow. Xian Zunji possesses a top-tier 6-winged angel martial soul, and his cultivation level is 4 levels higher than that of a title Douluo. Such enemies were no match for Tang Hao. How could this mere genius soul saint from the Spirit Hall possibly be a match for Tang Hao? HMPH. That genius from the Spirit Hall, watch me crush him. Chapter 213 The Women Who Only Worry About Gaige, Tang Hao Attacks. Originally, it was Du Guyan, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, and others. I also plan to participate in a soul battle at the Soto Grand Arena tonight. But Yu Xiaoging's earth-shattering attack turned the area around the Soto Grand Arena into a biohazardous hell. No one can stay here anymore. Therefore, Huo Wuxuang summoned Huo Wu, who had entered the Great Soul Arena earlier. The group then returned to the hotel. We returned to the Tulip Hotel. Ji Yu Han called Du Guyan, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling and the other women, as well as Huo Wuxuang, Feng Xiaotian and Ma Hongjun, into a room. Then, with a sigh, he began to explain his identity as a member of the Spirit Hall. Everyone, actually, I've been lying to you all along about my identity. Actually, I am not from a reclusive family, but from the Spirit Hall. Looking around, besides Ziji, Xiao Wu, and Du Guyan, there was no one else. The expressions on he faces of the others became somewhat complicated. Ji Yu Han, having already devised a solution, smiled helplessly and explained. However, I did not mean to deceive you. Because I am a member of the Spirit Hall. And my identity is not ordinary. If I reveal my identity in public, it could easily cause unnecessary misunderstandings and trouble. That's why I hid my identity. You should be able to understand this. This is understandable to everyone. Because when they go out to gain experience, they will try their best to hide their identities. To avoid being discovered by enemies and hostile forces. And then to carry out the assassination. In the Douluo continent, the world of soul masters is not a peaceful place. Brother Ji Yu Han, does His Highness the Crown Prince know your identity? Shui Binger couldn't help but ask with some concern. However, she was not worried about the Crown Prince, Shui Qing, or the Heavenly Do Empire. Instead, she was worried about Ji Yu Han. Although, strictly speaking, the Five Elements Academy is located in the Heavenly Do Imperial City. In terms of allegiance, they are more inclined towards the Heavenly Do Empire. But it's just a matter of being more inclined to. In fact, the Five Elements Academy is not a force under the Heaven Do Empire. They also do not need to obey the commands of the Heavenly Do Empire. In the original work, at the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Competition, Snow Knight Emperor and Solace. However, they offered the lucrative terms of a Viscount title, a fiefdom, and the accept Ional permission to directly join the Spirit Hall's Holy Temple. They attempted to recruit Soul Master teams that were likely to advance. It's actually the Five Elements Academy team. This shows at the Five Elements Academy belongs to the Free Forces. You can choose to join the Spirit Hall. Alternatively, you can choose to join the Heavenly Do Empire. Finally, the Five Elements Academy did not choose to join the Spirit Hall. Instead, they joined the Anti-Spirit Hall forces represented by Tang San and others. This is mainly related to Bibi Dong's suppression and exclusion of non-direct descendants. However, since it is a free force, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, and others were from the Five Elements Academy. Naturally, they wouldn't directly side with the Heaven Do Empire. Because of the feelings we've developed over many years together. In addition, there's the kindness of Ji Yu Han in evolving his martial soul, as well as the kindness of guiding him in cultivation. This led Shui Binger and the others to quickly choose to stand on Ji Yu Han's side. His expression was complicated just now. I just didn't think of it for a moment. Ji Yu Han was not from a reclusive family, but rather a member of the Spirit Hall. Hey, Your Highness actually knows my identity. Ji Yu Han smiled slightly at Shui Binger's question. Then, he delivered the speech he had prepared beforehand. In fact, it was just telling Shui Binger and the others. The Spirit Hall does not have only one voice. Within the Spirit Hall, there are two factions. One is from the Papal faction, and the other is from the Patronage faction. Previously, the Spirit Hall was managed by their Grand Elder of the Offering clan. The Grand Master was gentle in nature and broad-minded. Therefore, at that time, the Spirit Hall was only focused on maintaining fairness and justice on the continent. To eradicate corrupt and evil Soul Masters and maintain order in the Soul Master world. They are high, GHLY respected in the world of Soul Masters. It was nothing like it is now, where the pursuit of expanding power is paramount, and those who submit to me prosper while those who oppose me perish. In any case, Ji Yu Han attributed the current tarnished reputation of the Spirit Hall to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is defined as a radical hawk. The faction he belongs to is a dove. They don't have much ambition. Therefore, the Heavenly Do Empire is actually an ally. Crown Prince Shui Qing also knew about these things. That's why we became friends. That's why he agreed to become a guest advisor to the Crown Prince, Shui Qing, and help him build this team of geniuses. In the future, they will attempt to win the championship in the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament. This adds another stroke of glory and brilliance to the Crown Prince, Shui Qing. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. They had also heard that the Spirit Hall used to be much better, unlike what it is now. So it turns out the faction that was in charge of the Spirit Hall has changed its leader. However, it's good that His Highness the Crown Prince knows Ji Yu Han's identity. Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Yi Lingling, and the other women all breathed a sigh of relief. They were all very worried. What if His Highness the Crown Prince didn't know Ji Yu Han's true identity before? If they found out now, they would become enemies with Ji Yu Han. Ji Yu Han was forced to leave the Heavenly Do Imperial City. They will never see Ji Yu Han again. You brat from the Spirit Hall, come out here and face your death. Suddenly, a low, cold shout rang out from outside the window. At the same time, a terrifying pressure of soul power also erupted. Such powerful soul force pressure. Sensing the terrifying pressure of soul power outside, Shui Binger, Huo Wu, Yi Lingling, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions and look at Ji Yu Han. Judging from these words, it was clear that the person who came was after Ji Yu Han. Wow, they arrived really fast. Brother Ji Yu Han just said that if his identity as a member of the Spirit Hall is exposed, it may cause unnecessary misunderstandings and trouble. Sure enough, trouble ensued. Moreover, this might not be just an ordinary problem. Hey, what was bound to happen? It seems there's no escaping it. Ji Yu Han smiled, but spoke slowly and deliberately. Because I met Tang San and Yu Xiaogang today. In particular, Tang San specifically mentioned his background as a member of the Spirit Hall. He knew that Tang Hao would most likely come to visit. You all stay here and don't come out. Ji Yu Han turned around and smiled at Shui Binger and the others. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly. I'll go and have a good talk with this uninvited guest. After saying that, Ji Yu Han and Ziji darted out of the window in an instant. In a swift leap, they arrived at the hotel rooftop. All that could be seen was the pitch-black night. The full moon hangs high in the sky. Up in the air, a tall, burly man dressed in a long black robe and wearing a hood, whose face was obscured. The middle-aged man, whose only visible feature was his messy hair, was holding a black iron hammer and hovering in the air. Around him, 9 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red were constantly pulsating, emitting terrifying soul power fluctuations. The clear sky hammer, the 9th spirit ring of 100,000 years, it turns out to be His Majesty the Clear Sky. What brings Your Majesty the Jade Emperor here so late at night? With his hands behind his back, Ji Yu Han smiled faintly and asked after revealing Tang Hao's identity. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han recognized him immediately. Tang Hao frowned, but wasn't too surprised. He simply spoke in a low, cold voice. Kid, you've got some knowledge. Now that you recognize me, you should understand why I'm here, right? As a senior, I shouldn't have laid a hand on a junior like you. But the only one to blame is your Spirit Hall people. Prepare to die. After saying that, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a cold light. With a swift movement, he charged towards Ji Yu Han. He raised the Haoshan hammer high in his hand. Chapter 214 The Great Sumeru Hammer explodes the ring. Court death. However, Tang Hao, dressed in a black robe and wielding the clear sky hammer, charged towards Ji Yu Han. With a piercing whistling sound, the Haoshan hammer in his hand was smashed down towards Ji Yu Han from midair. A cold, angry shout suddenly rang out. The next moment, Ziji's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ji Yu Han. Her face was cold, beautiful, and charming. Those deep purple eyes were also filled with coldness and murderous intent. Her fair, jade-like hand radiated a dazzling purple light as she struck Tang Hao with her palm. Facing Ziji's palm strike, Tang Hao's expression changed as he sensed a strong threat. He quickly retrieved the Haoshan hammer from his hand, held the handle horizontally in front of his chest, and blocked Ziji's palm strike. But he was still instantly knocked away. However, Ziji's attack did not harm Tang Hao. After regaining his balance in the air, Tang Hao held the clear sky hammer, his eyes narrowed, and he let out a low, cold laugh. I knew it. How could the geniuses of your spirit hall be left unprotected? But if you think you can stop me, Tang Hao, I'll see if you have the strength. After saying that, Tang Hao raised the clear sky hammer in his hand. And the blood-red patterns on it immediately lit up. The next moment, a burst of cold white light burst forth from Tang Hao's body, enveloping the surroundings. Ji Yu Han and Ziji were also included. Killing God Domain. Field. On Ziji's cold and beautiful face, a hint of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she also let out a cold laugh. A burst of purple light suddenly erupted from his body, enveloping the surroundings as well. This is Ziji's innate domain, the devouring domain. Talent domain. Unexpectedly, Ziji also possessed a domain, causing Tang Hao's expression to become somewhat solemn. Because soul masters with innate talents generally possess extremely powerful martial souls. It seems that killing this genius soul master from the spirit hall won't be so easy this time. After the devouring domain was deployed, suddenly, a pair of demonic dragon wings unfurled from Ziji's back, and her hands transformed into enormous and ferocious purple hellish demonic dragon claws. It shot into the sky in an instant and attacked Tang Hao. Heavenly Demon Domain. Death and Decay. Dragon's Claw. It had just risen into the air. Ziji then unleashed her domain-type soul skill, Heavenly Demon Field, forcibly pulling Tang Hao over. At the same time, various ranged attack soul skills were frantically bombarded at Tang Hao. It also utilizes the powerful physical body of a soul beast, as well as its strong flight ability in the air. While launching a soul skill attack, they launched surprise attacks from all directions, attempting to get close and severely injure Tang Hao. Tang Hao was utterly shocked and furious at this. What's wrong with this woman? Neither the summoning of the martial spirit nor the use of a soul skill were observed. How did I enter the state of being possessed by a martial spirit? Moreover, there were no spirit rings appearing around him, so how could he have used so many spirit skills? Could it be that they are all self-created soul skills? But that's not right. Even their own Haoshan sect's self-created soul skills. Most of them are self-created soul skills that are combat techniques performed with the help of the weapon spirit, Haoshan hammer. This kind of self-created soul skill is relatively easy to create. However, this woman's self-created soul skills are all elemental. Such self-created soul skills are not so easy to create. In the fierce battle with Murasaki, Tang Hao was completely taken aback to find that Ziji was a soul beast. Because in the Douluo continent, soul masters generally don't like reading books or learning knowledge. Tang Hao is the same. In addition to what soul masters must learn, such as recognizing the attributes and types of various soul beasts, and understanding the cultivation levels and corresponding characteristics of different soul beasts. A deeper understanding of soul beasts. Tang Hao only knew that soul beasts could transform into human form after reaching 100,000 years of age. There is also some related knowledge. He also encountered a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had taken human form. This 100,000-year-old soul beast, after taking human form, also became his wife. But in Tang Hao's view, if a 100,000-year-old soul beast chooses to transform into a human, it can be said that it has completely become a human. They will lose their former abilities as soul beasts. They can only fight enemies using martial souls and soul skills, just like human soul masters. However, Ziji did not summon her martial soul, nor did she display any soul skills. It doesn't seem like a normal soul master, nor does it seem like a transformed soul beast. Because of his wife, Ah Yin, Tang Hao subconsciously compared Ziji and Ah Yin, who were also in human form. And for a moment he couldn't understand it at all. Although Tang Hao's cultivation level is currently at level 95, he is a title Douluo. However, as a ferocious beast with over 200,000 years of cultivation, Ziji's strength is comparable to that of a level 95 title Douluo. In addition, He took the rising dragon pill given to him by Ji Yuhan. The Hell Dragon bloodline evolved, resulting in a significant increase in cultivation. Now, Ziji's strength even surpasses that of Tang Hao, who was covered in hidden injuries. However, in Soto City, Murasaki was unable to transform into the true form of the Hell Dragon and display her full power. Therefore, they were unable to gain an overwhelming advantage in their battle against Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao was covered in hidden injuries. If the battle continues, this is not a good thing for Tang Hao. Because the longer the battle lasts, the more intense it becomes. This will cause Tang Hao's hidden injuries to flare up. Damn it, we just need to get to that place. They found that they couldn't escape Murasaki's attacks no matter what they did. She couldn't break through Ziji's defenses to attack Ji Yuhan. Tang Hao was absolutely furious. Ji Yuhan stood behind Ziji, his tall and slender figure towering over the hotel rooftop. That handsome, flawless face, with a faint smile, was framed by his arms crossed. He appeared completely unafraid of Houshan Douluo. This made Tang Hao extremely unhappy. Because we can't delay any longer. Tang Hao was also ready to put aside all his concerns. They didn't care about the other people in the hotel. This includes Dugu Yan, Shui Binger, and Huo Wu, who come from many powerful Soul Master factions in the Heaven Do Imperial City. They prepared to unleash their strongest attack against Ji Yuhan. Bury Ji Yuhan along with the Tulip Hotel. Kid, do you think you can protect yourself with this woman? Your Pope couldn't stop me back then, and she can't stop me today. After creating distance between himself and Ziji, Tang Hao raised the massive clear sky hammer in his hand, his face cold as he roared, instantly unleashing the clear sky sect's strongest technique. Great Sumeru Hammer. Ring explosion. In an instant, 9 soul rings appeared around Tang Hao's body. Starting with the first spirit ring. One after another, spirit rings exploded. First, it burst forth with dazzling light, releasing intense fluctuations of soul power. Then, it suddenly dimmed. Tang Hao squeezed out all the soul power from each of the soul rings. It all concentrated on the true form of the clear sky hammer in his hand. The true form of the Houshan hammer continued to grow larger, like an inflating balloon. After all 9 soul rings were detonated, Ing Hao raised the clear sky hammer in its true form high in the air. The hammer handle was already over 50 meters long, and the hammerhead had transformed into a massive cylinder over 30 meters long and over 5 meters in diameter. It exudes a terrifying aura and soul power fluctuations. Kid, die. After unleashing the great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion. Tang Hao roared angrily and hurled the massive Houshan hammer, now engulfed in its rings, from the air toward Ji Yuhan. In an instant, the massive Houshan hammer was thrown out. Like a shooting star, it carried a terrifying aura that could shatter everything. With a piercing whistle and a whooshing sound, it hurtled towards Ji Yuhan. Chapter 215. One strike shatters the Houshan hammer. Great Sumeru hammer. Ring explosion. They discovered that Tang Hao had finally unleashed the Houshan sect's strongest ultimate technique, the Great Sumeru hammer. Ring explosion. Ji Yuhan, tall and slender, stood on the roof of the Tulip Hotel and couldn't help but smile faintly. It's right inside the Tulip Hotel. Many guests and staff saw the unstoppable momentum in the sky. The true form of the Houshan hammer hurtled in like a falling meteor. When my heart was filled with despair, and I thought I was going to die. Ji Yuhan's heart stirred. In a burst of dazzling golden light, it summoned an enormous creature that stretched across the sky, seemingly blotting out the sun. The holy dragon, a martial spirit, appears sacred, majestic, and domineering. Of course, it's an illusory state of martial spirit. Then, Ji Yuhan entered the martial soul possession state. 8 soul rings, black, 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 black gold, black, and red, rose one after another beneath his feet. What? When they saw the 8 spirit rings rising beneath Ji Yuhan's feet after he possessed his martial spirit. Especially the 8th 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. Didn't Yu Shaogang say that this kid is only a soul saint? How could it be contra? And the 8th spirit ring takes 100,000 years. You didn't tell me such crucial information. Tang Hao was both shocked and furious. After Su moaning the martial soul holy dragon and entering the martial soul possession state. The next moment, Ji Yuhan activated his 6th soul skill, Void Dark Domain. As the 6th soul ring surrounding him lit up, amidst a terrifying surge of soul power, a dazzling burst of dark light instantly erupted from Ji Yuhan's body. It spread rapidly, enveloping the surrounding area. Void Dark Domain, open. FTER activating the upgraded 6th soul skill of the Million-Year Era, Void Dark Domain. Ji Yu Han directly used the spatial confinement ability of the Void Dark Domain to fix Tang Hao's true form of the Clear Sky Hammer, which was enhanced with the power of the Great Sumeru Hammer, exploding rings, in the air. When he saw the Great Sumeru Hammer, ring explosion that he had unleashed, which was comparable to the power of a soul skill that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. He was actually frozen in midair by Ji Yu Han's mere 10,000 years soul skill. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically, and his heart was filled with turbulent emotions. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the Great Sumeru Hammer, ring-breaking hammer, capable of blasting 9 rings in a row. Among the destroyed spirit rings was a 100,000-year spirit ring. Even a super Douluo of level 95 or above could not possibly withstand my Great Sumeru Hammer, ring explosion so easily. Broken. After using the spatial confinement ability of the Void Dark Domain, Tang Hao's true form of the Clear Sky Hammer, which was enhanced with the power of the Great Sumeru Hammer, exploding rings, was fixed in the air. Ji Yu Han pointed at the true form of the Haoshan Hammer in the void and simply spoke. The ability to shatter space within the Void Dark Domain is activated instantly. The space where the Haoshan Hammer's true form, which was fixed in the air by the Void Dark Domain, was located suddenly turned into a mirror-like surface. Then suddenly cracks appeared, and it shattered violently. Puff. Under the fragmentation of space. The true form of the Haoshan Hammer was not spared either, and it instantly shattered into pieces. It exploded into countless points of soul energy. This caused Tang Hao to suffer a backlash, his face turned pale, and he suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His aura plummeted, and he instantly fell from the sky. It crashed heavily to the ground. Hey, you want to kill me? However, Your Majesty Haoshan, your strength seems insufficient. After defeating Tang Hao in one strike. Looking at Tang Hao lying on the ground, suffering from the backlash, his face pale, his momentum weak, and having lost the ability to fight. Ji Yu Han flashed and appeared in front of Tang Hao, and couldn't help but smile faintly. I never expected the Spirit Hall to produce such a monster as you. Quote. With a mere 10,000-year soul skill, you broke my Haoshan sect's Great Sumeru Hammer, exploding ring. If only I had discovered you sooner, I would have definitely eliminated such a formidable enemy for my Haoshan sect. It's a pity. Tang Hao lay on the ground, his face pale and his spirits low. He coughed up blood and gritted his teeth in resentment. Just kill me. Tang Hao knew he was doomed and didn't want to beg for mercy. However, as Ji Yu Han slowly raised his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. After thinking about it, I smiled faintly and put it down. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Ji Yu Han originally intended to kill Tang Hao. But then she thought of Xian Runshui's plan to ruin Bibi Dong's reputation. Yu Shaogang will definitely be involved in this. To utilize Yu Shaogang, it might be necessary to utilize Tang San and his son. Although Ji Yu Han didn't know, Xian Runshui had found out that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. You could let Ji Yu Han come up with a plan to ruin Bibi Dong's reputation. He felt that Tang Hao would be a very useful pawn. It would be better to spare his life for now. Anyway, Tang Hao is in his hands, so he can't possibly cause any trouble. However, they decided not to kill Tang Hao for the time being. But Ji Yu Han still wanted to squeeze every last drop of value out of Tang Hao. You won't kill me. Unexpectedly, this monstrous young man from the Spirit Hall said he wouldn't kill him. Tang Hao was stunned, somewhat surprised and uncertain. However, the next moment, a strange purple light appeared in Ji Yu Han's eyes. The miraculous spiritual power, the heaven-shattering earth-striking technique, is activated. In an instant, Ji Yu Han used the heaven-shattering earth-shattering technique. Yue to directly pull Tang Hao's consciousness into the illusion. Through the illusion, Ji Yu Han easily retrieved the chaotic cloak hammer technique, the 9 absolute techniques of Haoshan sect, and the Great Sumeru Hammer from Tang Hao. However, the chaotic cloak hammer technique and the 9 absolute techniques of Haoshan were not very useful to Ji Yu Han. The only thing that would be useful to Ji Yu Han was the exploding rings of the Great Sumeru Hammer. After Ji Yu Han dispelled the illusion, thinking of the illusion he had just experienced, Tang Hao's eyes widened in fury, and he was filled with rage. You actually used a mental soul technique to steal the secret techniques passed down in my Clear Sky sect. You thief. You damn thief. He realized that he had actually revealed the secret techniques passed down by the Haoshan sect. He himself was a sinner of the Haoshan sect. Now they deserve to die even more. Tang Hao was utterly desperate and wished he could die. However, Tang Hao quickly gave up on the idea. Because if he dies, no one would know that their Haoshan sect's secret techniques had been leaked. He has to survive. We must do everything in our power to kill this damned spirit hall brat. Consider these unique techniques of your Haoshan sect as the price you have to pay to survive. Ji Yu Han ignored Tang Hao's hysterical and furious roar, and simply spoke calmly. Furthermore, I have already left a spiritual mark on you. From now on, you can continue to stay hidden in the shadows, just like before. Don't even think about trying to avoid me with your son Tang San, or else. Ji Yu Han didn't finish speaking, but his tone was full of murderous intent and threat, and his meaning was very clear. Then play with the flavors. By the way, Your Majesty Haoshan, can you still walk? If you can leave, it's best to do so as soon as possible. I won't kill you, but you just looked like you were going to smash this hotel to pieces with the Great Sumeru Hammer Ring explosion. Quote, I'm not the only one in the hotel. Who knows if there are other people who hold a grudge and want to kill you if they see you injured. After saying that, Ji Yu Han took ZG and leapt into the air. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression also turned ugly. Despite his injuries, he struggled to his feet. After glancing at the Tulip Hotel behind him, he had no choice but to flee. On the other side, Shrek Academy. Time passed by unnoticed. Yu Xiaogang paced back and forth in the house, waiting anxiously. The result of Tang Hao's group's mission to kill Ji Yu Han. It was already the second day. Tang Hao finally arrived. He still had a tall and imposing figure, wearing a black robe and a black hood, obscuring his face, only his messy hair was visible. Your Majesty, how is it? Upon seeing Tang Hao return, Yu Xiaogang asked hopefully in a slightly effeminate yet sharp voice. Chapter 216 Zhao Wuji. Kid, I've finally caught you. How about it? Looking at Yu Xiaogang's pale, beardless face, which resembled that of a eunuch, Tang Hao was furious, wishing he could smash Yu Xiaogang's pig head to pieces with a hammer. You bastard. EY assured me with absolute certainty that this Ji Yu Han was merely a soul saint. As it turns out, this guy actually possesses a 100,000-year 8th spirit ring, while his other spirit rings are all 10,000-year spirit rings. He was also protected by powerful title Douluos. It almost killed me. Now, he's neither dead nor alive. However, they have leaked all the secret techniques passed down in our Haoshan sect. If you are not the mistress's teacher, and that guy told me not to try to change the situation between the mistress and you. I'll smash you to death with this hammer right now. It failed. I never expected that Ji Yu Han would have a powerful title Douluo sent by the Spirit Hall to protect him. This title Douluo is quite powerful. I have no way to kill Ji Yu Han under his protection. He forcefully suppressed his inner anger. To maintain his reputation as the Haoshan Douluo, and also because of Ji Yu Han's threat. Tang Hao did not choose to tell the truth, but spoke calmly. They attributed the failure to Murasaki's fault. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. However, it wasn't too surprising. Given Ji Yu Han's talent, the Spirit H. All would send a title Douluo to protect him. This is normal. But don't worry too much. I have no way to break through the protection of that title Douluo and kill Ji Yu Han. But even the title Douluo can't do anything to me. You can stay at Shrek Academy without worry, just try to avoid provoke Ji Yu Han in the future. To prevent Yu Xiaogang from being frightened, he took Tang San and ran away, disobeying Ji Yu Han's request. Tang Hao suppressed his resentment and added in a deep voice. Because of his serious injuries, Tang Hao needed to hurry up and recover. After giving Yu Xiaogang an explanation, he then made an excuse and quickly left again. HMPH. You little brat, you're actually quite favored by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall actually sent a title Douluo, whom even his Majesty Haoshan couldn't do anything about, to protect you personally. After Tang Hao left, Yu Xiaogang still hadn't given up on the idea of taking revenge on Ji Yu Han, and he thought about it with resentment in his heart. But that's all there is to it. They dared to make me, Yu Xiaogang, lose my dignity as a man, and now they've made me feel so humiliated. You wait, Yu Xiaogang, will never let you get away with this. Even the title Douluo protecting Ji Yu Han couldn't do anything to Tang Hao. If he could find another title Douluo, he might be able to kill Ji Yu Han. Time flew by, and it was already the next day. Regarding Tang Hao's attempt to kill Ji Yu Han last night, except for Yu Xiaogang, no one in the entire Shrek Academy knew this. In fact, Tang San's father is Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao. Currently, only Yu Xiaogang knows this at Shrek Academy. Because Yu Xiaogang brought Tang San and arrived at Shrek Academy ahead of time. Tang San naturally enrolled in Shrek Academy without any problems. They did not encounter any test from Zhao Wuji. Therefore, neither Flander nor Zhao Wuji knew of Tang Hao's existence. Today is the day Shrek Academy begins its enrollment process. Originally, Dai Mubai wanted to take Zhao Wuji to Soto City to find Zhu Zuqing during the day. They found out where Ji Yu Han was. Let Zhao Wuji help him get revenge and punish the adulterer. But because they need to recruit students during the day, Dai Mubai could only help with student recruitment at Shrek Academy. Zhao Wuji was responsible for being the teacher in charge of the final assessment. But because of Ji Yu Han's influence, Tang San arrived ahead of time. Xiao Wu is currently by Ji Yu Han's side. Zhu Zuqing arrived in Soto City first and discovered Dai Mubai's true colors. And because of Ji Yu Han's presence, she is now hesitant about what to choose. Therefore, in the end, only Ning Rongrong came to Shrek Academy. He successfully passed the assessment and was admitted to Shrek Academy. Night fell quickly. Full of energy, Dai Mubai prepared to take Zhao Wuji to Soto City to seek revenge on the despicable adulterer who dared to seduce his fiancée Zhu Zuqing. However, before leaving, Zhao Wuji went to find Flander. Because he was severely injured by Ji Yu Han last night, Flander is still very weak and is resting in bed. Flander, I have to go out tonight and I might be back late tomorrow. Upon entering, Zhao Wuji immediately spoke in a loud, boisterous voice. What are you going out to do? These next few days are crucial for the college's admissions process, so don't mess things up. Flander's face was somewhat pale, and he frowned as he spoke. Don't worry, it's important business. It's just to help Mubai and teach that ignorant brat a lesson. Zhao Wuji chuckled and then told him about Dai Mubai. This marriage alliance between the Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion is very important. This time I went to help Mubai teach that brat a lesson, so his fiancée wouldn't dare to mess around. This saved face for the Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion, and reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble. If the Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion find out, they'll definitely have to make some kind of gesture, right? Upon hearing this, Flander's eyes lit up immediately. In my ears, I could almost hear the pleasant, crisp sound of a large number of gold soul coins colliding. That makes sense. Then go and help Mubai. Just come back before noon tomorrow. However, after saying that, Flander suddenly had a sudden whim and couldn't help but ask. Do you know the name of this adulterer? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji scratched his head and thought for a moment. Mubai didn't say that. What does Mubai's fiancé look like? Flanders frowned and asked again. My fiancé looks to be only 12 or 13 years old. She's wearing a tight black leather outfit. Has a great figure, and long black hair styled in cat ear buns. At this moment, Dai Mubai also came over and gave a general description of Zhu Zuqing's appearance. Then, he shook his head and laughed. Dean, I know that you and Professor Qin Ming were injured by a very young monster last night. But that monster definitely couldn't be the guy who seduced my fiancé. Isn't he from the Spirit Hall? The geniuses of the Spirit Hall will surely recognize the significance of the evil-eyed white tiger and netherworld cat spirits on our bodies. Even Spirit Hall wouldn't dare to break the marriage agreement between our two families and offend our Star Luo Empire. Dai Mubai spoke with confidence. After learning what Zhu Zuqing looked like, Lander recalled the girl who was with Ji Yu Han last night. It seemed that Dai Mubai did not have a fiancé, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I think I'm overthinking it. Okay, then you can go ahead. Come back early tomorrow. On the other side, in Soto. Late at night, after taking Zhu Zuqing and the rest of the genius team to participate in the Soto Grand Arena battle that evening, Ji Yu Han escorted Zhu Zuqing back to the hotel. On the way, Zhu Zuqing was still filled with disbelief. Thinking about the fighting spirit I saw tonight. The team members led by Ji Yu Han were all incredibly talented geniuses. He was only 5 or 6 years older than him, but his cultivation had already reached the high-level Soul Master level and he was about to break through to Soul King. This is simply unbelievable. All of this was actually because of Ji Yu Han. Kids, I finally caught you too. Just as Ji Yu Han and Zhu Zuqing were about to arrive at their hotel, a loud, rough shout rang out. Zhao Wuji was short in stature, but his body was muscular and very strong. Dai Mubai, dressed in a white suit, with sinister eyes and a cold smile, jumped out. He stood in front of the two of them. Chapter 217 Zhao Wuji angrily slapped Dai Mubai. How dare you slander His Majesty Ji Yu Han? Soto. It was late at night. There were hardly any pedestrians on the streets. On a street that must be passed on the way to the hotel where Zhu Zuqing is staying. Zhao Wuji and Dai Mubai waited for a long time before finally seeing Ji Yuhan and Zhu Zuqing return. Kid, you're pretty brave. Looking at Ji Yuhan in front of him, Zhao Wuji clenched his fists and grinned maliciously. How dare you steal the fiancé of one of our Shrek Academy students? You have some nerve. Today, I'm going to show you what cruelty really means. Because we've been waiting for a long time. Zhao Wuji didn't want to waste any more time. After saying that, with a loud shout, Zhao Wuji clenched his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and stomped his foot hard on the ground. He dashed out at lightning speed in an instant. In midair, he raised his fist and threw a punch at Ji Yuhan. Behind him, Dai Mubai stood with his arms crossed, his evil eyes filled with pleasure, watching with a cold smile. Kid, you dare steal my woman. You're asking for it, so what if you're stronger than me? In this world, connections and influence matter. It seems your background and influence aren't that great. However, the next moment, Dai Mubai's cold smile froze. As Zhao Wuji roared angrily and threw a punch at him, Ji Yuhan simply flashed his body and dodged Zhao Wuji's punch. Then, he swung his hand in a wide arc and slapped it out. Smack! With a series of sharp cracks, Zhao Wuji's face was distorted by the slap. And several bloody teeth came out of his mouth. He flew through the air in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Teacher Zhao. Upon seeing this, Dai Mubai's expression changed. And he quickly ran over to help Zhao Wuji up. On the ground, Zhao Wuji felt his head buzzing, and the side of his face that had been hit burned with pain. After being helped up by Dai Mubai, Zhao Wuji touched the burning, painful side of his face. It's obviously swollen. A tooth that was already on the verge of falling out was further loosened by Zhao Wuji's movements. It fell out of my gums. Pooh. After spitting out his teeth, Zhao Wuji went numb. Upon discovering that several of his teeth had been knocked out by a slap, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but let out a furious and sorrowful roar. My teeth. The next moment, Zhao Wuji stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot, panting heavily, and roared. Kid, you've angered me. Although the attack on Ji Yuhan just now failed. Instead, Ji Yuhan slapped him so hard he flew away, knocking out several of his teeth. But Zhao Wuji didn't think it was because Ji Yuhan was stronger. I just thought it was because I was careless. After all, he hadn't even summoned his martial spirit just now, nor had he been too serious. He thought that his soul saint level physical attributes alone would be enough to crush this kid in front of him. I didn't expect this kid to be so skilled. But they dared to slap Zhao Wuji in the face. This isn't over yet. That's really interesting. Ji Yuhan laughed at Zhao Wuji's anger, and said sarcastically. You got hit instead of hitting someone, and you're still angry. You Shrek Academy are truly shameless, you've all inherited the trait. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was taken aback. A sense of doubt creeping into his heart. This kid seems to have met people from our Shrek Academy before. However, Zhao Wuji didn't think too much about it. They assumed that Ji Yuhan was referring to Dai Mubai when he said that. Kid, you dare slap me in the face. I'll beat your face into a pig's head. Knock out all your teeth. Zhao Wuji roared and suddenly summoned the mighty Vajra Bear martial soul. Entering the martial soul possession state. In an instant, after the mighty Vajra Bear martial spirit possessed him, Zhao Wuji's figure suddenly began to grow taller, his muscles swelled. Thick golden bear fur grew all over his body, and his hands turned into bear paws the size of palm fans. At the same time, 7 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black, rose from beneath Zhao Wuji's feet. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Zhao Wuji's body. Teacher Zhao needs to get serious. Upon seeing Zhao Wuji's martial spirit possess him, a hint of excitement and exhilaration flashed in Dai Mubai's wicked eyes. It was as if I could see Ji Yuhan being brutally abused by Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji. Flander from your college should still be in bed right now. Didn't he tell you who you shouldn't mess with in Soto City? After Zhao Wuji's martial spirit possessed him, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile faintly. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice. Who gave you the audacity to boss me around like that? Ah. Upon hearing Ji Yuhan's words, Zhao Wuji, who had entered the martial soul possession state, immediately changed his expression and was filled with shock. How does this kid know my name? What did he mean by that? How did he know about Flanders? Could it be? In an instant, a terrifying thought surfaced in Zhao Wuji's mind. And after drinking it cold, the next moment, a dazzling golden light burst forth from Ji Yuhan's body. Amidst a dragon's roar, an incredibly massive martial soul holy dragon seemingly blotting out the sky and exuding a sacred, majestic, and domineering aura, suddenly emerged from behind Ji Yuhan. At the same time, 8 soul rings, black, 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 black gold, black, and red, rose one after another from beneath Ji Yuhan's feet. When Zhao Wuji saw Ji Yuhan's martial spirit and the spirit ring rising beneath his feet, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It's over. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. When Dai Mubai saw the 8 spirit rings rising from Ji Yuhan's feet, his pupils immediately contracted. He felt his whole body trembling, his eyes turned bloodshot. His fists clenched, and he roared with rage inside. This guy looks about my age, how could he already be a Contra Master? Moreover, all of their spirit rings are over 10,000 years old. And the 8th spirit ring is even 100,000 years old. You must be kidding. How could such a monster exist in this world? Brother Ji Yuhan. Behind her, Zhu Zuqing's beauty. All eyes were also filled with shock and disbelief, and she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Although I learned from Xiaowu that Ji Yuhan was a soul Douluo. But Zhu Zuqing didn't expect that either. Ji Yuhan, this Contra player, is actually this monstrous. That was a massive golden dragon martial soul, as large as a small mountain, radiating a terrifying dragon's might. There are also soul R-ing configurations with 10,000-year full soul rings and even a soul ring configuration with an 8th soul ring that lasts for 100,000 years. No wonder Xiao Wu said that. Brother, Ji Yuhan's strength is comparable to that of a title Douluo. Are you His Majesty Ji Yuhan? After seeing the massive martial soul holy dragon and the incredible soul ring configuration behind Ji Yuhan, Zhao Wuji felt his whole body trembling. And he couldn't help but force a fawning smile onto his face as he clasped his hands in greeting. Your Majesty, this is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstand. Ji Yuhan smiled faintly. That's not what you said just now. Didn't you say you were going to beat me until my head was a pig's and knock out all my teeth? No one has ever dared to speak to me like that before, not even your Dean Flander. Ji Yuhan gave a cold smile. I've always been the kind of person who treats others with the utmost respect. If anyone dares to offend me, I'll send them to hell. I think you must be tired of living, so I'll reluctantly see you off. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Zhao Wuji was immediately covered in cold sweat and became extremely anxious. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji saw Dai Mubai. Thinking that all of this was caused by Dai Mubai. They offended such a powerful figure and still kept it a secret. This is going to ruin him. Zhao Wuji's anger surged. Although Dai Mubai is the 3rd prince of the Star Luo royal family. But I can't worry about that now. Facing Ji Yuhan's relentless approach, Zhao Wuji turned around and swung his bare paw, which was the size of a palm leaf fan, in a wide arc. He slapped Dai Mubai across the face in anger. He sent Dai Mubai flying, his bloody teeth flying through air and scattering all over the ground. After he knocked Dai Mubai away, Zhao Wuji, still furious, chased after him and grabbed Dai Mubai by the collar. He slapped Dai Mubai's face repeatedly with both hands, roaring angrily. Boy, how dare you slander His Majesty Ji Yuhan? Given His Majesty Ji Yuhan's status, would he try to steal your fiancé? Chapter 218A Scattered Situation. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zuqing's choice. He was slapped away by Zhao Wuji. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed her collar and began to whip her wildly, left and right. Dai Mubai was slapped so hard his head turned into a pig's head. However, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Dai Mubai was still filled with grief and indignation. This guy clearly stole my fiancé. You little rascal, ever since you came to Shrek Academy, all he ever does is indulge in pleasure and seek pleasure everywhere. With your current state and the Star Luo royal family's system of breeding Ji for inheritance, you are doomed to die. Miss Zuqing, your future looks bleak. Your Majesty Ji Yuhan, being with Miss Zuqing is your salvation. It's not only a redemption for Miss Zuqing, but also a redemption for you, kid. If Miss Zuqing, under His Majesty Ji Yuhan's protection, prevents your Star Luo royal family and the Yuming Grand Duke's mansion from doing anything, then you won't have to die, right? You not only failed to understand Ji Yuhan's good intentions, you even deceived me and wanted me to avenge you. You ungrateful wretch. Zhao Wuji roared as he slapped Dai Mubai repeatedly. Ji Yuhan abducted Zhu Zuqing. It can be seen as a redemption for Zhu Zuqing, and also for Dai Mubai. It has to be said. That makes a lot of sense. Your Excellency Ji Yuhan, this is all a misunderstanding. After giving Dai Mubai a severe lesson, Zhao Wuji turned to look at Ji Yuhan again, his face full of ingratiating smiles. I've already taught this kid a lesson. I'll take him back to the academy now to reflect on his actions. I promise he will never dare to harass Miss Zuching again. Zhao Wuji patted his chest and made his promise. After saying that, he picked up Dai Mubai and tried to make a run for it. Wait. Ji Yu Han, however, curled his lips into a mocking smile and said, Fudo Myo, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think you can just put on an act and leave? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's heart sank. But he forced a smile. Then, Your Majesty Ji Yu Han, how can you forgive our offense just now? It's very simple, both you and he will have to pay the corresponding price. Ji Yu Han said calmly. If you satisfy me, you can leave. Cost. Thinking of his boastful words just now, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth. He raised his two bare paws, each the size of a palm leaf fan, and began slapping his own face wildly, left and right. Soon, he had turned himself into a pig's head. Almost all of his teeth had fallen out from the smoking. He speaks with a lisp. Your Majesty, is this area wide enough to touch? Zhao Wuji, with his face swollen like a pig's head, said. Not enough. Ji Yu Han continued. Not enough. Zhao Wuji's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he looked bitter. He could only look at his left arm and grit his teeth. He slapped his left shoulder, breaking his left arm. Your Majesty, is it permissible now? Your side is barely acceptable. Ji Yu Han nodded lightly and did not make things difficult for Zhao Wuji. After all, this guy was at least sensible. But he's not that simple. Ji Yu Han glanced at Dai Mubai, whose face was also swollen like a pig's head, and sneered. I already let him off the hook once before. He actually dared to ask you to avenge him. If I hadn't possessed decent strength, I don't know how miserable my fate would have been. Zuching, what do you think is the best way to punish him? Ji Yu Han looked at Zhu Zuching beside him and asked. A hint of hesitation flashed in Zhu Zuching's beautiful eyes. She didn't know how to handle the situation. In the end, he shook his head and said, Brother Ji Yu Han, you can decide these things. Should I decide? Ji Yu Han smiled, looked at Dai Mubai, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Since Dai Mubai abandoned you so he could be a womanizer outside. And after you came over and discovered that he still didn't think he had done anything wrong or wanted to repent. Then how about punishing him so that he can no longer be a womanizer? Does this mean I can no longer be so carefree and dashing? This is worse than death. Upon hearing this punishment, Dai Mubai trembled. His heart filled with terror. Struggling to get up, he tried to run away. But Zhao Wuji grabbed him and he couldn't break free. Mu Bai, I'm so sorry. Although he understood Ji Yu Han's meaning, Zhao Wuji also felt somewhat guilty. But I would rather die than see my fellow Taoist die. If Dai Mubai isn't punished, Zhao Wuji might be in big trouble. After all, Zhao Wuji knew very well. In his youth, if anyone dares to say in front of him that they want to beat him into a pig's head and knock out all his teeth, he didn't kill the man. They should also beat him until he is paralyzed. Now he's just swollen in the face and has lost all his teeth. Although my left arm is broken, it is not irreversible. This outcome is already quite good. All he wanted now was to get back to Shrek Academy safely. I can only apologize to Dai Mubai. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? After capturing Dai Mubai, Zhao Wuji turned to Ji Yu Han and asked him in a fawning tone. It's simple. Just let him suffer a complete loss. I'll leave this to you. Ji Yu Han smiled faintly and said. Let me. Zhao Wuji's face fell again. But there's nothing we can do about it. The emperor before him, who could take his life, issued an order. He had no choice but to obey if he wanted to live. Mu Bai, I'm so sorry. After Dai Mubai, who was being held tightly by his opponent, finished speaking, Zhao Wuji threw Dai Mubai to the ground. Then, he kicked out suddenly. The next moment, a blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed through the night sky. In the midst of the excruciating pain of losing everything, Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, then everything went black and he fainted. However, Zhao Wuji felt somewhat helpless about this. Because he had already put a lot of force into that kick. This lord demanded that everything fall apart. He had already crossed the line of the rules, but he let the egg break. But it wasn't kicked to pieces. I just hope Dai Mubai can understand his good intentions. After Zhao Wuji kicked Dai Mubai so hard that he flew away and broke his eggs, Ji Yu Han finally agreed to let Zhao Wuji take Dai Mubai away. Zhu Qing, you should have seen my strength just now. Believe me, even if your Star Luo royal family and the Netherworld Grand Duke's mansion send a title Douluo, I still have the ability to protect you. After Zhao Wuji left with Dai Mubai, Ji Yuhan looked at Zhu Zuqing, smiled slightly, and said, "You should have seen Dai Mubai's performance just now. He is completely different from you. You won't get a good result if you rely on him. And I will not only protect you, but I will also make you like Yan Yan, Bing'er and Huo Wu. Gain the opportunity to evolve. Your martial soul and possess the potential to become a title Douluo. So that in the future, you will also have the ability to protect yourself. Brother Ji Yuhan, why are you so good to me?" Yu Zuqing's beautiful eyes were slightly red, and her delicate body trembled slightly as she asked. "I admire your self-reliant and hardworking character." Ji Yuhan smiled. Upon hearing Ji Yuhan's answer, Zhu Zuqing seemed to have made up her mind. She stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, and wrapped her delicate hands around Ji Yuhan's neck, embracing him tightly. While gazing into Ji Yuhan's eyes, a hint of determination and pleading flashed across her pure and beautiful face as she spoke. "Brother Ji Yuhan, please don't leave tonight. Stay and keep me company, okay?" Chapter 219 Zhu Zuqing's Martial Soul Evolution. Ning Rongrong's Hatred. A Night of Fish and Dragon Dance. The next day, after waking up, looking at Zhu Zuqing beside him, her sleeping face was serene, with tear stains still on the corners of her eyes. A hint of emotion couldn't help but appear on Ji Yuhan's face. "Perhaps it's because of my childhood, in the underworld Duke's mansion." Zhu Zuqing initially enjoyed he care and love of her parents and her older sister, Zhu Zuyun. But at the age of 6, she awakened her martial spirit and became engaged to Dai Mubai. Both her parents and her sister Zhu Zuyun's attitudes changed drastically. This kind of childhood made Zhu Zuqing feel extremely insecure. They actually chose him. She insisted on being with him in person. They were terrified of being abandoned again. After winning over Zhu Zuqing, Ji Yuhan opened the attribute panel. I took a look, and it's in the Tianyan points column. All that could be seen was the heavenly evolution point, which was originally just a tiny dot. Now it has suddenly become a full 13 points. Compared to subduing Ma Hongjun. After defeating Zhu Zuqing, we indeed gained more heavenly evolution points. After Zhu Zuqing woke up shyly, Ji Yuhan then prepared to take Zhu Zuqing back to the Tulip Hotel. After returning to the Tulip Hotel, Ji Yuhan gathered everyone together and announced with a smile. Zhu Zuqing will also be with them from now on, as a substitute for the genius team. At the same time, Ji Yuhan also took out a pill made from the Dark Demon God Pearl and gave it to Zhu Zuqing. Zhu Zuqing was given a pill to evolve her martial spirit. Inside the room, under the watchful eyes of Ji Yuhan and everyone else, Zhu Zuqing sat cross-legged, took out the pill refined from the Dark Demon God Pearl, and swallowed it. Suddenly, a deep black light burst forth from Zhu Zuqing's body. A slender, jet-black netherworld cat martial soul with purple markings instantly appeared behind Zhu Zuqing. Under the baptism of the medicinal power of the pills refined from the Dark Demon God Pearl, Zhu Zuqing's cultivation level is rapidly improving. The form of the netherworld cat Marcia L soul behind him was also constantly changing. First, its body rapidly expanded and grew larger, transforming from an ordinary cat-like soul beast into the size of a leopard-like soul beast. It has a slender and agile body, a head that resembles both a cat and a tiger, sharp claws and teeth, and a pair of jet-black wings growing on its back. Its tail has transformed into a jet-black scorpion tail with distinct joints and an extremely sharp end. The entire image has become like a combination of the Dark Demon God Tiger and the Netherworld Cat. And after the martial soul has evolved, Zhu Zuqing immediately opened her eyes. Her pure and beautiful face filled with excitement. "How's it going?" Seeing that Juju had regained consciousness, Ji Yuhan smiled slightly and asked. "Brother Ji Yuhan, my cultivation level has broken through to level 30. Zhu Zuqing clenched her jade-like hands tightly and spoke with great excitement. Then he also discovered that his netherworld cat martial soul had changed drastically. Has his own martial spirit truly evolved? This made Zhu Zuqing even more excited and pleasantly surprised. "Give your martial spirit a name." Seeing that Zhu Zuqing had discovered the evolved netherworld cat martial soul, Ji Yuhan smiled and said. "Yes, it was because I took the pill that brother Ji Yuhan gave me that the netherworld cat was able to evolve. And the pills you gave me, brother Ji Yuhan, were made from the inner core of a powerful tiger-type soul beast called the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. How about we call it the Dark Demon Evil Cat?" Zhu Zuqing pondered for a moment, then spoke in a cool, clear voice. On the other side, Shrek Academy. Last night, after narrowly escaping from Ji Yuhan's clutches, Zhao Wuji carried Dai Mubai on his Akan fled back to Shrek Academy overnight. Unexpectedly, the person Zhao Wuji was planning to avenge Dai Mubai was actually Ji Yu Han. Flanders' lips twitched. He was utterly speechless. Because he was injured, Flanders had originally planned to hold the registration and enrollment sessions for the next 2 days. The opening ceremony for new students was also entrusted to Zhao Wuji. But Zhao Wuji's arm is broken. And he needs to find someone to treat him. Clearly, this is something he has to do. Flanders was in a real bind. Because among the students who enrolled this time, there was one who gave him a headache. Of course, there is only one. Soon, the 2-day registration and enrollment period was over. On the first day of school, Flanders still made Ning Rongrong and Oscar run 20 laps around the village where Shrek Academy was located. Ning Rongrong naturally couldn't do it, and was too lazy to do it. They ran away halfway through. After spending half a day in Soto, Ning Rongrong returned to Shrek Academy. This naturally couldn't be kept secret from Flander, who was deliberately looking for trouble to give Ning Rongrong a hard time. Flander seized on this ploy. NT and gave Ning Rongrong a severe scolding. Because of a letter from Ning Fengji, he was asked to teach Ning Rongrong a lesson. Therefore, Flander was not afraid of Ning Rongrong's threats. By using Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar, Ning Rongrong was belittled to the point of being worthless. If Ning Rongrong doesn't listen to you, she should get out of Shrek Academy. And because of meeting Ji Yu Han. Furthermore, under Ji Yu Han's influence, neither Xiao Wu nor Zhu Zuqing joined Shrek Academy. This left Shrek Academy with only Ning Rongrong as a girl. Therefore, Ning Rongrong is completely different from the original character and still wants to stay at Shrek Academy. But she can walk by herself. Being kicked out by Flanders was something Ning Rongrong clearly couldn't accept. Mu Bai, go and pack up all her things and throw them out. Flanders snorted and gave orders to Dai Mubai. You dare. Ning Rongrong was furious. Seeing that Dai Mubai was really going to do it, she cursed loudly. You idiot who can only walk like a toad, stop right there. Toad step. Ning Rongrong's angry words pierced Dai Mubai's heart. My eyes welled up with tears as I recalled the painful experience of that night. Ning Rongrong, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Dai Mubai turned around, endured the pain, strode up to Ning Rongrong, and slapped her across the face. This slap stunned Ning Rongrong. You dare hit me. You actually dared to hit me. Neither Dad, Grandpa's sword, nor Grandpa Bone have ever hit me, you just wait. Ning Rongrong's eyes turned red, and she burst into tears. She turned and ran away. Mu Bai, you could have just talked to her, how could you have hit her? After Ning Rongrong left, Flander frowned and said, Dean, I just couldn't hold back the insults she said to me. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and said coldly. Flander glanced at Dai Mubai's lower body, shook his head helplessly, and sighed. They didn't say anything more. Time flew by and it was evening. Despite Oscar's attempts to win her over, Ning Rongrong still did not leave Shrek Academy. This time, however, Ning Rongrong did not leave. It's different from the original story. In the original novel, Ning Rongrong didn't want to leave, largely because she couldn't bear to part with her friends Zhu Zuqing and Xiao Wu. But right now, Shrek Academy only has one girl, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong did not participate in the assessment against Zhao Wuji with Tang San. He was even slapped by Dai Mubai. Even with just Oscar as an example, Ning Rongrong has seen countless sycophants. Clearly, this couldn't make Ning Rongrong feel reluctant to leave Shrek Academy. The reason Ning Rongrong hasn't left yet. Actually, she harbored resentment towards Dai Mubai for the slap she had just received and was determined to find out Dai Mubai's background and take revenge on him severely. And from Oscar, that sycophant. Ning Rongrong has already found out everything Oscar knew about Dai Mubai. The chicken flew and the eggs were broken. So you're taking it out on me. Ning Rongrong was filled with hatred. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever dared to slap Ning Rongrong in the face. I'll show you what happens if you dare offend Ning Rongrong. But, thinking of Flanders and Dai Mubai, and also the immovable King Zhao Wuji, they were all brutally beaten by a young soul master named Ji Yu Han. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel curious. Is this Ji Yu Han his older brother? Chapter 220 Ning Rongrong's Visit. The wealthy and billionaire Lolita. After Ning Rongrong enrolled in Shrek Academy. The first day of school. Originally, it was based on Flanders' two-pronged approach. After running that evening, I should take Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and the other two to the Soto Great Soul Arena to participate in the Soul Battle. But because of the night before last, in order to save Flander and Qin Ming, Yu Shaogang unleashed the heaven-shattering strike outside the Soto Grand Arena. This turned the Soto Arena into a living hell. Not only did they offend the Soto Arena, it also offended countless soul masters who were watching from all around at the time. Before his injuries had fully healed, Flander dared not go with Yu Shaogang for the time being, so he took Ning Rongrong and Tang San with him to the Soto Great Soul Arena to participate in the soul battle. However, he did not participate in the soul battle. However, Oscar felt very guilty because he could only watch helplessly as Dai Mubai beat Ning Rongrong. Therefore, after a night of diligent practice, the next day, just like in the original story, Oscar surpassed level 30. This pleased both Flander and Zhao Wuji. Let the trainees rest for a day and prepare. We're going to the Starry Sky Forest tomorrow. However, on this day, Ning Rongrong quietly left Shrek Academy and ran away to Soto City. We eventually found the Tulip Hotel. Money can grant access to divine mysteries. Fu Luoli was very relaxed and learned from the hotel staff. They learned Ji Yu Han's room number. Arriving at Ji Yu Han's room, Ning Rongrong knocked on the door with a nervous heart. Inside the room, Ji Yu Han was cultivating. Hearing the knock, Ji Yu Han opened the door. When Ji Yu Han saw that it was Ning Rongrong in front of him, he was a little surprised and couldn't help but smile faintly. Miss Ning, what brings you here? Brother Ji Yu Han, may I come in and sit for a while? Ning Rongrong maintained the demeanor of a noble young lady, smiling as she spoke. Certainly, Ji Yu Han was somewhat curious about Ning Rongrong's intentions, but he did not refuse. They invited Ning Rongrong in. Brother Ji Yu Han, I've come here because I need your help. After sitting down at the table in the room, Ning Rongrong explained the purpose of her visit. After that, Ning Rongrong did not hide anything. She first revealed her identity as the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Because she wanted to see the outside world and make close friends, she chose to leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She originally came because she had heard that Shrek Academy was special. Therefore, he chose to travel a great distance from the Heavendo Imperial City to Soto City to join Shrek Academy. Unexpectedly, as soon as school started, he was deliberately made difficult by Flanders. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big deal. The crucial point is that she was actually slapped by Dai Mubai. At this point, Ning Rongrong clenched her hands, her beautiful eyes turned red, and her tone was full of anger and resentment. How dare he hit me? From childhood to adulthood, not even my father, nor Grandpa Sword or Grandpa Bone, have ever hit me, let alone slapped my face. I'm going to teach him a lesson he won't forget. After saying that, Ning Rongrong looked at Ji Yu Han and said very seriously. I heard that the injuries on Flander, a movable King Zhao Wuji, and this Dai Mubai were all inflicted by you, Brother Ji Yu Han. Brother Ji Yu Han, you must also dislike those three, right? I want to teach Dai Mubai a lesson before I leave Shrek Academy. But I'm afraid Flander and Zhao Wuji will retaliate against me, so Brother Ji Yu Han, can you protect me then? As a way of repaying you, Brother Ji Yu Han, whatever you need, I can give you anything that our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has. How about 10 million gold soul coins? 10 million gold soul coins. Ji Yu Han was surprised that Ning Rongrong asked for such a price right away. Ning Rongrong is truly a rich loli. Seeing that Ji Yu Han did not answer, Ning Rongrong thought it wasn't enough. Isn't 10 million gold soul coins enough? Those 20 million gold soul coins. 30 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong's exquisite and elegant face showed no sign of heartache as she continued to raise the price. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, in Ning Rongrong's eyes, money is just a number. She didn't even need to ask her father, Ning Fengji, for those mere tens of millions of gold soul coins. Her own pocket money was more than enough to pay Ji Yu Han's reward. In any case, she felt she could get a good revenge on Dai Mubai. It's worth spending over 100 million gold soul coins. Moreover, she had some feelings for Ji Yu Han. Showing off her wealth to Ji Yu Han is also a way to attract him. 10 million gold soul coins is more than enough. Although Ning Rongrong kept raising the price, Ji Yu Han was not a greedy person. After regaining his senses, Ji Yu Han shook his head and agreed to Ning Rongrong's request for only 10 million gold soul coins. Anyway, he's just trying to harm Dai Mubai. This is something he is happy to see. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han only asked for 10 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel even more favorably disposed towards Ji Yu Han. Miss Ning, how do you plan to get revenge on Dai Mubai? I feel that I've been taking too much and doing too little just to protect Ning Rongrong. Ji Yu Han thought for a moment and then asked. In his opinion, Ning Rongrong's request for him to protect her was completely overthinking things. Ning Rongrong was probably just being intimidated by Flander. Because Flander showed no fear of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School at the time, he intimidated Ning Rongrong. But Ji Yu Han knew. This was actually a letter Ning Fengji wrote to Flander, tell Ing Flander not to be afraid of Ning Rongrong's threats and to confidently and boldly educate Ning Rongrong. Flanders was no longer afraid. Flander wouldn't dare to actually lay a hand on Ning Rongrong. Even Dai Mubai, he probably just got completely destroyed by himself. Then Ning Rongrong said that he could only walk the toad step, which broke Dai Mubai's defenses. Dai Mubai accidentally hit Ning Rongrong. If things hadn't turned out this way, Dai Mubai wouldn't have dared to touch a single hair on Ning Rongrong's head either. After all, no matter how nice Dai Mubai's words were, the IR Star Luo royal family is not afraid of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But his status in the Star Luo royal family is the same as Ning Rongrong's status in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They're not even in the same league, okay. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han asked her how she planned to take revenge on Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong blushed and stammered. She was planning her method of revenge. There were things she really couldn't say in front of Ji Yu Han. After all, she's just a young girl, so her image is still very important. Well, brother Ji Yu Han, you'll find out soon enough. That was all Ning Rongrong could say, and then she quickly changed the subject. By the way, Oscar, the food-type soul master at Shrek Academy, just broke through to level 30. They're going G to the Stardow Great Forest tomorrow to hunt for spirit rings, and I feel this is a good opportunity. I plan to give Dai Mubai a good scare on the way, and then leave Shrek Academy. Brother Ji Yu Han, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow. Ji Yu Han frowned and fell into deep thought. Douluo Yan and Zhu Zuqing have broken through to level 50 and level 30 respectively. Of course you can go to the Starry Sky Forest. And it just so happened to coincide with the Oscar breakthrough. In the past, we might have been able to get our hands on Tang San's 8 spider lances. However, Huo Wu has no yet been able to break through to level 50. But just then, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from a room not far away. Fire Dance has finally broken through. Chapter 221 Heading to the Stardow Great Forest. The enthusiastic Ning Rongrong. Because Huo Wu finally broke through, there's absolutely no need to hesitate about tomorrow's trip to the Starry Sky Forest. Ji Yu Han readily agreed to Ning Rongrong's request. And they would set off for the Stardow Great Forest together tomorrow. On the way, Ning Rongrong planned how to get revenge on Dai Mubai and went ahead with it. With him around, no one can do anything to her. Time flew by and it was already the next day. Ji Yu Han, along with Ziji, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and the rest of the genius team, set off for the Stardow Great Forest. Because he needed to travel in sync with Shrek Academy, Ji Yu Han did not summon his martial soul, the Sacred Dragon. It's just following the normal map leading to the Stardow Great Forest. After a day of traveling, in the evening, we finally arrived at the town closest to the Starry Sky Forest. Because it is a small town located near the Starry Sky Forest. This town is clearly catering specifically to soul masters who come to the Stardow Great Forest to hunt souls. Therefore, the town is very prosperous and lively. Although there weren't many people, there were quite a few shops and hotels. It's getting late. Let's find a hotel and book a room first. Let's find somewhere to eat, and go to the Starry Sky Forest tomorrow. Walking along the streets of the small town, Ji Yu Han said. According to memory, Ji Yu Han quickly found a hotel where the first floor was a restaurant and the second floor was for accommodation. If the plot develops normally, Shrek Academy will most likely come to this hotel. It doesn't matter if you can't come. Sir, how many rooms would you like to book? Upon seeing Ji Yu Han walk in with more than a dozen people, the clerk behind the counter couldn't help but feel excited. This is a big deal. How many rooms do you have left? Ji Yu Han asked. 15 rooms left. The waiter tallied it up and replied. Book us 6 rooms. Ji Yu Han thought for a moment and then said. 5 rooms. He has a room all to himself. Ziji, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zuqing share a room. Ma Hongjun, Feng Xiaodian, and Huo Wuxuang share a room. The other women also had 3 rooms each, which was more than enough. After booking the room, Ji Yu Han booked another private room on the first floor. After ordering the food, he then led everyone into the private room and sat down to wait for the food to be served. Not long after, Zhao Wuji and Yu Shaogang then led Tang San and the others in. After booking the room, there were 2 tables occupied. Tang San, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ning Rongrong sat at one table. Zhao Wuji and Yu Shaogang were at the same table. Teacher Zhao, why are you sitting so far away? Let's sit closer and discuss what kind of spirit beast Xiaoao needs to hunt in the Star Do Great Forest. After sitting down, Yu Shaogang couldn't help but speak to Zhao Wuji in a soft yet sharp voice. But Zhao Wuji chuckled a few times, scratched his head with his intact right arm, and said, Master, my left arm is injured. I'm afraid that if we sit too close, we might accidentally bump into each other when we're picking up food. It's better to stay away. However, inwardly, Zhao Wuji was cursing. You bastard, it's bad enough that you've lost your manly dignity. Why do you always like to touch my thigh for no reason? Don't you know how creepy this is? Because Yu Shaogang has now completely lost his dignity as a man, and his body is out of balance. Therefore, Yu Shaogang instinctively liked to be around men with strong yang energy. They also often unconsciously touch and grope each other. At Shrek Academy, the one with the strongest yang energy is clearly Zhao Wuji. This often resulted in Yu Shaogang physically assaulting her. Zhao Wuji was naturally terrified. On the other side, at the table where Tang San and his 3 companions were sitting, Ning Rongrong sat alone on one side of the table. Ang San and Dai Mubai chatted and laughed. Basically, it's as if Ning Rongrong doesn't exist. Only Oscar deliberately tried to make Ning Rongrong happy. But right here, another team of 8 people entered the hotel. This is a group of people dressed in gorgeous uniforms, all in moonwhite and embroidered with silver thread patterns. On the left shoulder of the uniform, there is a light blue circular mark with the words, Kanghui, embroidered inside. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. This is clearly the team from Kanghui Academy. After the Kanghui Academy team entered the hotel, although Ma Hongjun was not there, but it turned out to be a team from Kanghui Academy. Recently, Dai Mubai, who was in a bad mood, still had the same idea of deliberately picking a fight, just to have some fun. Anyway, Shrek Academy's motto is, those who dare not cause trouble are mediocre. With Vice Dean Zhao Wuji, a Soul Saint level expert, right beside him, Dai Mubai wasn't afraid at all. He put his arm around Tang San's shoulder and started flirting with a female student from Kanghui Academy. Ning Rongrong, standing to the side, found Dai Mubai's behavior utterly disgusting. What a disgusting guy. Everything's already gone wrong, yet you're still thinking about all sorts of trivial things. Do you have that ability? But since that's what you think, I'll help you out later. Dai Mubai then flirted with one of his female teammates. The other male team members from Kanghui Academy clearly could not tolerate it. Taking the opportunity to serve the dishes, several male team members originally wanted to teach Dai Mubai a lesson. Unfortunately, even if they rushed at the last moment, they were no match for Dai Mubai and Tang San. Soon, Dai Mubai and Tang San knocked them all to the ground. At that moment, a commotion broke out outside. This naturally attracted the attention of Ji Yu Han and the others in the private room. Are they those Shrek Academy guys? Du Guyan snorted coldly and said, these guys are really restless, causing trouble wherever they go. They discovered that even when all the male members of their team attacked together, they were no match for Dai Mubai and Tang San. The strength displayed by Tang San and Dai Mubai. This made Yi Ji-chu, the leader of Kangwei Academy, extremely wary. However, after testing them, they discovered that Dai Mubai and Tang San came from a Soul Master Academy called Shrek Academy. I've never heard of this Soul Master Academy before. It's definitely not some powerful Soul Master Academy. This made Yi Ji-chu's attitude harden, and he demanded that Dai Mubai and Tang San apologize. To be honest, this is not excessive at all. Unfortunately, neither the arrogant Dai Mubai nor the inherently proud Tang San could achieve their goals. Neither of them are the type to apologize. Of course, it's not impossible to get them to apologize. But the prerequisite is that you must have the power or background to make the two people unable to afford to offend you. However, it is clear that Yi Ji-chu does not possess these qualities. However, Dai Mubai and Tang San were arrogant and refused to apologize. Yi Ji-chu, after all, is the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghui Academy and a Soul King, so he couldn't help but become famous. Both of you must apologize to Kanghui Academy today. Quote. After saying that, Yi Ji-chu roared and summoned his martial soul, the Zon Turtle, to possess him. 5 beams suddenly rose up beneath his feet. However, at this moment, Zhao Wuji snorted coldly and stood up immediately. He unleashed the soul power pressure of a Soul Saint level, slamming it down on Yi Ji-chu. What are you yelling about? You think you're the loudest one. They are both my students. It's just kids playing around. The students in your academy are too useless, you can't beat them. Does a grown man like you really have to bully the younger ones? Faced with Zhao Wuji's oppressive soul power, Yi Jichu could barely move and was covered in sweat. He immediately realized that Zhao Wuji was a soul master far more powerful than him. We had no choice but to back down. But just then, a faint voice suddenly rang out. Zhao Wuji, I've said it before, if you do something wrong, you should admit it. It seems that SHR.EK Academy didn't take my words to heart. This sound. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Wuji and the others turned around and saw that it was Ji Yuhan, which made them feel a chill run down their spines. Your Excellency Ji Yuhan. What a coincidence. Are you also going to the Stardo Great Forest? Zhao Wuji chuckled dryly and quickly said. Your Majesty is right about what just happened. Mu Bai, Xiao San. Apologize to Kanghui Academy right now. Upon discovering Ji Yuhan, Zhao Wuji's attitude changed drastically, and he immediately demanded that Dai Mubai and Tang San apologize. Faced with this, Dai Mubai and Tang San could only apologize to Yi Jichu in frustration. Oh, I just remembered, we still have some things we haven't bought yet. I'll be leaving now, Your Majesty. Please enjoy your meal. After Dai Mubai and Tang San apologized. Because they were afraid of offending Ji Yuhan again. Zhao Wuji even refused the room he had booked and the food and drinks he had ordered. He quickly made up an excuse and ran away with Yu Shaogang, Dai Mubai, Tang San and the others. Ji Yuhan narrowed his eyes slightly but did not stop him. After Zhao Wuji and the others left. Yi Jichu immediately led the students of Kangwei Academy to express their deepest gratitude to Ji Yuhan. Ji Yuhan had two purposes in helping Kanghui Academy. One reason was that they couldn't stand Rec Academy's arrogance and domineering attitude. The other was that he was somewhat interested in Xin Yan from Kanghui Academy and wanted to forge a good relationship with him. Compared to Yu Shaogang, Ji Yuhan actually felt that Xin Yan was a truly capable master of martial spirit theory. On the other side, because of Ji Yuhan's appearance, Zhao Wuji even gave up the room and food he had booked. They quickly changed hotels. Night. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Oscar shared a room. Today, I encountered Ji Yuhan and was forced to apologize to Kanghui Academy. Dai Mubai and Tang San were both very unhappy. After talking for a while, the two of them were a little thirsty. He then asked Oscar to ask the hotel for a pot of tea. Oscar had no choice but to go out and run errands. However, they had only just left the room and hadn't gone far. Oscar then met Ning Rongrong. Oscar, would you like a pot of tea? Let me bring this for you. I'm also a bit thirsty, so I'll go ask the hotel for a pot of tea. Upon learning that Oscar wanted tea from the hotel, Ning Rongrong's exquisitely beautiful face beamed with a smile as she spoke. Chapter 222 Brother, you smell so good. At the hotel, I never expected that the goddess would be so enthusiastic towards me and even offer to help me bring things. Oscar was so excited he felt like he could fly. This is unprecedented treatment. However, as a qualified simp, Oscar definitely didn't want Ning Rongrong to bring him tea back. He'd be more suited to help Ning Rongrong take care of her. But Ning Rongrong was just too enthusiastic and too determined. Oscar couldn't resist Ning Rongrong's insistence in the end. Rongrong, thank you so much. Oscar was deeply moved and grateful. Then you can wait for me here. A smile graced Ning Rongrong's exquisite and noble face. After speaking to Oscar, she turned and skipped away like an elf towards the kitchen. Soon, Ning Rongrong then returned happily, carrying 2 pots of tea. With a smile, he handed one of the pots of tea to Oscar. Here you are, Oscar, your tea. Rongrong, you're so wonderful. After receiving the tea, Oscar was so moved that he almost cried. The goddess suddenly became so kind to him. Could it be that his sincerity finally moved the goddess? However, seeing Oscar's deeply moved expression, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a strange glint in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong continued with a smile. Oscar, I want to go shopping later tonight. Would you like to stay with me? Yes. Oscar was naturally thrilled and excited. Nodding his head vigorously. All right, then we'll meet at the entrance later. Remember to come early, Ning Rongrong said with a smile on her pretty face. Then, she turned around and skipped away. After leaving Oscar and turning down a corridor, Ning Rongrong threw the tea in her hand into the trash can. On her noble and exquisitely beautiful face, her beautiful eyes were filled with the satisfaction of a triumphant revenge. Dai Mubai, you dare hit me, I'll show you just how miserable the consequences of offending Ning Rongrong are. I thought of the room. In a little while, only Dai Mubai and Tang San, whom I hate the most, will be left. The two used their own methods. It will lead to a painful encounter. Ning Rongrong was overjoyed. On the other side, after parting ways with Ning Rongrong, Oscar returned to his room with the tea. Boss Dai, mistress, here you go. After Oscar handed the tea to Dai Mubai and Tang San. Because I had been thirsty for a long time. Dai Mubai and Tang San did not hesitate at all. He took the teapot directly. The two of them quickly drank the tea from the spout. Upon discovering that Oscar had brought back tea, he prepared to leave. Tang San couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Xiao Ao, where are you going so late? Hee. You didn't expect that, did you? Oscar looked delighted and happy as he spoke. Rongrong actually invited me to go shopping tonight. Rongrong is still waiting for me downstairs. I have to hurry over there. After saying that, Oscar left in a hurry. Tang San and Dai Mubai were left alone in the room, frowning and looking at each other, their hearts filled with doubt and uncertainty. Isn't Ning Rongrong, that little devil, always indifferent to Oscars? Why the sudden change of attitude, inviting Oscar to go shopping that evening? Dai Mubai frowned and said. As a womanizer, he considered himself quite knowledgeable about women. He could tell that Ning Rongrong absolutely disliked Oscar. There's a saying. It's easy for a woman to pursue a man, but difficult for a man to pursue a woman. Ning Rongrong was not interested in the Oscars. Oscar's pursuit of the high-status Ning Rongrong is going to be extremely difficult. If it hadn't piqued Ning Rongrong's interest from the start, later on, it was practically possible for Oscar to win over Ning Rongrong. Even if it were possible, it would take a very long time. How could that be? Ning Rongrong had clearly been ignoring Oscar before. Suddenly, Oscar was invited to go shopping that evening. Something's not right. This is very wrong. Tang San, on the other hand, also felt a strange unease in his heart. But for a moment, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. After Oscar left, Tang San and Dai Mubai continued their conversation. But as we talked, Tang San and Dai Mubai suddenly felt a strange heat rising within them. A fleeting, romantic thought arose in my mind. It was as if I were hallucinating. In Dai Mubai's eyes, Tang San's appearance gradually changed. From an ordinary teenager, she had transformed into a stunningly beautiful young woman with long, flowing black hair. But in Tang San's eyes, Dai Mubai's image has also gradually changed. She transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a fit and hot body, and a heroic appearance. However, because he cultivates the purple demon eye, this eye technique involves the mind. Even if you get infected, Tang San was still able to barely suppress the burning desire in his heart and the erotic thoughts that arose in his mind. However, the circulation of internal energy within the body was also affected. Unable to summon a martial spirit, and even less able to use soul skills in martial arts. As for Dai Mubai, he was completely controlled by the burning desire within him. His eyes quickly turned bloodshot and he began to pant heavily. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Tang San became incredibly intense. Because in Dai Mubai's eyes, Tang San's image has changed. In addition, Dai Mubai almost lost everything because of Zhao Wuji's kick earlier. For several days, I was listless and depressed. However, under the influence of Ning Rongrong's added ingredients in the tea, at this moment, it has surprisingly regained its vitality. This was something that Dai Mubai, who had been holding back for a long time, could not tolerate at all. I saw Tang San in a hallucination. Dai Mubai pounced like a hungry tiger, suppressing Tang San to the ground. You smell so good, mister. Under the influence of mental disorder, Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot as he greedily inhaled Tang San's aura and said. Tang San was originally circulating the mysterious heaven skill to suppress the heat within his body. Unexpectedly, Dai Mubai suddenly attacked. Tang San was stunned, seeing that Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot and he was panting heavily. It was clear that he had been hit. When it saw a huge mouth, it bit down on it. Tang San's expression changed drastically, and he immediately became anxious. He struggled frantically while shouting at the top of his lungs. Boss Dai, what's wrong with you? Calm down. Unfortunately, although Tang San managed to suppress the medicinal effects of the tea thanks to his purple demon eye, he was still able to manage it. However, Ning Rongrong is the richest loli in mainland China. The ingredient he added to the tea as revenge against Dai Mubai was something he bought at a high price. It is said that it comes from the Po clan, which is famous on the continent for its alchemy. Only soul masters at the Contra Douluo level can resist its effects. As for those below the Contra Douluo level, no soul master can escape being hit. Even with the help of the purple demon eye, Tang San was not immediately controlled by the drug's effects. But that's all. Under the influence of the medicine, Tang San was unable to summon his martial soul, nor could he use his soul skills or martial arts. They are also soul masters at the soul venerable level. However, Tang San's current main martial soul is blue-silver grass. In terms of strength, he was no match for Dai Mubai. For a moment, Tang San felt as if he had been struck by lightning. I'm about to have a complete breakdown. How am I supposed to face the girl I fell in love with at first sight? Tang San felt inexplicably grief-stricken and in unbearable pain. 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down her cheeks. Chapter 223 Third Sister-in-Law appears. He was subsequently suppressed by Dai Mubai. They discovered Dai Mubai's gaping maw attacking them. Those demonic claws began to conquer and seize territory. Tang San was filled with inexplicable grief and indignation. But there was nothing they could do to resist. Even more frightening is the effect of tea. His body's instincts were actually working in his favor. Fortunately, though, although Tang Hao was seriously injured by Ji Yuhan's attack, even during his recovery, Tang Hao stayed by Tang San's side, keeping an eye on him. Fearing that Ji Yuhan might break his oath and harm his son Tang San, they decided to take action. You need to know, with his strength, it's impossible for him to take revenge on the Spirit Hall. They could only rely on their son Tang San, who possessed innate full soul power and twin martial souls. But Tang Hao had never discovered before that his son Tang San had such an abnormal hobby. Therefore, when they saw Tang San and Dai Mubai actually hugging each other, rolling around, and biting each other, they were very excited. Tang Hao was completely stunned. No, hey mistress, how come you suddenly got together with Dai Mubai from the Star Luo royal family? However, Tang Hao soon discovered the problem. He quickly flashed into the room. He grabbed Tang San by the collar. Separate Tang San from Dai Mubai. Another beauty has arrived. At this moment, Dai Mubai was consumed by lust, and his bloodshot eyes saw even lizards and cows as beauties. Tang Hao, who suddenly appeared, was naturally seen as a beauty in Dai Mubai's eyes. This made Dai Mubai's eyes bloodshot and his breath come out like a bull. He even tried to pounce on Tang Hao. Even though Tang Hao was seriously injured, he was still not someone Dai Mubai could offend. Hearing Dai Mubai shout, "Beauty, I'm here," he actually pounced on her. Tang Hao's face darkened, and he felt utterly disgusted. He waved his hand dismissively. A surge of immense soul power erupted instantly, sending Dai Mubai flying. Dai Mubai crashed heavily to the ground, tumbling several times before slamming into the wall. However, they also knew Dai Mubai's identity. Tang Hao felt that, given Dai Mubai's background, he might become an asset to Tang San in the future. Therefore, even if you feel disgusted. However, he also held back a lot of effort when attacking Dai Mubai. But the next moment, Tang Hao's eyes suddenly bulged out, and his face showed an expression of extreme pain. He abruptly squatted down. It hurts tilde. It turns out that Tang San was saved by Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang San's consciousness was almost completely dominated by lust, and his eyes turned red. After being separated from Dai Mubai by Tang Hao by his collar, Tang San wrapped himself around Tang Hao's body like an octopus. Instinctively, he immediately performed a monkey stealing peaches move on Tang Hao. This move almost crippled Tang Hao. However, as a generation of Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao's will was extremely firm. Despite the excruciating pain, he managed to grab Tang San's arm. With a single move, dislocating tendons and bones, Tang San's hand, which was attacking little Tang Hao, was restrained. Then, Tang Hao led Tang San out of the hotel room. At this moment, under the pitch-black night, although it is the Soul Hunter town next to the Star Do Great Forest. Even at night, this town is bustling with activity. But Tang Hao couldn't possibly run to the downtown area, grab a few women, and use them to neutralize the effects of the medicine on his son, Tang San. If that happens and we alert that monster, we're doomed. Therefore, Tang Hao, holding Tang San, stood in the night sky, hesitant and undecided. However, after a period of searching, Tang Hao happened to be nearby and spotted the 2 targets. However, the appearance of these 2 targets is rather complicated. Tang Hao spotted 2 women. Well, let's just assume she's a woman. There were 2 women, one wearing a brightly colored dress and the other wearing a pink dress. Her body was so fat that the skirt was stretched to the brim. And her thick, greasy arms were even thicker than the thighs of an average person. His rugged, hairy face was covered with several large black moles, each with a few long, curved, jet black hairs. The lipstick she wore circled her sausage-like lips, and her thick, dark eyebrows were almost connected. At this moment, the two women walked hand in hand, sighing as they went. Ruwa, tell me, when will we two be able to get married? With our stunning beauty that could shame the moon and shame the flowers, how come no one appreciates us? It's a flower in a pink dress, Ruwa sighed. Yeah. Sayu was also indignant, pinching her pinky finger and angrily saying. It's utterly shameful that such a stunning beauty like us only has some incredibly ugly men proposing to us. Women who are even uglier than us still have handsome men proposing to them. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly appeared from the sky. He grabbed both women. It took the two women directly to the sky. At the same time, a helpless and low voice rang out. Excuse me. Who is this? This is indecent assault. Help. Someone is assaulting me. After being taken to the sky by Tang Hao, Ruhua was stunned at first, and then quickly turned pale and screamed. However, there was no trace of fear on the faces of Ruhua and Sayu. All that remained was the hidden excitement, surprise, and anticipation in their eyes. You need to know. Although they kept insisting that they were stunning beauties, it was just the two women deceiving themselves about their appearance. In fact, they are very clear about their situation. Sometimes, they can hear it. While other women were talking, she was being spied on and sexually harassed. Although Ruhua and Sayu were disdainful, they were secretly extremely envious. Because they know that such a thing will never happen to them. But I never expected that God would be so blind today. Oh no, it's a miracle. Someone actually tried to kidnap them. Their intentions were malicious. This is so exciting. Soon, two great beauties, Ruhua and Sayu, appeared. Then one of them was brought to Tang San's side. One of them was brought to Dai Mubai's side. Even if you are facing someone as beautiful as a flower or as lovely as jade. But in Dai Mubai and Tang San's eyes at this moment, the two women were absolutely stunning beauties. Then, he saw Ruhua and Sayu appear before him. Tang San and Dai Mubai's eyes turned bloodshot, and they were panting heavily when they pounced on him. What followed was a burst of excited shouts from Ruhua and Sayu, who showed no fear or apprehension whatsoever. Even Tang San is just an ordinary person with regular features. Dai Mubai is an extremely handsome man. This is, undoubtedly the boyfriend that Ruhua and Siyu have always dreamed of. Now that I can have it, I'm naturally very excited. A beautiful night passed by in the spring breeze. Inside the room, after waking up in a daze, when he found himself lying next to someone whose waist was several sizes larger than his own, he was surprised to discover that someone else was lying there. A woman whose appearance could be described as terrifying was nestled in his arms, looking like a little bird clinging to him. Both Tang San and Dai Mubai froze instantly. Husband, you're awake. They discovered that Tang San had actually woken up. Ruhua picked her nose, revealing a shy smile, and couldn't help but look at Tang San and ask. This caused Tang San to break down immediately. A loud squeal, like that of a groundhog, echoed throughout the room. Chapter 224 The Scene of Social Death. This damn Shrek Academy is no longer for me. What's wrong? Tang San's terrified screams naturally attracted the attention of the others. Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, and Oscar rushed over. Also following along was Ning Rongrong, who was unhurried and relaxed. But then he suddenly pushed the door open. When you see the view in the room, Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, and Oscar all widened their eyes in surprise. I was completely stunned. In the room that should have only contained Tang San and Dai Mubai, they found. Surprisingly, two women appeared who were so ugly they looked like they were reversed yin and yang. Let's just call her a woman for now. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Tang San were lying together with two women without any cover. That scene was absolutely horrible. This can only be described in one sentence. A scene of utter social annihilation. No, Mubai, Xiao San, when did you two develop such heavy tastes? Zhao Wuji was lost in thought. Oscar, in shock, suddenly remembered last night. Last night, after returning from shopping with Ning Rongrong, he had originally planned to go back to his room to sleep. But just as they arrived at the room, then, a series of blush-inducing sounds came from the room. Because of my understanding of Dai Mubai, Oscar thought that Dai Mubai had finally recovered, and couldn't help but call Lu Ying. Despite some confusion, Dai Mubai was messing around in the room. What should Tang San do? But being somewhat timid, he dared not spoil Dai Mubai's fun. We had to book another room. Unexpectedly, I witnessed such a shocking scene. You ugly thing, get out of my way. They then discovered that Zhao Wuji, Yu Xiaogang, and Oscar had suddenly arrived. I saw myself in such a wretched state. Dai Mubai felt utterly humiliated and disgusted, and couldn't help but roar in anger. He kicked Xiu off the bed. On the other side, Tang San's face also turned green, and he kicked Ru Hua off the bed. He was holding onto the edge of the bed with one hand, and kept dry heaving. Dai Mubai, Tang San, how could you do this? Just then, a furious shout suddenly came from the doorway. Ning Rongrong stood at the door, looking indignant and aggrieved on behalf of Ruhua and Xiu. She pointed at Dai Mubai and Tang San and shouted, "You have violated the chastity of these two young ladies, and you should be responsible for them. How could you be so rude and heartless to these two young ladies?" But then they discovered Ning Rongrong. Thinking back to what Oscar said last night, Dai Mubai felt a surge of anger welling up inside him and instantly realized the problem. Last night, there was something wrong with the tea Oscar brought back. This is definitely Ning Rongrong who added something to it. This is an attempt to get revenge on Dai Mubai. You wretched woman, it's you. It must be you. How dare you plot against me? Dai Mubai roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched, looking as if he wanted to tear Ning Rongrong apart alive. However, this is due to the current appearance of Dai Mubai and Tang San. Oscar quickly stepped in front of Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong curled her lip in disdain and said, "Hey, you lecherous tiger, stop making baseless accusations. What does this have to do with me? In the academy, everyone knows that you overestimated yourself and offended His Highness Ji Yu Han, and that part of your body was injured. I haven't been able to stand up for a while now. Who knows? Maybe this has warped your mind and made you want to try something different. You." These words made Dai Mubai's eyes widen in fury, and his anger surged to the top of his head. However, on the other hand, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Ruhua and Xiu displayed a sorrowful expression and began to wail and howl. "Are you these two guys' elders? Wah, you two juniors have ruined our sister's chastity. You absolutely have to take responsibility. Otherwise, this matter isn't over. Don't worry, we will definitely make sure those two take responsibility." At this moment, Ning Rongrong jumped out and shouted back. "Ning Rongrong, you're asking for it." Unexpectedly, Ning Rongrong still wouldn't give up. Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, his anger blazing. He summoned his martial spirit and wanted to rush up and teach Ning Rongrong a lesson. But before he could get out of bed, Zhao Wuji appeared in a flash and pinned him down. "Mu Bai, calm down. Get dressed first." They noticed that a large crowd had gathered around to watch. Zhao Wuji frowned and said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai and Tang San suppressed their anger and quickly got dressed. Ruhua and Xiu also got dressed. But they still wouldn't give up. He ripped off the bed sheet, pointed to the two bright red plum blossoms on it, and demanded an explanation from Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was in a real bind. He wasn't stupid about this. He quickly guessed from Dai Mubai's words and reaction. This must be Ning Rongrong getting revenge on Dai Mubai. Which is why she caused this. But now, this matter is really difficult to handle. What does this have to do with me? It was clearly the two of you who molested these two girls and ruined their chastity. You don't want to take responsibility, fine, but you even want to frame me. Do you think our 7 treasure glazed tile school is easy to bully? Despite Dai Mubai and Tang San's anger, Ning Rongrong remained defiant, hands on her hips with disdain. He even acted as if he wanted to stand up for Ruhua and Xiu. Ning Rongrong originally wanted Dai Mubai and Tang San to have a painful encounter. Unexpectedly, it didn't work. However, it's remarkable that Dai Mubai and Tang San ended up getting mixed up with two women who were so ugly they were practically an eyesore. I lost face today. It disgusted the two of them. This pretty much satisfied Ning Rongrong. Ruhua and Xiu stood behind Ning Rongrong, feeling very grateful. But Dai Mubai and Tang San were furious. All right. At this moment, Yu Shaogang suddenly spoke up, his voice soft yet sharp, and he frowned as he stopped the argument. By now, Yu Shaogang had almost figured out what had happened from Tang San. He was certain that Ning Rongrong was behind this. Ning Rongrong's actions, through Oscar, nearly caused an accident involving her disciples Tang San and Dai Mubai. In the end, Ey turned out to be these two women who were so ugly they were an eyesore. It must have been His Majesty Hoshan who made the move, although it's unclear why His Majesty Hoshan intervened. But he couldn't find two decent-looking women for his disciple and Dai Mubai. Instead, they brought in these two androgynous individuals. But in this matter, Yu Shaogang is definitely on Tang San's side. Because they knew Tang San's identity, Yu Shaogang would never allow Tang San to actually be with a woman as offensive as Ru Hua. Then, Yu Shaogang immediately looked at Ning Rongrong, frowned, and said in a shrill voice. Ning Rongrong. Don't think that just because you have the 7 treasure glazed tile school backing you up, you can do whatever you want. I know this matter is related to you. For the sake of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, let's leave it at that. But don't go too far. I'll have teacher Zhao kick these 2 women out. As for you, you must apologize to the mistress and Mu Bai. Apologize. Why should I apologize? Ning Rongrong scoffed at Yu Xiaoging's words and didn't take them seriously at all. Since she dared to do something like this, she has no intention of staying at Shrek Academy any longer. This has nothing to do with me. You say it does, but do you have any evidence? Besides, you, a mere clown whose only soul skill is farting, dare to boss me around like that. Just because you're a teacher at Shrek Academy. This damn Shrek Academy, I'm not staying here anymore. Chapter 225 Hunting Soul Beasts to Obtain Soul Rings. That's so outdated. A clown whose only skill is farting. Ning Rongrong's sarcasm immediately broke Yu Xiaoging's defenses. That already pale and delicate face, which had been stiff, suddenly turned bright red. My whole body turned red. A surge of anger welled up in Yu Xiaoging's heart, and he clenched his fists. But considering Ning Rongrong's identity, Yu Xiaoging's anger was ultimately just a fleeting moment. He was timid by nature, even after his martial soul successfully evolved. Unless you have the guts to offend them. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to openly offend someone of higher status or position than him. Ning Rongrong, how dare you insult your teacher? You've already committed suicide. However, upon hearing that Ning Rongrong dared to insult Yu Xiaoging, Tang San instantly became enraged and couldn't help but shout out a classic line. Ning Rongrong, you want to leave Shrek Academy? This is impossible. I, Zhao Wuji, will not allow it. Upon discovering had Ning Rongrong actually wanted to leave Shrek Academy, Zhao Wuji immediately roared in anger. Flanders entrusted the students to him, but if he were to take the students out, he would be short of people. How am I going to explain this to Flanders when I get back? Moreover, Ning Rongrong's identity is that of the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If they were to leave Shrek Academy now and encounter danger. Shrek Academy is largely to blame. Of course, the most important thing is to stay the same as in the original work. Shrek Academy is now struggling to stay afloat due to its financial difficulties. The plan is to disband the academy after training this class of students to graduation. Prior to this, they wanted to assemble a Soul Master team that could represent their Shrek Academy. To participate in the All-Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, which will be held next year. Ning Rongrong's martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, making her the #1 support type Soul Master on the continent. If Shrek Academy were to form a Soul Master team and participate in the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament, Ning Rongrong's presence can undoubtedly greatly enhance the team's strength. How could he be willing to let Ning Rongrong leave like this? You won't allow it. So what if you don't allow it? Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind. Suddenly, Ji Yu Han appeared in the corridor. Upon seeing Ji Yu Han, Zhao Wuji's expression immediately changed. My heart skipped a beat, and I thought to myself, I'm doomed. Could it be that Ning Rongrong wants to leave Shrek Academy? Go be with Ji Yu Han, okay. And after appearing, when they saw Tang San and Dai Mubai, as well as Ru Hua and Si Yu standing behind Ning Rongrong, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile with a hint of amusement as he spoke. Hey, Tang San, Dai Mubai, I didn't expect you two to have such unique tastes. But don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who looks at things from a worldly perspective. To each their own, you know. If you like things that are special, then feel free to like them. The world should be more diverse. However, as he spoke, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but laugh. But in reality, Tang San and Dai Mubai would be discovered together with Ru Hua Sayu. This is also related to him. Originally, Tang Hao had no choice but to capture the beautiful Ru Hua Yu. The plan was to have the beautiful woman remove the effects of the drug from Tang San and Dai Mubai. They took away women whose genders were reversed and who were an eyesore. But while she was shopping with Oscar, Ning Rongrong was worried because Dai Mubai and Tang San were still under the effects of the drug. If she goes back, he will be so angry that he will lose his mind and attack her. Therefore, after finding an excuse to separate from Oscar halfway through, she came to Ji Yu Han for help. Of course, Ning Rongrong didn't explain at this point how she retaliated against Dai Mubai. However, after arriving at the hotel where Shrek Academy was staying, Ji Yu Han still found out. In response, Ji Yu Han naturally chose to help Ning Rongrong by scaring Tang Hao away. This prevented Tang Hao from taking away the beautiful and lovely girl. This caused Tang San and Dai Mubai to almost die when they woke up. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Ji Yu Han, Dai Mubai and Tang San felt even more enraged. They felt that Ning Rongrong's scheme against them this time was at Ji Yu Han's behest. At least Ji Yu Han is backing her up. But to this, the two could only rage helplessly. Your Excellency Ji Yu Han, what brings you here? Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Han actually came. Zhao Wuji broke out in a cold sweat and forced a smile. How did I get here? Miss Ning, I met you once before you joined Shrek Academy. We are friends with each other. I never expected Shrek Academy to be so domineering. Once you joined Shrek Academy, you can't even withdraw, Ji Yu Han said with a cold smile. No. Zhao Wuji quickly denied it, and after racking his brains for a while, he said with a wry smile. Your Excellency Ji Yu Han. You have misunderstood. What I mean is that Rongrong is not allowed to drop out of school. But this place is near the Stardo Great Forest, which is far too dangerous. I'm worried that Rongrong might be in danger. Oh, Ji Yu Han smiled faintly. Then there's no need to worry about Akala. Because Miss Ning will be with me after she leaves Shrek Academy, I will protect her safety. With Your Majesty Ji Yu Han's protection, I have nothing to worry about. If Miss Rongrong no longer wishes to stay at Shrek Academy, then it seems our fate has run its course. NCE Miss Rongrong wants to be with His Majesty Ji Yu Han, then Your Majesty, please take Miss Rongrong away. Upon discovering that this was indeed the case, Zhao Wuji could only smile bitterly to himself, but forced a smile on his face. However, Zhao Wuji dared not stop Ji Yu Han after he appeared. But then Ji Yu Han appeared. Ning Rongrong, the unruly little witch, seemed to have found a backer, and her back straightened up immediately. Wait a moment. Ning Rongrong suddenly adopted a righteous and indignant demeanor and shouted. Brother Ji Yu Han, we can't just leave like this. Miss Ruhua and Miss Sayu had their virginity taken by Tang San and Dai Mubai, and they don't want to take responsibility. As a woman myself, I cannot stand by and watch this happen. Tang San and Dai Mubai have to take responsibility for them. At this moment, Ning Rongrong seemed to have transformed into a symbol of girl helping girl. I didn't expect Ning Rongrong to be so ruthless, she doesn't even want to let Tang San and Dai Mubai go. Ji Yu Han smiled and couldn't help but ask. Then, Miss Ning, what do you think we should do? It's very simple. A sly glint flashed in Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes as she spoke. Ruhua and Sister Sayu are very kind. Although their virginity was forcibly taken by Tang San and Dai Mubai, they do not despise Tang San and Dai Mubai. As long as Tang Sa and Dai Mubai are willing to marry them in front of everyone, they will not pursue this matter any further. Yes. Upon hearing this, Ruhua and Sayu were overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. She was a local beauty renowned for her looks, described as having a beauty that could shame the moon and flowers, and a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. For so many years, no one has appreciated them. This time, they are determined to prove that their reputation for being as beautiful as flowers is well deserved. However, under Ji Yu Han's upholding of justice, Tang San and Dai Mubai were extremely unwilling and indignant. In the end, they had no choice but to give in. In the small town, witnessed by countless people, he married Ruhua and Sayu. Wow, a brave man actually dares to marry someone as beautiful as a flower. What kind of taste does he have? The onlookers were stunned. It's probably just a matter of personal taste. Some onlookers gave him strange looks. But it would be great if we could take those two narcissistic ugly freaks with us. Otherwise, seeing this every day would be too much of an eyesore. Some people complained. However, despite Ji Yu Han's fair intervention, Tang San and Dai Mubai were forced to marry the beautiful and lovely girl. But after Ji Yu Han left with a group of genius team members, as well as Ziji, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Ning Rongrong, Tang San and Dai Mubai could no longer continue their act. He killed his wife on the spot to prove his faith. Although she was beautiful, she was also a soul master with a high level of cultivation, being a soul venerable. However, the two women's martial souls were just ordinary pink cloud lizards and green wood lizards. Faced with Tang San and Dai Mubai's sudden and ruthless attack, the beautiful Ruhua Yu instantly perished. However, even though she was as beautiful as a flower, she is now dead. But this experience can still be described as a nightmare for Tang San and Dai Mubai. On the other side, after Ji Yu Han led everyone to the Stardo Great Forest. Along the way, Ning Rongrong noticed that Ji Yuhan had no intention of hunting soul beasts at all, which puzzled her greatly. Brother Ji Yuhan, weren't you going to help Zhu Qing and sister Huo Wu hunt for spirit rings? Why didn't you help Zhu Qing and Huo Wu find suitable soul beasts along the way? Upon hearing this, Ji Yuhan couldn't help but smile faintly. Who says you have to hunt spirit beasts to obtain spirit rings? Chapter 226 Golden Spirit Tiger and King of the Earth, Child of Destiny Xiao Sanzi. But how can we obtain spirit rings without hunting spirit beasts? Ning Rongrong's delicate face was full of confusion. However, Ji Yuhan did not provide an explanation. He simply left with the words, "You'll find out when the time comes." He then continued leading everyone towards the inner perimeter of the Stardow Great Forest. Not long after arriving at the innermost depths of the Stardow Great Forest, Ji Yuhan had everyone stand in an open space. As for himself, it was just a thought. In a burst of dazzling golden light, it summoned the Holy Dragon. A martial soul with a materialized body, just like a true dragon soul beast. With a deafening roar of a dragon. When the massive, holy, imposing, and domineering martial soul dragon appeared, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. In the air, it raised its head and let out a dragon roar that shook the four directions and traveled for hundreds of miles. Because there are other people around. This time, Ji Yuhan personally took charge. Let the martial soul holy dragon roar in the dragon language taught by ZG. He summoned tiger-type soul beasts with 10,000 years of cultivation and fire attribute soul beasts from within a 100-mile radius. In contrast to the aura and dragon might of the hellish dragon, Murasaki. The aura and dragon might of the holy dragon, the martial soul of the golden dragon, are clearly much stronger. Therefore, a large number of tiger-type soul beasts with 10,000 years of cultivation, as well as fire attribute soul beasts, soon arrived from all directions. From 100 meters away, they knelt down and kowtowed respectfully, as if they were worshipping a king. When Ning Rongrong saw what was in front of her, her eyes widened in shock. Filled with disbelief. Is this still the soul beast she knows? Soul beasts have always viewed humans as their mortal enemies. How could there be a powerful, 10,000-year-old soul beast with intelligence approaching that of a human, bowing and worshipping humans so respectfully? Even if Brother Ji Yuhan is a soul Douluo, this is absolutely impossible. Could it be because of Brother Ji Yuhan's martial spirit? Ning Rongrong couldn't help but look at the martial soul saint dragon, which resembled a real dragon soul beast, and was deeply shocked. Seeing Ning Rongrong's expression, Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Huo Wu, and the others around her were filled with pride. See, Brother Ji Yuhan is capable of making powerful 10,000-year-old soul beasts kowtow and obey his every word. This is something even a title Douluo couldn't do. Looking around, one sees swarms of black and crimson ancient tigers and fire attribute soul beasts approaching. Ji Yuhan pondered for a moment, then selected several animals for Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu to sacrifice. The soul skills they obtained were from soul beasts that were most suitable for their current situation. After explaining each of the possible soul skills, then they let Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu choose for themselves. Brother Ji Yuhan, I choose this golden spirit tiger. After a moment of thought, Zhu Zuqing. Among a group of tiger-type soul beasts, one with attributes of 20,000 years and possessing the true bloodline of the divine beast white tiger was selected. The golden spirit tiger possesses claws second only to the dark gold terraclaw bear. Golden spirit sacred tiger, concept art. Although with Ji Yuhan's help, Zhu Zuqing's martial spirit has evolved from the netherworld cat to the dark demon evil cat. Whether it's speed, strength, or attack power, everything has been greatly increased. However, compared to other beast spirits of the same level, those that excel in saint rank and attack power are more powerful. Because it evolved from the netherworld cat, the dark demon cat is still inferior in terms of strength and attack power. Zhu Zuqing is also well aware of her current shortcomings and areas that need to be addressed. For her, speed is not a problem right now. But what it lacks is strength and offensive power. Or, to put it another way, the ability to penetrate defenses. Therefore, absorbing a soul skill that grants her powerful attack power and strong defense breaking ability is beneficial. That would be very necessary. The golden spirit tiger can then give her a soul ring with such a soul skill. Meanwhile, Huo Wu was deep in thought, her brows furrowed. Among a group of fire attribute soul beasts that had existed for tens of thousands of years, they chose the Earth King, whose cultivation had reached 60,000 years. Her martial soul evolved from the Naruto to the Flame Queen. Her martial soul has become a top-tier fire attribute martial soul. so she is not lacking in attack power. In addition, through her efforts, she also mastered the powerful technique of ring fusion. This gives her the ability to defeat enemies of higher levels. Of course, this is on the premise that the attack hits. Therefore, choosing the King of the Earth grants you a soul skill with control effects. It is undoubtedly a very good choice. King of the Earth. Concept art. After Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu selected their soul beasts, Ji Yu Han then had the two soul beasts sacrifice themselves for Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu. Several years have passed since Ji Yu Han met Ji Yu Yuina. Now, many powerful 10,000-year-old soul beasts in the Stardow Great Forest already know Ji Yu Han's identity. Based on the relationship between Ji Yu Han and Ji Yu Yuina, the progenitor of soul beasts. In addition, because I had already thought it through. In the future, a soul system will be developed through the Tianyan system. Ji Yu Han also promised to revive two soul beasts in the future and make them gods and immortal, as a promise. The two soul beasts naturally wouldn't disobey Ji Yu Han's wishes, and readily chose to sacrifice themselves for Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu. Although Ji Yu Han had already informed them. But after receiving the sacrifice of the golden spirit tiger, for the first time, Zhu Zuqing was still deeply shocked, her beautiful face and eyes filled with astonishment. Ning Rongrong was the same way. However, when Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu accepted the sacrifice, Ji Yu Han said to Ziji, "Ziji, you stay here and watch over them. I have to leave for a while." After saying that, Ji Yu Han vanished in a flash. Ji Yu Han left because he wanted to go and see the location of Shrek Academy. With the optimization function of the Tianyan system, the soul is upgraded to a Yang God. And after successfully cultivating the heaven-shattering earth-striking technique, Ji Yu Han could use his mental power to leave a mark on Tang Hao. Naturally, IT can also leave its mark on the people of Shrek Academy. As for why they did this, naturally, it was to make it easier to see if they could intercept the 8 spider lances, an external soul bone that should have belonged to Tang San. After all, there are countless soul beasts like the human-faced demon spider in the Stardow Great Forest. Ji Yu Han didn't know which one of the human-faced spiders could bring Tang San the 8 spider lances. Therefore, the best way is definitely to secretly hide among Shrek and his group. Once Tang San encounters the human-faced demon spider, we'll find a way to intercept it. Of course, this is because Ji Yu Han is not a chosen one like Huo Yuhao. Ji Yu Han had also considered what would happen if, due to his influence, Tang San failed to encounter any of the human-faced spiders. But then he should definitely go over there. Because this was the human-faced demon spider that gave Tang San the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. But IT was originally discovered by the peerless dragon and snake. However, this couple was just incredibly unlucky. They lost track of the human-faced demon spider again, and Tang San encountered and hunted it down. On the other side, on the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest, by a twist of fate, the Shrek team still managed to find the injured crested serpent. With the combined efforts of Zhao Wuji, Yu Shaogang after his martial soul evolution, and Tang San, they subdued the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. Let Oscar absorb the spirit ring of this crested serpent. However, Oscar didn't have time to finish off the crested snake. Snake Granny Xiaotianxiang from the movie, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, arrived with her granddaughter Meng Yiren. This indicates that the crested snake was their prey. I hope Zhao Wuji will give up this crested serpent. And when Shrek Academy encountered the peerless dragon serpent, Ji Yu Han had already arrived here by sensing the spiritual mark left on Yu Shaogang and his apprentice. They are hiding in the shadows, observing the situation. They discovered that everything was developing in a similar direction to the original story. Ji Yu Han did not show himself, but instead left another mental mark on Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiren. Then, he drifted away. Preparing to return, Ziji, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Douluo Yan, and others were by her side. A day passed quickly, because after entering from the starry sky forest, when we arrived at the inner perimeter, it was already afternoon. Therefore, after Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu finish their sacrifice and absorb the soul rings, it was already evening. At this point, leaving is definitely not an option. Therefore, Ji Yu Han spent the night in the Stardow Great Forest with everyone else. The next day, they didn't rush to leave. And just as noon was approaching, Ji Yu Han sensed it with his spiritual power. He left behind Tang San and his disciples at Shrek Academy, as well as the heavenly incense of the peerless dragon and snake and the spiritual imprint on Meng Yiren. They actually came together. This made Ji Yu Han smile knowingly. It seems that Tang San is indeed the chosen one of this era. His influence extends even without the help of Xiao Wu and the Titan Ape. Surprisingly, they still encountered Geishi Longxi and Meng Yiren. I just don't know if that human-faced spider is still around. Will he still be able to obtain the external soul bone? 8 Spider Lances. Chapter 227. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Gangzi felt like he was back to normal. On the other side, in an area near the inner perimeter of the Stardo Great Forest. Although Xiao Wu and Titan Ape are no longer with us. But after Oscar absorbed the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed crested serpent. The next day, as they prepared to leave the Stardo Great Forest. Tang San and his companions still encountered the human-faced demon spider, who was being chased in Fl.ing everywhere by Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang. And then, by accident, he killed it. When they discovered that their enemies were facing each other again, it turned out to be Tang San and his group once more. Meng Yiren was absolutely furious. It's you guys again. At this moment, Chao Tianxiang also whispered in Meng Shu's ear. They indicated that the people they had encountered before, Who had stolen their phoenix tail crested serpent, were the Shrek Academy students standing before them. This made Meng Shu's face darken, and he held his dragon staff, letting out a cold snort. But unexpectedly, they encountered another formidable opponent. Zhao Wuji couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling a real headache coming on. Although Yu Shaogang, the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, was present at Shrek Academy. This made him unafraid of Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, who was merely a contra player. But he was not afraid of Meng Shu's revenge. But now, he has Enku. Ntered the Dragon Lord Meng Shu face to face. Even though the other party knew Yu Shaogang's identity, they dared not kill them because of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. But it can't just be about punishment and lessons. The Blue Lightning Overlord clan obviously wouldn't do anything to Dragon Duke Meng Shu for the sake of Yu Shaogang. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into Senior Snake Woman again. Could this be the famous Senior Dragon Lord? Because there's no escaping it. Zhao Wuji had no choice but to bite the bullet, chuckle awkwardly, step forward, clasp his hands in greeting, and say, Akala. HMPH. Long Gong Meng Shu's expression was unfriendly. His aged face and cold eyes gave him a few cold snorts and said in a low voice. I've heard of you. You're a fairly well-known junior in the world of soul masters. But do you not take me seriously? You've tried to steal our soul beasts time and time again. Last time it was an accident, what are you going to say this time? It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao Wuji scratched his head and said helplessly. However, Meng Shu did not believe his explanation at all, and simply said coldly. No matter what you say. You have already killed the human-faced spider. This is a soul beast that my husband and I have been tracking for a long time. Tell me what we should do. I won't make things difficult for you. You have 3 choices. Meng Shu raised the dragon staff in his hand, first pointing it at Oscar, and then at Tang San. First, we need to hand over this food-type kid. Secondly, hand over this kid whose martial soul is blue-silver grass. Finally, it was I who took action, leaving you all here in the Stardo Great Forest forever. In the end, Meng Shu rted coldly and slammed the dragon staff in his hand to the ground. A powerful surge of soul force suddenly erupted from his body. However, a hint of disdain flashed in Yu Shaogang's eyes on his effeminate and stiff face. However, his original intention was to summon the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul to reveal his identity as the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. It directly intimidated the peerless dragon and snake. But suddenly, Yu Shaogang had a sudden thought. The peerless dragon and snake seems to have become famous in the Soul Master world because of its martial soul fusion skill. The dragon and snake combined attack, which allows it to fight against titled Douluo. His Majesty Hoshan wasn't protected by a titled Douluo by Ji Yu Han's side. That's why we can't do anything to Ji Yu Han. But even that titled Douluo was powerless against His Majesty Hoshan. If only I could find another titled Douluo. Even if Ji Yu Han is a soul Douluo, he could never be a match for a titled Douluo. If only this peerless dragon and snake could help. Wouldn't Ji Yu Han be doomed then? This made Yu Shaogang's heart burn with excitement. Senior Long Gong, may I speak with you in private? Then, just as Long Gong Meng Shu was preparing to use the Shrek Academy members to steal the human-faced demon spider again, he threatened Zhao Wuji, demanding that he hand over Oscar or Tang San. 2 young men with unlimited potential. Suddenly, Yu Shaogang stepped forward with a face that was both effeminate and stiff, his hands behind his back. With the air of a great master, he spoke in a soft yet sharp voice, speaking lightly. Upon hearing Yu Shaogang's voice, Meng Shu immediately frowned, feeling a sense of unease. Seeing Yu Shaogang made me feel even more disgusted. That's the subconscious aversion a normal man feels towards eunuchs. Furthermore, Yu Shaogang's demeanor was simply too pretentious. However, seeing Yu Shaogang step in, Zhao Wuji immediately perked up and quickly introduced the situation. Senior Long Gong, this is Master Yu Shaogang. He is the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, and the son of Thunder Douluo. The son of Thunder Douluo. Upon hearing this, Long Gong Mengshu was stunned, his heart filled with doubt and uncertainty. This guy, who is neither male nor female, seems to have soul power fluctuations at the soul venerable level. Could he be the son of Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun? That's impossible. This guy looks like he's in his 40s or 50s. However, Yu Shaogang also knew that if he simply said that he was Yu Yuanjun's son, Long Gong Mengshu might not believe him. Therefore, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul was also summoned. After seeing Yu Shaogang summon the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, Mengshu's surprise and doubt lessened considerably. It possesses the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. This at least proves that this androgynous creature is a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But what does this guy want to say to me alone? Mengshu frowned, feeling utterly bewildered. But they still went to the side with Yu Shaogang. Senior Dragon Lord, do you know that you are facing imminent disaster? After bringing Mengshu aside, Yu Shaogang's effeminate and stiff face was full of pity and sighs as he spoke. This caused Long Gong Mengshu's expression to stiffen, and he felt quite displeased. However, Yu Shaogang was also well aware of what Long Gong Mengshu was thinking at this moment, and continued to sigh in a soft, feminine voice. I know that Senior Long Gong may think my words are a bit alarmist. But Senior Dragon Lord, you probably don't know this, but of all the people you just threatened, I'm actually alright. Because although my father is a Thunder Douluo, I was considered a good for nothing in the clan since I was a child and was not valued at all. But the spirit you want is blue silver grass. The boy named Tang San is also my disciple, but he is different. You might not know his identity. Identity? Mengshu scoffed. A kid whose martial soul is the useless blue silver grass. Even if someone is talented, what kind of status can they possibly have? He's just a talented commoner. My disciple Tang San, his father, I believe you have probably heard of Senior Long Gong Mengshu. Upon discovering that Mengshu still looked extremely disdainful, Yu Shaogang's lips curled slightly, and his effeminate and stiff face revealed an expression of utmost respect and admiration as he spoke. The mistress's father is none other than the most famous and youngest titled Douluo in our Soul Master world, His Excellency Tang Hao, the Clear Sky Douluo. What? His face was initially full of disdain, but when he heard Tang San's identity, Mengshu's expression changed drastically. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This kid's martial soul is blue silver grass. How could he possibly be a member of the Clear Sky sect, much less the son of His Majesty the Clear Sky? Mengshu simply couldn't believe that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. But Yu Shaogan's stiff face revealed a smug and effeminate smile as he directly pointed out Tang San's problem. That is, Tang San was born with full soul power. However, it is impossible for a blue silver grass martial soul to have innate full soul power. Then, Yu Shaogang, with an arrogant air, once again promoted his martial soul's 10 core competitive advantages. It's impossible for a blue silver grass martial soul to have full soul power from birth. Tang San must have another martial soul. This is clearly the Haoshan hammer. However, in secret, after discovering that Yu Shaogang was speaking privately with Mengshu, Tang Hao was instantly enraged when Tang San revealed that his son Tang San possessed innate full soul power and twin martial souls. What is this piece of trash from the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan trying to do? A rebellion. Chapter 228 Tang Hao. Don't come any closer. What does Yu Shaogang want? Meanwhile, Ji Yu Han had also quietly arrived here. It is hidden in the shadows. As soon as it appeared, they then discovered that Yu Shaogang and Long Gong Mengshu were alone on one side. Yu Shaogang actually revealed that Tang San was born with full soul power and had twin martial souls. He told Long Gong Mengshu. This surprised Ji Yu Han. Because of this, Yu Shaogang shouldn't spread it around. Tang Hao would not allow it. Under normal circumstances, Yu Shaogang wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. But soon, Ji Yu Han found out why. Actually, Senior Long Gong doesn't need to worry so much. Although His Majesty Haoshan may be nearby and has already heard what you said, this matter may actually be an opportunity. Recently, His Majesty Haoshan has encountered a problem. Finally, a hint of fear and panic appeared in Long Gong Mengshu's eyes. On Yu Shaogang's effeminate and stiff face, a smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then, he revealed Ji Yu Han's existence. They expressed their hope that Dragon Lord Mengshu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang could work together with Tang Hao to eliminate Ji Yu Han. If Mengshu agrees, this misunderstanding will naturally become insignificant. What? You want me to attack the geniuses of the Spirit Hall? That's impossible. However, Mengshu naturally frowned and strongly resisted this. He dared not offend Hoshan Douluo Tang Hao. But how could he dare to offend the Spirit Hall? This is no joke. What? Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaoging's true purpose was not realized. They actually wanted to join forces with the powerful and ruthless to continue targeting Ji Yu Han. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically in an instant, becoming extremely horrified and ugly. I just felt a tingling sensation on my scalp. Damn it. Damn it. Yu Xiaoging didn't know. But Tang Hao himself knew perfectly well that he was no match for Ji Yu Han. It was a complete and utter defeat, a one-hit kill. Yu Xiaoging wanted him to join forces with the Peerless Dragon and Snake to continue targeting that monster. Isn't this trying to kill him? You're a useless piece of trash, utterly incompetent and more likely to cause trouble than anything else. Did I tell you to do that? Who gave you the audacity to act on your own? Tang Hao's eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and he was so angry that he jumped up and down. He wished he could jump out and strangle Yu Xiaoging. However, just as Tang Hao was about to show himself and stop Yu Xiaoging from courting disaster and getting himself implicated, he discovered that Yu Xiaoging's purpose was actually with him. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but chuckle. This piece of trash actually wants to get revenge on me. He thought that by having Tang Hao and the Peerless Dragon and Snake join forces, they could defeat me. A playful and cold smile crept onto Ji Yu Han's lips. What a clown jumping around like that. Last time at the Soto Arena, you used those two disgusting soul skills to escape. Considering that Shuai will need you in the future, and for the sake of ruining Bibi Dong's reputation, I haven't bothered you again. I never expected you to be so eager to die. Good. Then I'll grant your wish. However, Ji Yu Han did not appear immediately. Because Yu Xiaoging wanted to use the Peerless Dragon and Snake to deal with him. He was happy to see this happen. After all, even a Peerless Dragon and Snake is a worthy target to subdue. If the Peerless Dragon and Snake take the initiative to cause him trouble, it is entirely reasonable for him to subdue the Peerless Dragon and Snake by threatening him with life and death. The Peerless Drive. Agon and Snake themselves not only had to obediently submit, they should also be grateful and thankful that he spared their lives. At this moment, Ji Yu Han also noticed that Tang Hao, who was also hiding nearby, was actually trying to show himself. It seems they don't want to see Yu Xiaoging continue to court disaster. He got dragged into this. But that won't do. This good for nothing is courting death. Which is actually a good thing for him. Therefore, Ji Yu Han immediately released a powerful soul force pressure and mental pressure. They immediately targeted Tang Hao. And he was originally in a state of anger. Tang Hao was preparing to show himself and give Yu Xiaoging a good slap across the face. Let this good for nothing know what will happen if he dares to drag him down. But N locked onto by Ji Yu Han's soul power and mental pressure. Tang Hao felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the threat of death. It was as if they were being targeted by some deadly beast. It's over. Tang Hao was filled with despair. Because he has already discovered it. This is Ji Yu Han giving him a warning. That monster was also nearby. Tang Hao felt his heart turn cold. Knowing that Ji Yu Han would inevitably take advantage of Yu Xiaoging's reckless actions to make a move, Ji Yu Han realized that Yu Xiaoging's actions had implicated Ji Yu Han. His son Tang San, and even he himself, are likely to be severely implicated. This made him wish he could smash Yu Xiaoging into mincemeat with a hammer. All he wanted to say to Ji Yu Han was this. Don't come any closer. Although Meng Shu dared not offend the Spirit Hall. But under Yu Xiaoging's sinister threats. This indicates that Meng Shu has now spoken arrogantly and has offended Tang Hao. They were afraid of offending the Spirit Hall. How dare they defy Tang Hao? Aren't they afraid that Tang Hao will make a move right now and kill them both? Tang Hao is a madman who even dared to kill the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Back when he first broke through to the title Douluo level, he killed Xian Zunji, a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall who possessed the top-tier martial soul six-winged angel and had a cultivation level of 95, with a single hammer blow. Now, killing the Peerless Dragon Snake will be a simple matter. Faced with Yu Xiaoging's threat, Meng Shu was utterly helpless. He felt that he had learned from Yu Xiaoging that Tang San was Tang Hao's son. They also learned that Tang Hao was going to take action against the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. This clearly indicates that they have learned a secret they shouldn't have known. If they don't hand over the evidence and join Tang Hao's side, they might really be stuck here forever. Tang Hao is no ordinary title Douluo. Although their combined martial soul Fus Ion skill is said to be comparable to that of a title Douluo. But he was clearly no match for Tang Hao. Therefore, Meng Shu ultimately yielded. However, he also set conditions. As a senior figure in the Soul Master world, Meng Shu certainly wouldn't back down immediately after hearing Yu Xiaoging's words. We need to give him a way out. He hoped that, just like before, Meng Yiren and Tang San would have a battle of souls. This will be done using what Tang San is best at. He made his granddaughter Meng Yiren lose. He would take the opportunity to show his appreciation for Tang San, and appear to want to match Tang San with his granddaughter. They traveled together again. If we could encounter that genius from the Spirit Hall in the Stardo Great Forest, that would be the best outcome. If not, he would pretend to want to send his granddaughter to Shrek Academy. Then, we'll take action against that genius from the Spirit Hall together. They learned of Meng Shu's arrangements. Knowing that Shrek Academy was currently short of students, Yu Xiaoging readily agreed. A glint of triumph flashed in Meng Shu's eyes at this. He said this not entirely for his own sake. If Tan Ji-san is indeed the son of Haoshan Douluo, he is a genius with innate full soul power and twin martial souls. If only we could bring him and his granddaughter together. That would naturally be a huge benefit for the Dragon Snake family. If not, he found out the location and situation of Shrek Academy through his granddaughter. How do you plan to create this androgynous Yu Xiaoging, and this Shrek Academy? Is it still up to him, Long Gong Meng Shu, to decide? After hearing about Yu Xiaoging and Long Gong Meng Shu's plan, hidden in the shadows, Ji Yu Han smiled sarcastically and decided to grant his request. Because it was discovered that the human-faced demon spider seemed to have been killed by Tang San. However, due to his trip to Wuhan City, Tang San broke through to the Soul Master level ahead of schedule. And is now unable to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Now, no one can get the 8 spider lances. After Ji Yu Han moved swiftly, he quietly left the place. She returned to Ziji, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Dugu Yan. Let's go, we're getting ready to leave. Leading the group, Ji Yu Han headed from the inner perimeter of the Stardo Great Forest towards the outer perimeter. Or to be more precise, they were heading towards the location of Shrek Academy and the giant dragon serpent. Not long after, the two sides then met. Chapter 229 Yu Xiaoging. Ji Yu Han, you ungrateful, heartless scoundrel. The dense starry sky forest. Ji Yu Han and his group encountered Shrek Academy and the group of Geishi Dragon and Snake. After Ji Yu Han left, everything was done according to Yu Xiaoging and Meng Shu's script. Tang San used hidden weapons to engage in a contest with Meng Yiren. In the end, Tang San naturally won. He defeated Meng Yiren twice. Especially the second time, he defeated Meng Yiren in the field of hidden weapons, which Meng Yiren was proud of. This made Meng Yiren feel a sense of admiration for Tang San and also stirred up some feelings in her heart. However, due to Tang San's unexpected mistake, he killed Meng Shu and the human-faced demon spider that Chao Tianxiang had chosen for Meng Yiren. After turning enemies into friends, the Shrek Academy members decided to help Gai Shi Longxi and Meng Yiran find a suitable soul beast for Meng Yiran. That's all. On the road, the two sides met. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Kid, I've finally found you. This time, you're dead. Upon seeing Ji Yu Han again, Yu Xiaoging's eyes immediately reddened. His face previously stiff and effeminate. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth inwardly. In Yu Xiaoging's eyes, it was as if I could see Ji Yu Han being killed in the Stardo Great Forest by T. He combined forces of Tang Hao and the peerless dragon serpent. A scene of blood staining the sky. Your Majesty Ji Yu Han. However, compared to Yu Xiaoging, because they didn't know that Tang San's father was the famous Haoshan Douluo Tang Hao, Zhao Wuji saw Ji Yu Han and couldn't help but shudder. He forced a smile and quickly stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. What a coincidence! To run into His Majesty Ji Yu Han in the Stardo Great Forest. It is quite a coincidence. Ji Yu Han spoke calmly, glancing at Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. Also present beside the two were Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang. At this moment, Yu Xiaoging had already approached Long Gong Meng Shu and whispered something to him. Ji Yu Han is the target that His Majesty Haoshan wants to eliminate. Is this the kid? Meng Shu looked at Ji Yu Han and couldn't help but be amazed. Because he discovered that he couldn't see through Ji Yu Han's true intentions. Although he already knew that Ji Yu Han was a soul Douluo of the same level as him. But when I saw that Ji Yuhan was actually so young, a titled Douluo who is not yet 20 years old, if this monster grows up in the future, it will surely become an unparalleled powerhouse capable of suppressing an entire era. But now, they are about to be joined forces by Hoshin Douluo and his wife. Kill them in this starry sky forest. If the Spirit Hall knew, they'd be furious. If the Spirit Hall finds out, their peerless dragon and snake spirits will also be considered murderers. Their dragon-snake family is probably doomed. If he could, he wouldn't actually want to do this. Meng Shu was quite helpless. Unfortunately, the Hoshin Douluo Tang Hao might be right beside me right now. They learned a secret they shouldn't have known. If you don't listen to Yu Shaogang, you might die without a burial place. However, Meng Shu also kept a watchful eye on things. When Yu Shaogang whispered to him that Ji Yuhan in front of him was the target, Meng Shu also suggested that Yu Shaogang let Tang Hao make a move first, and then they would follow suit. Otherwise, if this Yu Shaogang is a fraud, aren't they just being used as pawns for free? Without the leadership of Hoshin Douluo Tang Hao, they wouldn't even dare to offend this monster from the Spirit Hall. Yu Shaogang didn't take Meng Shu's conditions seriously. He thought of what Tang Hao had said when he came to see him last night. Yu Shaogang was full of confidence. The last time His Majesty Hoshin approached him, he mentioned it. Although Ji Yuhan was protected by a title Douluo, but he couldn't do anything to this title Douluo, and the title Douluo couldn't do anything to him either. This time, he found the legendary dragon and snake as an outside helper. If His Majesty Hoshin were to make a move, he could entangle the title Douluo protecting Ji Yuhan. The peerless dragon and snake unleashed their martial soul fusion skill, dragon and snake combined attack. This is a martial soul fusion skill that can rival a title Douluo. Ji Yuhan, who is only at the Contra Douluo level, is definitely no match for him. So what if you have a 100,000-year-old 8th spirit ring? The gap between a soul Douluo and a title Douluo is definitely not something that can be bridged by a single 100,000-year soul ring. In Yu Shaogang's limited perspective, he had never seen anyone who could rival or even defeat a title Douluo at the soul Douluo level or even lower. That means such a person doesn't exist. And beside Yu Shaogang, Tang San was also very excited at this moment. This time, Tang San's cooperation is needed. So Yu Shaogang finally revealed Tang Hao's true identity to Tang San. Upon learning that his father, Tang Hao, was actually the legendary Hoshin Douluo Tang Hao, the youngest title Douluo and the one with a 100,000-year 9th spirit ring, Tang San was so excited and thrilled that he almost fainted. Because this shows, Ali had a powerful backer and no longer needed to fear Ji Yuhan. He finally had a chance to steal away the girl in the pink dress who he had fallen in love with at first sight and who was following Ji Yuhan. After learning about Yu Shaogang's plan, Tang San was even more excited. After seeing Ji Yuhan, Zhao Wuji stepped forward with a fawning expression and greeted Ji Yuhan with clasped hands. Tang San jumped out, his face cold, and pointed at Ji Yuhan, shouting, "Ji Yuhan, why don't you bow to your teacher?" Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were all stunned. A question mark slowly formed in my mind. No, mistress, what are you trying to do? For a moment, Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, and Oscar were all panicked. If you're looking to die, don't drag us down with you. What nonsense are you spouting, mistress? Hurry up and apologize to His Majesty Ji Yuhan. As a teacher, Zhao Wuji was quite responsible. He gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Tang San. They still wanted to suppress the matter. Unfortunately, they learned Tang Hao's true identity and Yu Shaogang's plan. Tang San thought that this time, Ji Yuhan would be able to cooperate with his teacher's plan and the combined RTS of Tang Hao and the peerless dragon and snake. They died without a burial place. But they were completely fearless. Tang San, who had long disliked Ji Yuhan and thought Ji Yuhan was disrespectful to his teacher and morally corrupt, was no longer willing to tolerate him. They completely ignored Zhao Wuji's attempt to save the day. Pointing at Ji Yuhan, he shouted sternly, "Ji Yuhan, can't you hear me? Come and pay your respects to your teacher. No matter what, your teacher is still your elder. To see your elders and not pay your respects is disrespectful and morally corrupt." Tang San was bossy and domineering, as if he had transformed into a moral vanguard. Mistress, no need to say anything more. That kid is an ungrateful wretch. Beside him, Yu Shaogang's effeminate and STIFF face also revealed a hint of sarcasm as he spoke indifferently. Back then, he was just an orphan in Wuhan City. It was Donger who took him as a disciple, overruled objections, and gave him a lot of cultivation resources. That's what allowed him to evolve his martial spirit and reach this point today. As a disciple, he should stand on his teacher's side. As a result, he actually became me dissatisfied and sided with outsiders just because Donger brought us to Wuhan City and gave us some cultivation resources. Not only did he fail to keep his promise to Donger and not help his martial soul evolve, he also gave Donger a poisonous herb, causing his master to lose his manhood. When Donger learned of this, he naturally felt extremely guilty and wanted to avenge his master. Isn't this normal? It's just that Donger's methods were a bit too extreme. As a disciple, instead of reflecting on his own problems, he blamed all the mistakes on the teacher who had been kind to him. This is an ungrateful, heartless scoundrel, although they knew the true identities of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. But at this moment, Ji Yu Han was so angry that he laughed. Tang Hao, standing to the side, looked pained and covered his eyes. It's over. It's really over. Yu Xiaogang, you good for nothing, you've ruined my son. Although it wasn't Ji Yu Han. But then he heard what his son Tang San and Yu Xiaogang were saying. Even Tang Hao, putting himself in Ji Yu Han's shoes, felt a surge of anger rising to his head. As the main party, he couldn't even imagine the rage raging within Ji Yu Han at that moment. Chapter 230 Tang San is lame, Master is severed arm. Yu Xiaogang, although I've known for a long time that you're a hypocritical, shameless, and utterly double-standard piece of trash. But I really didn't expect it to happen in front of so many people. How could you say such shameless things? After being amused by Yu Xiaogang, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but sarcastically remark. Beside them, Ziji, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, and Dugu Yan all had angry expressions on their pretty faces. He clenched his fists and glared angrily at Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. It was Bibi Dong who took me as her disciple, overruled all objections, and gave me a lot of cultivation resources, which is why I am where I am today. But why would she take me, who was a good for nothing at the time, as her apprentice? Don't you know the reason why? Moreover, she gave me cultivation resources, so I am grateful to her. But aren't the cultivation resources she provided supposed to belong to the Spirit Hall? I'm an orphan raised by the Spirit Hall. In terms of gratitude, isn't the Spirit Hall more grateful to me? As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she herself broke the rules. I secretly brought you and your disciple to Wuhan City and arranged for you to stay in the Papal Palace. It not only consumes a lot of resources, but also helps your martial soul evolve. He also gave your disciple Tang San a large amount of cultivation resources to help him cultivate. This has affected the cultivation of my senior sister Huliena, who was originally her disciple. Is this something a pope, a teacher, should do? Ji Yu Han's words were full of sneer and questioning. I should repay her kindness, but what does that have to do with a piece of trash like you? As for that poisonous plant, it's not poisonous at all. That 7 deadly severing yang flower has extremely powerful effects on women. But for men, it is a deadly poison. At this point, Ji Yu Han couldn't help but look down at Yu Xiaogang's lower body, at the now empty area. A deep sneer and mockery curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. But I actually gave her this magical herb on purpose. If she uses it herself, then everything will be fine. But what if she chooses to let you use it? As the Pope, she is a traitor, so naturally she won't have a good outcome. It's just that you've lost your manhood, I think that's letting you off easy. After all, your next lover after her will be your own cousin. Isn't it precisely because of your blood relationship? If that you can't face it that you chose to run away. Now that you've become a eunuch, you can have a platonic spiritual love affair. Isn't that wonderful? Ji Yu Han's sarcastic tone made Yu Xiaogang. Ji's already stiff face turn extremely ugly, his face immediately turning red, and he was both shocked and angry. How did this kid find out about what happened between me and Erlong? However, they learned that Yu Xiaogang had an illicit relationship with his cousin. This is such an explosive piece of gossip. This shocked Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Dugu Yan, and others, including Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. A multitude of strange gazes turned to look at Yu Xiaogang. Even Geishi Longxi and Meng Yiren, who were standing beside him, looked at Yu Xiaogang with a different gaze. But I still didn't expect that. She actually went so far as to seduce an evil spirit master for your sake. Even at the cost of sacrificing our Spirit Hall's Holy Light Angel Enforcement Team, you must plot to kill me and avenge you. She's already gone to such lengths, all I want is to sever all ties with her, what's wrong with that? Ji Yu Han continued with a cold smile. Of course, you can still benefit from Bibi Dong. But you're still an outsider. You don't have to give anything, so of course you're shouting slogans all the time. Because Bibi Dong has been kind to me, I must repay her kindness no matter what. Even if she wants to kill me. But I really don't understand what gives you the right to say such things. You are a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan because you awakened a useless martial soul that can only fart. You are ostracized and discriminated against by your Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. But you, a piece of trash with only half a level of innate soul power, have managed to cultivate to the current level 29. You must have obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, right? If you are so grateful, why haven't you returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect yet? Are you really just trying to prove yourself? I think the real reason is simply that you hate those who look down on you. If you want your martial soul to evolve and become a powerful being, if you want to become a master of martial soul theory, then slap them in the face. You hypocritical, shameless, and double-standard person. How dare you talk to me like that? Ji Yu Han laughed in exasperation as he spoke. Forget it. Why bother talking to you two so much? You two, master and disciple, are birds of a feather, exactly the same. Talking to you any further would be a waste of breath. I let you off the hook last time, but you still didn't learn your lesson. This time, I'll teach you a lesson. The next moment, Ji Yu Han's figure flashed and he disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yu Xiaoging. He suddenly swung out a sharp longsword that he had taken out at some point. With a swift movement, the sword fell. A torrent of blood gushed out along with a severed arm. Yu Xiaoging's pig-like screams instantly echoed throughout the forest. My hand. My hand. Why? Yu Xiaoging belatedly realized what was happening, clutching his broken arm and howling in agony. My heart was filled with fear and disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why? Why didn't His Majesty Hoshan appear? I have found an unparalleled dragon and snake as an ally for His Majesty Hoshan. Now is a good opportunity to get rid of Ji Yu Han. Why didn't His Majesty Hoshan appear, and instead just watched Ji Yu Han cut off my arm? This isn't right, teacher. When Tang San saw that Yu Xiaoging's arm had been severed by Ji Yu Han, he was first stunned. Then he suddenly screamed in panic and anxiety. This situation is different from the script that the master and apprentice had designed. It shouldn't be that Ji Yu Han was provoked into anger and embarrassment by their words. But Ju, Saint, as they were about to make their move, his father suddenly appeared and engaged in a fierce battle with the Spirit Hall titled Douluo, who was protecting Ji Yu Han. Afterwards, the Peerless Dragon and Snake Senior made a move and killed Ji Yu Han. How could Ji Yu Han have severed the teacher's left arm with such a move? But father hasn't appeared yet. No, something's wrong. Behind them stood Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, who was a step behind Yu Xiaoging and Tang San. Tang Hao did not appear when he discovered that Yu Xiaoging had lost an arm. He couldn't help but frown, sensing that something was wrong. Pulling Snake Granny towards Tianxiang and Meng Yiren, they quickly took a step back. At this point, after severing Yu Xiaoging's arm, holding the still dripping, sharp longsword, Ji Yu Han looked at Yu Xiaoging, whose face was filled with terror and who was screaming in agony, and couldn't help but sneer. What are you yelling for? You dare to provoke me? Aren't you prepared to die? Or do you have something to rely on? Are these two senior figures beside you? As he spoke, Ji Yu Han looked at Long Gong Meng Shu and Shi Po Chao Tian Shang. Young man, you've misunderstood. We just happen to be traveling together. Actually, there is no relationship between us. At this moment, Long Gong Meng Shu, who had already sensed something was wrong, quickly cut off the connection and said in a serious and deep voice. However, Ji Yu Han merely curled the corners of his lips at Meng Shu's words without responding, looking at Yu Xiaoging with sarcasm. He certainly knew what Yu Xiaoging's real strength lay in. It's Tang Hao, the Hoshan Douluo. Tang Hao probably didn't tell Yu Xiaoging about the crushing defeat he suffered at his hands. He even went so far as to say things that suggested he had a slight advantage in order to save face. Yu Xiaoging believed that by joining forces with a title Douluo level expert, he could defeat him and avenge his second brother. It's just a pity that I was overthinking it. After Ji Yu Han severed one of his arms, they discovered that Tang Hao still hadn't appeared. Because things didn't go according to plan, Yu Xiaoging finally sensed something was wrong. Originally, his heart was filled with the joy of successful revenge and the smugness of victory. Now everything has turned into panic and fear. Your Majesty the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty the Jade Emperor. Where are you? Come out quickly. Come out and save them. If you don't come out soon, I'm dead. Unfortunately, no matter how much Yu Xiaoging prayed and pleaded in his heart, Tang Hao never appeared. And seeing Yu Xiaoging's expression filled with fear and panic. This is such a ridiculous change in attitude. It's both disgusting and laughable. He looks like a clown. I thought you had something to rely on. If not, then I won't be polite. With a cold smile, Ji Yu Han kicked Yu Shaoging to the ground. He stepped on Yu Shaoging's head. Let Yu Shaoging's thick-skinned, hypocritical face and shameless mouth make wild contact with the ground. What? Aren't you very good at talking? Say it. Under Ji Yu Han's ravaging, Yu Shaoging sobbed and wailed in pain and regret. He quickly got a mouthful of mud, and his face became a bloody mess. I don't know how many bones in my body are broken. Seeing Yu Shaoging's miserable state, Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, and Oscar felt both speechless and pitiful. Why did you provoke this living ancestor when you had nothing to do? They're from the Spirit Hall, not your identity as the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Teacher. Tang San looked grim. He desperately wanted to save Yu Shaoging. But he also knew very well that he didn't have that ability. All I could do was clench my fists and stand to the side. He didn't dare to run away. Beside him, Meng Shu gripped the dragon staff so tightly that the veins on his hands bulged, his face was grim, and he cursed inwardly. You androgynous bastard, you almost killed me. Why should we join forces with our peerless dragon and snake to kill this genius from the Spirit Hall? The Haoshan Douluo you mentioned never appeared. You're probably making fun of me. Although I haven't made a move yet. But being with you, you bastard, has made this genius from the Spirit Hall suspicious of me. I've suffered a huge loss. I'm afraid I'll be dragged down and killed by you. You piece of trash. And with the continuous blood loss from the severed arm, Yu Shaoging finally fainted from the agonizing torture. Oh right, what about you? After Yu Shaoging fainted, Ji Yu Han looked at Tang San with a cold smile. With a flash, he appeared in front of Tang San. Not good. Upon realizing that Ji Yu Han had targeted him, Tang San's expression changed. And he used Ghost Shadow perplexing steps to try to escape. But Tang San's strength is only at the Soul Master level. They wanted to escape from Ji Yu Han's clutches. This is clearly wishful thinking. Ji Yu Han delivered a whip kick, breaking Tang San's right leg. With a scream, Tang San was sent flying, crashing to the ground face first. Mistress. Seeing Tang San's miserable state in the shadows, Tang Hao was heartbroken. My heart is filled with anger. However, this anger was not directed at Ji Yu Han. It was directed at Yu Shaoging. Damn Blue Lightning Tyrant sect trash, because of you you ruined the mistress like this. You're dead. Chapter 231. Don't underestimate the value of the Love Continent. An endless forest. Towering ancient trees rise from the ground, their dense canopies overlapping and blocking out the sunlight. Only dappled shadows of trees were reflected in the woods. After severing Yu Shaoging's arm and thoroughly humiliating him, Ji Yu Han turned to look at Tang San. Tang San still wanted to escape. But the result was that Ji Yu Han kicked his right leg so hard that it broke, leaving him crippled. With a painful scream, his body flew high into the air and crashed heavily to the ground. The mistress. Beside her, Meng Yiren, who had already developed some feelings for Tang San, couldn't help but shout out anxiously. I am very worried about Tang San. You can hear your granddaughter's voice. Both Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang suddenly felt dizzy. All I feel is spiciness. Just now, I finally managed to cut ties with the master and disciple duo. Yu Shaoging and Tang San. I never expected this. Unexpected. Granddaughter Meng Yiren actually showed such anxiety over Tang San's injury. How can anyone believe what you're saying? For a moment, Meng Shu felt nothing but deep regret. He shouldn't have let Tang San's talent get the better of him in the first place. When his granddaughter Meng Yiren showed admiration for Tang San, he did nothing. Instead, he should tell his granddaughter about his plan. Oh, Meng Yiren's loud shout made Ji Yu Han glance at her slightly. A hint of interest flashed in his eyes, a playful look on his face. I didn't expect that, Tang San. You're quite charming now. It's amazing that this beautiful young lady is so worried about you. To be honest, Ji Yu Han was quite surprised. Yu Shaoging forced Geishi Longxi to help him by using Tang Hao's power. So after he severed Yu Shaoging's arm, Tang Hao did not appear. Something was wrong. Long Gong Meng Shu immediately severed ties with the two. Unexpectedly, Meng Yiren showed anxiety and worry for Tang San at this moment. Isn't this giving him a handle to use against him? That's really unexpected. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Is this the true value of Love Continent? Perfect timing. Ji Yu Han was preparing to take advantage of this opportunity to subdue the peerless dragon and snake. Meng Yiren's performance was exactly what he wanted. He could now legitimately launch an attack against the peerless dragon and snake. Two seniors, didn't you say that you had no connection with Yu Shaogang and Tang San and his disciples? Judging from the behavior of my two granddaughters, it doesn't seem to be the case. Ji Yu Han looked at Geishi Longxi with a half smile and asked a question. Young master, you've misunderstood. We really have no relationship, we just traveled together for a while. However, my granddaughter considers Tang San a friend. Isn't it normal to feel anxious and worried when a friend gets hurt? Quote. Meng Shu wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a smile as he explained. Grandfather. However, at this moment, Meng Yiren spoke up. She clenched her fists, her pretty face showing a determined look. Looking at Ji Yu Han, he gritted his teeth and said. He's just a soul Douluo, while Xiao San has twin martial souls with innate full soul power. He's bound to become a title Douluo in the future. If we save him, we can gain the life-saving grace of a future title Douluo. Let's help him. It's over. When Long Gong Meng Shu was completely street. To hear his granddaughter say such a thing, everything went black. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died at this moment. There might have been room for maneuver. But the granddaughter Meng Yiren's words of filial piety for her beloved were powerful. This undoubtedly blocked everything. Why? Long Gong Meng Shu glanced at his granddaughter Meng Yiren and gave a helpless, bitter smile. But he shook his head and said nothing. Old man. Beside her, Snake Granny Chao Tianxiang also came up, holding a snake staff, her eyes full of apology and helplessness. It's as if it's saying, it's all my fault. It's my fault for not raising my granddaughter well. However, at this point, it's clear that the other party no longer trusts them. Conflict is now unavoidable. Rather than offending both sides, it's better to offer help in times of need. That's right. I originally wanted to feign weakness to lower your guard, but I didn't expect the plan to fail. Hen my husband and I won't pretend anymore. Meng Shu steeled his resolve, grabbed the dragon staff, and shouted coldly. This Tang San is a junior we admire, and we, the peerless dragon and snake, will protect him. Let us see what your skills are like. Soul fusion skill. Dragon and serpent combined attack. Amidst a loud shout, Dragon Lord Meng Shu and Snake Lady Chao Tianxiang suddenly clashed together. The two raised their dragon staff and serpent staff martial spirits and crossed them together in the air. The next moment, a huge dark green beam of light shot up from where the two had been standing. Then, a venomous dragon, 100 meters long, dark green in color, with a pair of sharp claws on its abdomen, and looking ferocious and terrifying, suddenly burst out from the pillar of light. After letting out a roar in the air, it opened its blood-red maw. It then unleashed a torrent of dark green, highly toxic breath directly at Ji Yu Han's location. Seeing her grandpair, NTS unleash the martial soul fusion skill, Dragon and Snake combination strike, Meng Yiren's pretty face radiated confidence. From childhood to adulthood, the martial spirit fusion skill, Dragon and Snake combination strike, used by my grandparents has never encountered an opponent. Even a soul Douluo at the same level as Grandpa. No one could withstand the combined attack of the dragon and the snake and remain undefeated. This guy named Ji Yu Han, according to Xiao San's teacher, is just a contra player. Grandpa and Grandma can definitely beat him and save the mistress. However, Ji Yu Han SM. I led faintly at the poisonous breath spewed by the aerial serpent. With a sudden thought, a dazzling golden light burst forth from within him. Amidst a deafening dragon roar, the martial soul holy dragon, with its enormous size, golden body, and wings on its back, appearing sacred, majestic, and domineering, was summoned. At the same time, the holy light dragon emperor's domain also unfolded. Under the purification power of the Holy Light Dragon Emperor's domain, the poisonous dragon's poisonous aura was instantly purified. And the martial soul Holy Dragon after being summoned. Seeing that it hadn't even taken to the sky. Yet the venomous dragon dared to fly up, it roared angrily and suddenly flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. After activating the sixth soul skill, Void Dark Domain, the venomous dragon was imprisoned in the air. The martial soul Holy Dragon soared into the sky and grabbed the head and tail of the poisonous flood dragon. Amidst the terrified roar of the venomous dragon, it exerted force with its claws. The peerless dragon and snake used their martial soul fusion skill, dragon and snake combined attack, to summon a poisonous dragon. It was 2 in 2 before it even lasted a single round against the martial soul holy dragon. With the martial soul fusion skill broken, the peerless dragon and serpent were instantly backfired, vomiting blood and collapsing to the ground. This is impossible, this is impossible. When they saw the incredible 7 black and 1 red soul ring configuration rising from beneath Ji Yu Han's feet. And the Oizonous dragon summoned by the grandparents using their martial soul fusion technique was torn in two with just one move. Meng Yiren was struck dumb, her pretty face turning deathly pale. She clenched her hands tightly, took several steps back, and her delicate body trembled. Why is this guy's spirit ring configuration like this? The teacher of the mistress only said that he was Contra. But, no one ever mentioned that his spirit ring configuration was like this. A 100,000-year-old 8th spirit ring. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 232. How did he know about the mysterious heavenly treasure record? You two seniors, you must be the famous dragon and snake duo, right? In the air, the martial soul holy dragon roared with domineering power. He directly tore the poisonous dragon summoned by the combined attack of dragon and snake in two. Ji Yu Han spoke calmly as he slowly walked towards the peerless dragon and snake. However, it seems you don't have the strength to protect Tang San. In response, the peerless dragon and snake collapsed, coughing up blood. The two men were pale and listless, coughing up blood while forcing a bitter smile. I never expected things to turn out this way. A monster who could break through to the Contra level before the age of 20. Truly extraordinary. No wonder that Fudo Myo Zhao Wuji could be so obedient and ingratiating. This time, they're probably going to suffer a crushing defeat. They might even lose their lives. It's all the fault of that damned androgynous Yu Shaogang and his apprentice. Both the dragon, Lord Meng Shu and the snake lady Chao Tianxiang were furious and wished they could tear Yu Shaogang to pieces. However, after Ji Yu Han finished speaking, he did not immediately do anything to Geishi Longxi. Instead, she looked at Tang San again. But I'll deal with you two later. Ji Yu Han walked towards Tang San, meeting Tang San's angry and hateful gaze, and said with a cold smile. Just now, did you say that I was disrespectful and morally corrupt? That's right. Feeling that he might be doomed this time, Tang San stopped trying to hide his true intentions. Gritting his teeth, Xian Mu shouted out everything he had always believed in his heart. You, Ji Yu Han, are a morally depraved person who disrespects your elders and betrays your teachers. No matter what, your teacher is a good friend of Aunt Bibi Dong and an elder to you. But you have never bowed or paid your respects to your teacher. Isn't this disrespectful to elders? As for betraying one's master and ancestors, the teacher has already said that. Given the kindness that Aunt Bibi Dong has shown you, why don't you help Aunt Bibi Dong and instead side with others? Isn't this tantamount to betraying one's master and ancestors? If you stand on Aunt Bibi Dong's side, you can truly help your teacher's martial soul evolve with your immortal herbs. How did things come to this between you and Aunt Bibi Dong? You caused all of this yourself. A person like you, who disrespects his elders and betrays his master, is the kind of person I, Tang San, despise the most. However, seeing Tang San's genuinely angry expression, Ji Yu Han only found it laughable. He was absolutely amused. What? You, Tang God King, actually have the nerve to say such a thing? In your past life, you were an fan raised by the Tang clan as an outer disciple. They might not even be from the Tang family. You don't appreciate the kindness of the Tang clan in raising you. Instead, they coveted the Zantian Baolu, the supreme martial art passed down by the Tang family. They argued that it was unfair for the Tang sect not to pass on the Zantian Baolu to its outer disciples. With ulterior motives, he secretly plotted for years and stole the Zantian Baolu. Isn't this more disrespectful to elders and a betrayal of one's master than anyone else's? How dare you criticize others? Ji Yu Han was speechless. And when he saw his son Tang San, who was still oblivious to his own mortality and dared to insult Ji Yu Han, he was shocked. Tang Hao couldn't help but put on a mask of pain. Tang San is currently only lame in one leg. But if we keep talking like this, we might even lose our lives. Therefore, Tang Hao had no choice but to step in. Shut up, mistress. Tang San was filled with anger and hatred, and was about to continue speaking. A familiar angry shout rang in my ears. Tang Hao finally appeared, appearing in front of Tang San in a flash. A loud slap left a bright red handprint on Tang San's face. Tang San's head was buzzing from being slapped. Dad. Upon discovering it was Tang Hao, Tang San was somewhat surprised and delighted, but covering his face, he was filled with confusion. He didn't understand why his father, Tang Hao, was hitting him. You should know, according to what the teacher said, Dad isn't afraid of Ji Yu Han at all. However, Tang Hao ignored Tang San. After slapping Tang San across the face, Tang Hao turned around and respectfully addressed Ji Yu Han. Your Excellency Ji Yu Han, it is my fault for failing to properly educate my son. However, the mistress didn't say those things intentionally. This is all due to the influence of Yu Shaogang. Please forgive me, Your Majesty Ji Yu Han. To ensure his son Tang San's safety, Tang Hao direct. TLY shifted all the blame onto Yu Shaogang. After speaking, Tang Hao bowed deeply to Ji Yu Han. Dad. Tang San was utterly stunned to see Tang Hao actually bowing and scraping before Ji Yu Han. For a moment, I felt like the sky had fallen. This isn't right. How could father possibly bow down to Ji Yu Han? According to the teacher, the father did not hate the spirit hall very much. Are they also eager to get rid of Ji Yu Han? On the side, after Tang Hao appeared, they found that they couldn't gauge Tang Hao's true strength at all, and could only sense a deadly sense of crisis. After a moment of surprise, the couple, Geishalong and Shi, confirmed it. Tang San's father might actually be the legendary Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao. However, Tang Hao actually spoke humbly to this young man from the spirit hall. This truly surprised and astonished them. Tang Hao, I spared your life last time. But after you went back, it seems you didn't tell that good for nothing the truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous this year. Ji Yu Han was unmoved by Tang Hao's humble attitude and simply sneered. Spare the life of His Majesty Haoshan. Upon hearing Ji Yu Han's words, Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Geishi Longxi all narrowed their eyes in shock. That sentence contains a lot of information. Could it be that even Haoshan Douluo is no match for Ji Yu Han? Or perhaps Ji Yu Han is being protected by a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. His Majesty Haoshan, is he no match for this title Douluo? In this regard, whether it's Zhao Wuji, Dai Mubai, Oscar, or Gaishi Longxi, they all prefer to believe the latter. In the Douluo continent, the strength of a title Douluo is supreme. Moreover, Tang Hao is a title Douluo with a 100,000-year-old ninth spirit ring and an astonishing combat record. It shouldn't be possible that he's no match for a contra player. Absolutely not. Your Excellency Ji Yu Han, it is all my fault. I, Tang Hao, will accept any punishment that may be imposed upon me. I only hope that you will spare the mistress's life. A hint of humiliation flashed across Tang Hao's face, but he still clenched his fists and continued to speak in a humble manner. You have no right to negotiate with me. Ji Yu Han said coldly. You should be grateful that I spared your life before. I even forgive your life. What right do you have to ask me to spare your son's life? Do you think you have a big face? Ji Yu Han showed no respect and slapped him in the face. Despite feeling incredibly humiliated, Tang Hao knew he was simply outmatched in skill. He could only clench his fists and continue to endure it, saying, Your Excellency Ji Yu Han, if only you could spare the mistress's life. As long as it does not violate my principles and is within my capabilities, I can grant you any of your conditions. Can you grant me any one request? That sounds interesting. Ji Yu Han suddenly had an interesting idea in his mind, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, smile, and ask, Then what would be a violation of your principles, Tang Hao? If you intend to harm the Haoshan sect, that would be going against my principles, Tang Hao. Tang Hao said resolutely. Ji Yu Han smiled, because he had already considered that the Spirit Hall's true enemy was not Tang San. Rather, it is the realm of gods, or the Asura god and the sea god of the realm of gods. Therefore, he does not intend to kill Tang San now. After all, if they kill Tang San, the god of Asura and the god of the sea might support someone else in the future to stop him from leading the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. In that case, he wouldn't even know who the enemy would be. It would be better to keep Tang San. And without intending to kill Tang San, he was still able to get a promise from Tang Hao for free. Although he didn't take Tang Hao's promise seriously. But this was still an unexpected surprise. Moreover, this promise is not entirely useless. Ji Yu Han then thought of a very interesting use. However, Ji Yu Han's lips curled slightly, but he did not immediately agree to Tang Hao's request. Instead, he said calmly, Not enough. I can forgive your son. And I can even spare Yu Shaogang's life. But your son must also pay the price. I don't want anything else from him. I just want him to hand over the Zhantian treasure record to me. The mysterious heavenly treasure record. How could he know about the Zhantian Baolu? I never expected to hear the words, mysterious heaven treasure record, from Ji Yu Han. Tang San's pupils constricted instantly. His heart filled with shock and disbelief. There is also a deeply hidden fear. Chapter 233 Tang San, let me see the bond between you and your father. Impossible. How could He possibly know about the mysterious heavenly treasure record? Tang San was filled with shock and disbelief. Deep in his eyes, there was a deep sense of fear. He never revealed this to anyone outside the world. Any word or phrase about the Tang clan's secret techniques on his body. Logically speaking, it's impossible for anyone to know. He is the one who possesses the Zontian treasure record. Unless this person, like him, also comes from his previous life. Even more so, he was a member of the Tang clan. And recalling the scenes of each encounter with Ji Yuhan, Tang San discovered that Ji Yuhan seemed to have used similar techniques to the Tang clan's unique skills. And just now, when he said that he had no respect for his elders and had betrayed his teacher and ancestors, his eyes held a mocking and sarcastic look. It's as if to say, you're even more disrespectful than I am, betraying your master and ancestors. Who gives them the right to talk about me like that? Could it be? A terrifying thought couldn't help but surface in Tang San's mind. Could this Ji Yuhan also be a member of his Tang clan? They even knew that Tang San had stolen the Zontian Baolu, the supreme martial art of their Tang sect. Damn it! Damn it! Why is this happening? Tang San was roaring with rage in his heart. If this guy were to expose this, wouldn't that completely ruin my pure and innocent image, Tang San? The mysterious heavenly treasure record. What is that? Tang Hao frowned, looking puzzled. He didn't know when his son Tang San had acquired this thing called the mysterious heavenly treasure record. Just think of it as a book that records more advanced soul power meditation methods, self-created soul skills, and other secret techniques. Ji Yuhan spoke calmly. But a playful smile played on his lips as he looked at Tang San. Tang San, hand over the Zontian treasure record to me. Hand over the Zontian treasure record, and I can promise your father I'll spare your life. Otherwise, your father will die too. Now, let me see the bond between you father and son. At this moment, Ji Yuhan was also quite curious. In Tang San's heart, the importance of the Zontian Baolu, the supreme martial art of the Tang sect, is something that everyone who understands knows. As an orphan, Tang San's longing for a foster father and mother is self-evident. Now, choose between the mysterious heavenly treasure record and wild father. It remains to be seen what choice this hypocritical and double-standard Tang God King will make. And then he heard Ji Yuhan's words. Tang San clenched his fists, his face filled with pain and resentment, his eyes bloodshot, and he was panting heavily. His body was trembling violently. Damn it! That despicable guy. The choice Ji Yuhan made was undoubtedly extremely painful and agonizing for Tang San. The mysterious heavenly treasure record. This is my past life. This is something I obtained at the cost of my life. And the father is someone I long for in my past life. Now, this damned, despicable guy. They actually made me choose between these two. But in his anger and pain, Tang San ultimately chose Tang Hao. No way. Now that our lives are in someone else's hands, if we hand over the Zontian Baolu, both my father and I can live. If you don't pay, you'll all die. He had no choice. Boring. To his surprise, Tang San still chose Tang Hao, and Ji Yuhan couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. He thought Tang San would rather die than submit. However, Tang San's choice was not unexpected. Ji Yuhan did not ask Tang San to memorize the Zontian Baolu. They simply used the heaven-shattering, earth-shattering technique to pull Tang San into an illusion. Just like with Tang Hao, Ji Yuhan easily obtained the complete contents of the Zontian Baolu from Tang San's mind. But after waking up from the illusion, thinking of the illusion he had just experienced, Tang San's face turned pale. And he clenched his fists, his heart filled with shock and anger. Because in the illusion, his true appearance was completely exposed. Why would such a soul skill exist? He had originally wanted to see if he could pull off some tricks. While memorizing the Zontian Baolu, I'm deliberately setting some traps in it. Tang San, you say I disrespect my teachers and am morally corrupt. I thought you were really strong. I never imagined that you stole this Zontian treasure record from your own sect. You really are quite respectful of your master. Through Tang San's memories, he discovered that everything was almost exactly as he had known and speculated. Tang San was indeed an orphan adopted by the Tang sect. This makes Tang San's act of stealing the Zontian treasure record even more despicable. It's like an abandoned baby in a chaotic world who couldn't survive otherwise, but was adopted by a kind family and made a servant. You don't have to be a servant. After repaying the kindness of his master, he chose to leave. But as a servant, he actually coveted his master's property. They also felt it was unfair that the host family did not pass on important inheritances to them. At such a young age, he took it for granted that he would spend years plotting to steal his master's property. This person's character is absolutely amazing. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but sneer. This made Tang San's face turn pale, and he gritted his teeth but remained silent. However, Ji Yuhan didn't really care much about the Zhan Tian treasure record. Because the techniques and martial arts he deduced through the heavenly evolution system are far superior to the mysterious heaven skill and other Tang sect secret techniques. However, techniques and martial arts UCH is the Holy Dragon Golden Light technique. This was deduced by him using the heavenly evolution system, based on his own martial soul and physique. It may not be suitable for others. However, IT is also quite simple to deduce other more universally applicable cultivation methods through the Tianyan system. He asked Tang San for the mysterious heaven skill, but more out of disgust for Tang San. As well as Dragon Lord Meng Shu, you two actually risked your lives to help Tang San. On behalf of Tang San, I would like to present you with a copy of the mysterious heavenly treasure Rico wrote as a token of my gratitude for saving your lives. A playful smile appeared on Ji Yuhan's lips as he turned around and gestured with his hand. A stream of light shot out from the fingertips. Using his mental power, he transmitted the information containing the Zhan Tian treasure record into the mind of Dragon Lord Meng Shu. He really wanted to see it. Doesn't Tang San pride himself on respecting his teachers and being grateful for their kindness? This peerless dragon and snake just now did you such a great favor. I will give a copy of the mysterious heavenly treasure record to this peerless dragon and snake. Is that too much to ask? You might think that the Tang clan's secret techniques must never be passed on to outsiders. Therefore, they wanted to kill this peerless dragon serpent. Or would you rather give the Zhan Tian treasure record to this peerless dragon and snake as a way of repaying him? Ji Yuhan originally intended to subdue the peerless dragon and snake. But they discovered that Meng Yiren seemed to have taken a liking to Tang San. Thinking of all the ridiculous examples of love-obsessed people on the dating forum, Ji Yuhan immediately gave up on subduing the peerless dragon and snake. At least not now. He wants to see. Given that he gave a copy of the Zhan Tian Baolu to Longgong Meng Shu, how will Tang San and Meng Yiren's relationship develop? In the end, the two of them and their families all perished at his hands. Tang San was still unable to let go of the fact that Meng Shu had obtained the Zhan Tian Baolu. They say one thing to your face and another behind your back. After using Meng Yiren and the dragon snake family, they betrayed and abandoned them. This is really interesting. He discovered that a beam of light suddenly shot out from Ji Yuhan's hand and entered his mind. A stream of information suddenly emerged. It contained a soul power meditation method that was incredibly complex and had remarkably powerful effects. There are also numerous powerful self-created soul skills, knowledge of medicine and poisons, crafting, and the use of hidden weapons. Meng Shu was utterly shocked. Is this the Zhan Tian Baolu? However, after the initial shock, Meng Shu's heart sank again. Because of something so precious. This originally belonged to Tang San, the son of Hooshan Douluo, but this monster from the spirit hall gave it to him. This is absolutely malicious. Hooshan Douluo and Tang San would absolutely not want such a precious thing to fall into his hands. This might be the death knell for their peerless dragon snake clan. Chapter 234 The Endless Fire Domain has Yao Lao, the God Realm has no Yu Shaoging, a rift between father and son. Meng Shu sighed helplessly in his heart. If he could, he really wanted to take his wife, Chao Tianxiang, and granddaughter, Meng Yiren, right away. He ran up to Ji Yuhan and declared that he would lead the Dragon Snake clan to submit. No way. This is the only option now. And it's the safest and most reliable. Because this Hooshan Douluo was clearly no match for the monstrous talent from the Spirit Hall in front of him. In addition, the Spirit Hall's power is also stronger than that of the Clear Sky sect. When you have to choose a side, that means you should definitely choose to stand on the side of the winner. Moreover, he took things he shouldn't have taken and didn't return them. Meng Shu can be certain. Neither Hooshan Douluo nor Tang San would be willing to do so. He obtained the Zhan Tian treasure record. This thing is deadly. Perhaps for now, everything is fine. But the future is uncertain. But that prodigy from the Spirit Hall gave him the mysterious heavenly treasure record. This clearly indicates an intention to sow discord. It's impossible for them to submit easily. It might fail. It would also offend the Hooshan Douluo father and son, and give them leverage over you. Their lives would be in immediate danger. We can only take it one step at a time. Seeing the bittersweet expression on Longgong Meng Shu's face, Ji Yuhan smiled knowingly. Thinking about the seemingly insignificant moves I made this time, I wondered if they might come in handy in the future. Although he didn't want to subdue the peerless dragon and snake and the dragon and snake family for the time being because of Meng Yiren. But Meng Yiren is still Meng Yiren. The peerless dragon and snake is indeed a peerless dragon and snake. He had great faith in the character of the Tang family father and son. Who knows, there might be some unexpected surprises in the future. Tang-san, you're smart to have made the right choice this time. Ji Yuhan narrowed his eyes, staring at Tang-san with a cold glint and murderous intent in his eyes, and said in a chilling tone. But remember, there will be no next time. Hopefully, this lesson will teach you the importance of speaking the truth. If you don't have enough strength, it's best to keep a low profile. I will keep Your Excellency Ji Yuhan's words in mind and there will absolutely be no next time. Tang-san forced a smile onto his stiff face. He adopted a humble demeanor and replied. However, deep down, resentment, hatred, and anger were burning fiercely. Damn it. No matter which sect or school of martial arts you belong to in Kyushu, or even if you are a member of my Tang sect. How dare they forcibly seize my Zon Tien treasure record? You have already chosen the path to your death. Just you wait. I, Tang-san, will definitely take my revenge. Your strength is indeed formidable. But the hidden weapons of the Tang clan are unparalleled in the world. When I am in this world, I will create the Buddha's Wrath Lotus once again. Even if you are a titled Douluo, you will still die under the supreme hidden weapon of my Tang sect. However, while hating Ji Yuhan, Tang-san also felt a deep resentment towards Yu Shaogang. In his view, this whole thing was caused by his teacher, Yu Shaogang. If it weren't for teacher Yu Shaogang's cleverness in provoking Ji Yuhan, how could I be Lame? How could he be forced to give up his greatest trump card in this world, the Zontian treasure record? If Yu Shaogang hadn't become Tang-san's teacher, influenced by the education of respecting teachers and valuing the way in their previous life, Tang-san wished he could use his blue-silver entanglement technique right now to strangle Yu Shaogang. Although he always says that he is grateful, respectful to his teachers, and pure and virtuous. But in fact, his words have absolutely nothing to do with our Tang God King. After all, in the original novel, from beginning to end, Holy Soul Village was just renamed Divine Soul Village. Old Jack was just a village chief from beginning to end. As for Yu Shaogang, the Endless Fire Domain has Yao Lao, but the God Realm has no Yu Shaogang. Those who know. Of course, this is also Yu Shaogang's own fault. After all, compared to Yao Lao, who possessed genuine talent and skills and provided Xiao Yan with countless forms of assistance. Yu Shaogang's role in Tang San's life was basically to hold him back. The greatest help, perhaps, comes from Notting College. As a guest retainer, he could bring back chicken legs and steamed buns from the cafeteria for free. Let's give Tang San an extra meal. This ensures that Tang San doesn't suffer from malnutrition from childhood to adulthood. Let's go. After teaching Yu Shaogang and Tang San a lesson, after causing one of the two men to lose an arm and the other to limp, and obtaining the Zontian Baolu, a magical treasure record, they were given the Zontian Baolu. Ji Yuhan then led everyone to continue their journey, leaving the Star Do Great Forest and returning to Soto City. Little San, what is that Zontian Baolu? After Ji Yuhan left, Tang Hao frowned and asked Tang San in a low voice. But things have come to this point. Tang San knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He had no choice but to tell Tang Hao the basic information about the Zontian Baolu. Of course, regarding the origin of the Zontian Baolu, Tang San remained silent. However, Tang Hao did not intend to ask further questions about this. Because Tang Hao didn't treat Tang San entirely as a father would a son. Otherwise, Tang San's situation, when he was a child, and Tang Hao's attitude when he learned about Tang San's awakened martial soul would not have been the same. Of course, there are other factors involved as well. Upon learning basic information about the Zontian Baolu, Tang Hao was greatly shocked. I never imagined that there would be such a powerful soul power meditation method and such exquisite self-created soul skills in this world. Now, he understands. It seems that the strange condition appeared on Tang San's body not long after his birth. He must be practicing the mysterious heaven technique. But they learned of the extraordinary nature of the Zontian Baolu. Thinking back, Ji Yuhan had actually given the Zontian Baolu to Long Gong Mengshu. For a moment, a fierce glint and killing intent flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. Ji Yuhan is powerful enough to forcibly seize the Zontian treasure record from his mistress, there's nothing I can do about it. But is a secret treasure like the Zontian Baolu something that you, a mere dragon lord Mengshu, can handle? Such a treasure should belong to my Hoshan sect. However, considering Ji Yuhan and his current situation, Tang Hao suppressed his killing intent. On the one hand, he already had considerable injuries. And it held on for more than a decade. Previously, in order to target Ji Yuhan, he also forcefully used the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring explosion. The simultaneous explosion of all 9 rings aggravated his injuries. But he was no match for Ji Yuhan. Ji Yuhan shattered the Hoshin hammer with a single blow, causing a backlash from his martial soul and further aggravating his injuries. At that time, it was already a miracle that his body didn't break down. Even after several days of rest and recovery, he still can't use his full strength for the time being. At the very least, killing the peerless dragon snake is definitely out of the question. Moreover, thinking back to what had just happened, this peerless dragon and snake granddaughter's attitude towards her son Tang San. This peerless dragon and snake might even become an asset to his son, Tang San. It still has value now. Little San, this Zantian treasure record is so precious. What do you think about Ji Yuhan handing over the Zantian treasure record to this dragon Duke Meng Shu? Tang Hao continued to ask Tang San in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Tang San hesitated. If he could, he would naturally want to kill Long Gong Mengshu immediately to prevent the Zantian Baolu from being passed on. But he didn't have that ability. What do you think, Dad? Tang San took a deep breath and respectfully handed over the decision to Tang Hao. In response, Tang Hao said in a deep voice. This Zantian treasure record is indeed very precious. But the peerless dragon serpent is quite powerful. I cannot make a move now. I think this peerless dragon and snake's granddaughter has some interest in you. Perhaps you could take things a step further and make this peerless dragon and snake your right-hand man. I understand what Dad means. Tang San frowned and nodded. However, he did not reject his father Tang Hao's suggestion. But the image of that lovely and charming woman in a pink dress still lingered in Tang San's mind. Just thinking about that beautiful figure, who is still by Ji Yuhan's side. Currently, he is no match for Ji Yuhan. Tang San took a deep breath and decided to be realistic. Let's stay with Meng Yuan for now. This peerless dragon and snake did indeed help him. In any case, I will definitely deal with his peerless dragon and snake in the future and prevent the Zantian treasure record from being leaked. Let's make use of it for now. Oh, right, the mistress. Just as Tang San was pondering, Tang Hao suddenly spoke in a deep voice. I have been stuck at level 95 for many years now. Your Zantian treasure record's Zantian Gong is so exquisite, could you explain it to me? And those powerful self-created soul skills. The spirit hall is incredibly powerful, so I must increase my strength to protect you in the future. Although they noticed Tang San's unusual behavior very early on. However, the specific details are not clear. Given Tang Hao's personality, he wouldn't normally have wanted to investigate Tang San's secrets. But after learning about the Zantian Baolu, everything changed. Because Tang San's Zantian Baolu in Douluo continent is truly extraordinary. Tang Hao couldn't help but want to get his hands on the Zantian Baolu from Tang San, hoping to atone or his sins by giving it to the Haotian sect. But unfortunately, although Tang San valued his father Tang Hao very much, even when he was a child, Tang Hao abused him countless times. He could treat Tang Hao like his first love. But in Tang San's heart, he valued the Tang sect and the Zantian treasure record just as much. In Douluo continent, the Zantian Baolu is roughly equivalent to the Tang sect. Therefore, the two are added together. Suddenly, she discovered that Tang Hao actually wanted to pry into her secrets. Tang San immediately became wary and instinctively declined politely. Dad, the Zantian Gong and many other unique skills recorded in my Zantian Baolu must be practiced from childhood. You have already missed the best age for cultivation. Cultivating now is useless and may even be harmful. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Hao couldn't help but frown deeply, feeling quite displeased. He's not a child, so naturally he wouldn't believe it. Tang San's explanation was full of holes. He only asked me to talk about the mysterious heaven skill, but didn't say I should learn it immediately. Moreover, he doesn't believe that anything must be practiced from a young age. And that practicing it midway is not only ineffective but also harmful. At most, the effect will just be a little worse. As for those self-created soul skills called martial arts, claiming that they need to be practiced from childhood, that's even more of a joke. His Haoshan sect isn't without its own inherited soul skills. This brat, how can you be so ungrateful? I am your father who raised you. He actually tried to outsmart his father. Tang Hao was very unhappy. And this was only because he said he wanted to see it himself. If one wishes to use this as a pretext to offer the Zantian Baolu to the Haotian sect, this kid will probably find even more excuses to avoid handing over the Zantian treasure record. As a father, Tang Hao did not immediately expose Tang San. But a rift had already quietly formed between father and son. Chapter 235. It is our duty to make the Tang sect great again. Oh, is that so? Although I felt somewhat unhappy. But then she thought of her son. A genius with innate full soul power and twin martial souls. To avenge his father and the Clear Sky sect, he will still need this son in the future. Tang Hao suppressed his displeasure, pretended to believe him, and frowned as he spoke in a deep voice. Anyway, it's not like I have to ask my son Tang San for this Zontian treasure record. Isn't there another way to obtain it? Tang San gave an awkward smile, feeling somewhat guilty. Oh dear, I actually lied to my dad. However, the Tang clan's secret techniques are never passed on to outsiders. This is the rule of the Tang clan. As a disciple of the Tang clan, he had to abide by the clan's rules, and there was no other way. At this moment, our Tang God King transforms into a Tang clan disciple who strictly adheres to the sect rules. I've completely forgotten about it. How did he obtain the Zontian Baolu? At this moment, Dragon Lord Meng Shu, along with Snake Woman Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiren, walked over. Hey, you little brat, hurry up and thank your peerless dragon Snake Senior. Thank you for your help, Senior Peerless Dragon Serpent. And because they plan to make airy use of the peerless dragon and snake. Tang Hao did not show any ill attitude towards Gaishi Longxi, especially Long Gong Meng Shu. Instead, he acted as if he valued the favor highly, patted Tang San on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice. Then Tang San was instructed to bow and thank Dragon Duke Meng Shu and Snake Granny Chao Tianxiang. Thank you, Senior Dragon and Serpent, for your help just now. Tang San also bowed to the peerless dragon and snake, seemingly with sincerity. However, thinking back to what Tang San and Yu Shaogang had said to Ji Yu Han before. There's also what Ji Yu Han said about the origin of the Zontian Baolu. Long Gong Meng Shu, however, did not believe that Tang San would be as grateful to them in his heart as he appeared on the surface. He still believes in his years of experience and judgment of human nature. Your Majesty, there's no need to be so polite. We originally admired the mistress, and we still have a good impression of her. I just didn't expect Ji Yu Han to be so powerful. Long Gong Meng Shu quickly helped Tang San up and said with great emotion. However, after saying that, Meng Shu put on a serious expression and said. However, I have absolutely no idea what Ji Yu Han meant by the Zontian treasure record he mentioned earlier. Your Majesty, you must not believe this boy's lies. That streak of light that struck me just now was purely a mental attack. It made this old man momentarily dazed. But there's nothing inside. He's definitely trying to sow discord on purpose. Because we are well aware of the preciousness of the Zontian Baolu. Regardless of whether Tang Hao and Tang San believed it or not, Meng Shu could not possibly admit that he had obtained the Zontian Baolu. Instead, they portrayed all of this as Ji Yu Han's provocation and instigation. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing Meng Shu's serious and indignant expression, he felt somewhat surprised and uncertain. But in the end, Tang Hao still laughed loudly and said in a low voice. Lord Long is joking. We certainly don't believe what this kid says. The Spirit Hall members, who are inherently evil, must be trying to use conspiracies and tricks to create misunderstandings and conflicts between us. We definitely can't fall for his trap. Dad is right. Tang San echoed this sentiment. Since Your Majesty the Jade Emperor can discern right from wrong, that is naturally all the better. Meng Shu breathed a sigh of relief, gently stroking his long, snow-white beard, and said with a smile. However, only the two sides themselves know their true thoughts. Soto. After leaving the Stardo Great Forest. After about a day of travel, Ji Yu Han, along with Ziji, Xiao Wu, and the others, returned to Soto City. Because he withdrew from Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong also booked a room at the Tulip Hotel where Ji Yu Han and the others were staying. They settled down there. After a long journey, upon returning to the hotel, apart from Ji Yu Han and Ziji, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Shui Binger, and others all got a good night's sleep. The next day, I've adjusted my mindset. As the most hardworking person among them, Zhu Zuqing and Huo Wu became very good friends. The two women left the hotel early in the morning. I'm preparing to go outside the city to practice and improve my martial arts and combat skills. Feng Xiaotian was originally eager to follow them. But Huo Wu frowned and scolded him, sending him back. In the end, he had no choice but to team up with Huo Wuxuang and go to Soto City to work out. Shui Binger and Shui Wu cultivated together in the room. As for Dugu Yan, Yi Lingling, Shui Yue, and Xiao Wu, they went out shopping together. Among them, They are all lively and playful. In addition, she idolized Ji Yuhan immensely. Xiao Wu and Shui Yue got along very well, and the two women quickly became close friends who could talk about anything. And from the time he joined Ji Yuhan's team until now, Ning Rongrong gradually grew to like staying with Ji Yuhan. The reason she left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was to make friends. In Ji Yuhan's eyes, everyone's identity was extraordinary. No one fawned over Ning Rongrong or tried to curry favor with her, and no one ostracized her. In addition, there are many girls. This allowed Ning Rongrong to quickly make friends. But because compared to others, Ning Rongrong only sought refuge with Ji Yuhan after paying him to help her take revenge. They can't really be considered true friends. This kept Ning Rongrong at a distance from everyone else. Ning Rongrong also sensed this. Therefore, Ning Rongrong did not go out with Du Guyan, Yi Lingling, Shui Yue, and Xiao Wu when they went out shopping. Instead, they followed Ji Yuhan when he took Ziji out. Brother Ji Yuhan, wait for me. Ji Yuhan, accompanied by Ziji, was preparing to head out to visit Xinyan at Kanghui Academy. A crisp sound came from behind. I turned my head to look. A woman was seen wearing a gorgeous sapphire blue wide-sleeved dress, with her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders and her bangs parted in front of her forehead and swept to the sides. Adorned in a delicate blue butterfly hair clip, she resembled a refined and elegant young woman with a gentle and graceful demeanor. She walked up quickly with light, graceful steps. It was Ning Rongrong. Oh, it's Miss Ning. What's wrong? Upon discovering it was Ning Rongrong, Ji Yuhan smiled slightly. Brother Ji Yuhan, are you from the Heaven Do Royal Academy? I'd like to join you too, is that okay? Ning Rongrong clenched her jade-like hand, her exquisite and noble face filled with trepidation and anticipation. She mustered her courage and asked, join us. Ji Yuhan's heart stirred, and he understood Ning Rongrong's meaning. They want to join his genius team. However, he was not surprised by this. Sure. Ji Yuhan smiled and did not refuse. However, your cultivation level is still too weak. Even if you join the genius team, you can only be a substitute. In the future, you may not have many opportunities to play in the All-Continent Elite Soul Master Academy Exchange Tournament. Are you willing to accept that? I do. Ning Rongrong was very excited and quickly agreed. Shish. He chose to leave the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to make friends and to have fun. Whether she can actually participate in the All-Continent Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament is not something she's even considering. Brother Ji Yuhan, what are you guys going to do? After successfully joining Ji Yuhan's genius team, Ning Rongrong was very happy and couldn't help but ask questions out of curiosity. I'm going to pay a visit to a true master of martial spirit theory. Ji Yuhan looked into the distance and said with a smile. A true master of martial spirit theory. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment. Then thought of Yu Shaogang and became somewhat interested. Can I come along? Sure. Ji Yuhan did not refuse, and together with Ziji and Ning Rongrong, they headed to Kanghui Academy. We arrived at the entrance of Kanghui Academy. Nothing dramatic or scandalous happened. With Ji Yuhan's handsome and flawless appearance, as well as his temperament and clothing, he is clearly of extraordinary status. In addition, Ning Rongrong and Ziji, who also appeared to be of extraordinary status, were by her side. The gatekeeper dared not be negligent at all. Upon learning that Ji Yuhan had a date with Yi Jichu, he immediately went to inform Yi Jichu. Yi Jichu was also very excited when she met Ji Yuhan. After inviting Ji Yuhan inside and leading him to a reception room, they went to find Xinyan. And it didn't take long. Yi Jichu then brought along a person dressed in bright red clothes and wearing a purple cloak. A middle-aged man with short silver hair, a fort of light silver mustache on his lips and chin, and a gloomy appearance walked into the reception room. Your Excellency Ji Yuhan, this is Teacher Xinyan, the teacher you are looking for. Teacher Xinyan, this is His Majesty Ji Yuhan. Quote. Yi Jichu chuckled and introduced Ji Yuhan and Xinyan to each other. Hee. Greetings to Teacher Xinyan. My name is Ji Yuhan. Please forgive my intrusion. Ji Yuhan stood up, smiling, and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Xinyan. At that time, he was somewhat flattered. Because he learned from Yi Jichu that Ji Yuhan was someone even the immovable King Zhao Wuji feared like a grandson. This is either due to terrifying strength or an extremely extraordinary identity. Young Master Ji Yuhan, you are too kind. I am merely a teacher at Kanghui Academy. Young Master Ji Yuhan, what business do you have with me? A humble smile appeared on his usually gloomy face as he returned the greeting and asked. Hey, Just an ordinary teacher. Ji Yu Han smiled. Master Xin Yan is far too modest. We are able to develop an unprecedented multi-dimensional fusion technology. You are many times stronger than that self-proclaimed master in the Soul Master world. It is no exaggeration to call you a master. I have come here today hoping to invite you, Teacher Xin Yan, to serve as a teacher at our Heaven Do Royal Academy and to teach the Soul M. Aster team. I lead the multi-in-one fusion technique. For this, I will pay you a reward that will satisfy you, Master. What? Xin Yan's expression changed, and he was shocked and incredulous. How did Ji Yu Han know that I had developed a multi-dimensional fusion technique? Even Yi Ji Chu didn't know about this. Multi-dimensional integration technology. Ning Rongrong looked at Xin Yan in great shock. As Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong had read many books since childhood and knew a lot of things. She understood very well what multi-in-one fusion technology represented. This whole be a soul power fusion technique developed by imitating the multi-dimensional martial soul fusion technique. This is far superior to that utter nonsense proposed by Master Yu Shaogang, such as the 10 core competencies of martial souls and the theory of soul ring absorption limits. Its gold content is many times higher. I never expected that such a small place as Soto could produce such a talented person. Young Master Ji Yu Han. The Heavenly Do Royal Academy is very tempting. However, considering that the Dean of Kanghui Academy had been kind to him, and that he had already found best soul master team at Kanghui Academy to practice multi-dimensional fusion techniques, Xin Yan originally wanted to refuse. Teacher Xin Yan, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. But Ji Yu Han interrupted Xin Yan with a smile, pointing a finger and a stream of light instantly shooting into Xin Yan's brow. Xin Yan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt an incredibly profound and mysterious soul power meditation method appear in his mind, which was enough to increase his cultivation speed by at least several times. However, the content is incomplete. This is a soul power meditation method that can increase your cultivation speed several times over, Master Xin Yan. If you, Master Xin Yan, are willing to join our Heaven Do Royal Academy and teach the Soul Master team, I lead the multi-dimensional fusion technique. I will then give you the complete content of this soul power meditation method. Ji Yu Han smiled and said slowly, I originally wanted to refuse. But after obtaining this soul power meditation method, Xin Yan couldn't help but hesitate. Given his current age, breaking through to the Soul Saint realm would be extremely difficult. But as a soul master, who doesn't want to become stronger? However, as long as one can obtain this powerful soul power meditation method, the hope of breaking through to the Soul Saint level will undoubtedly increase greatly. In the end, Xin Yan could only smile wryly and shake his head with a sigh. Young Master Ji Yu Han, the reward you've offered is truly hard to refuse. But can I join the Heavenly Do Royal Academy next year? But don't worry, I will teach the Soul Master team you lead how to use the multi-dimensional fusion technique. It's just that the Dean of Kanghui Academy has done me a favor. I want to lead our Kanghui Academy's Soul Master team to participate in the Continental Soul Master Academy Elite Exchange Tournament before leaving. Sure. After leaving Kanghui Academy, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask, Brother Ji Yu Han, what was that soul power meditation technique you just gave this person? Is it that powerful? It can actually increase his cultivation speed several times over. Hehe, don't you also know about this soul power meditation method? It's the Zantian Baolu that I obtained from Tang San before. Ji Yu Han chuckled softly and said slowly. However, what he gave Xin Yan was not actually the Zantian Baolu. Instead, it was when he used an illusion to obtain the Zantian Baolu from Tang San. The cultivation technique, Yue that Tang San practiced when he was an outer disciple, which he obtained by chance. Even so, it is still several times more effective than the strongest soul power meditation method in Douluo continent. In the Douluo continent, it is an unparalleled treasure. Not just the year. Regarding the Zantian Baolu obtained from Tang San. When Ji Yu Han replaces Bibi Dong as the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future, he plans to pass on his knowledge to the entire Spirit Hall. It is believed that the Zantian Gong and many other unique skills of the Tang clan, recorded in the Zantian Baolu of the Tang God King, will be of assistance. The overall strength of the Spirit Hall will definitely see another significant boost. Ji Yu Han found it quite amusing. They regard the Zantian Baolu as their absolute private property. And in the future, even the Tang sect will only pass it on to a castrated version of Tang San. Upon seeing the experts from the Spirit Hall, everyone was radiating. The internal energy fluctuations of the mysterious heaven skill. Everyone knows Ghostly Shadow, Purple Demon Eye, and Jade Hand. How angry and devastated they must have been. In addition, he also plans to spend some time on it. After improving and castrating the Zantian Gong, we'll find a way to get it to the Hoshan sect. He was very curious. What will Tang Shenhuang's reaction be when he learns that the Hoshan sect has obtained the Tang clan's secret Zantian Gong? If Tang San wanted to harm the Hoshan sect in order to prevent the Zantian Gong from being passed on, then how will Tang Hao react? This is really something to look forward to. Although emasculating and improving the Zantian Gong is not easy. But now that he has obtained the Zantian treasure record, he can be considered the Tang sect's successor in the Douluo continent. It is his inescapable responsibility to make the Tang sect great again in the Douluo continent. Ji Yu Han was filled with emotion. Chapter 236 Tang Hao's Secret. The truth of what happened back then. Dad, where are we going? What are we going to do? The mountains stretch endlessly into the distance. Nestled among the boundless, undulating, verdant mountains, Tang Hao led Tang San, who was still limping, through the dense mountain forest. Following the silent Tang Hao, Tang San couldn't help but ask again. After leaving the Stardo Great Forest, his father suddenly found him and wanted to take him away. Then, they led him into the vast mountains. 3 or 4 days have passed by now. He had no idea how far he had walked. Anyway, it didn't stop for several days. Fortunately, he wasn't an ordinary cripple, or he would have been crippled long ago. On the way, he also asked his father, Tang Hao, where they were going and what they were doing. But his father, Tang Hao, only replied, "You'll find out when the time comes." This made Tang San extremely exhausted. This time, however, Tang Hao finally spoke. A complex look flashing in his eyes, and said calmly, "I'll take you to see your mother, and while I'm at it, I'll help you heal your leg." "What, Mom?" Tang San was shocked, somewhat incredulous, and also very excited. "Dad, didn't you say Mom had passed away? Could this be a lie? Is Mom actually still alive? And can my leg be healed too?" In his previous life, Tang San was an orphan who lived in an environment lacking love. This made Tang San yearn for the warmth of family and the love of his parents. Therefore, in this life, even if Tang Hao does not become a father at all, Tang San still respected Tang Hao as his true father. However, not having a mother remains a lifelong regret for Tang San. "I can't believe my mother is still alive." This made Tang San feel incredibly excited and thrilled. Upon learning that his right leg could be healed, Tang San became even more excited. "Just you wait. That damned Ji Yu Han. You think you can ruin me, Tang San, by breaking my legs? Not killing me will be your biggest mistake, and I will definitely take my revenge. When I create the Buddha's Wrath Lotus in the future, that will be your doom." Thinking of Ji Yu Han, Tang San's heart surged with emotion, and he clenched his fist, secretly making a vow. And it's just a few dozen miles away. In a valley surrounded by mountains and lush greenery, Ji Yu Han had already arrived at a pool of water that looked like a sapphire. Above the pool is a magnificent waterfall that seems to connect the sky and the earth. It plunges straight down, pouring into the pool. The splashing water created a beautiful rainbow in the sky. "Hey, so this is where Tang Hao hides Yin." Ji Yu Han was tall and slender, dressed in a white robe with light blue trim and gold accents, covered with various exquisite patterns and designs, and had long golden hair draped over his shoulders. His blue eyes were as bright and deep as stars, and his appearance was incomparably handsome, without a single flaw. He was gazing at the waterfall in front of him when a slight smile appeared on his lips. The spiritual power released through a soul at the Yang God level. Ji Yu Han has ALR. Edie discovered the hidden world behind the waterfall. The reborn blue-silver emperor, Yin, is indeed inside. However, Ji Yu Han already knew about this place long before, because Yu Shaogang exposed his identity. Tang Hao launched a midnight attack in an attempt to eliminate this genius of the Spirit Hall. As a result, he easily and brutally defeated Tang Hao. When he used the Heaven Shat, tearing earth-shattering technique to obtain the Clear Sky Sect's ultimate techniques from Tang Hao's mind, he learned about this place. At that time, from Tang Hao's mind, Ji Yu Han learned even more. For example, the secret that Tang Hao has been hiding deep in his heart. In fact, Ji Yu Han had always been very curious and puzzled in his previous life. Why was Yin discovered by the Spirit Hall? And why after escaping? It wasn't discovered earlier, it wasn't discovered later, but it just so happened on the day of her delivery. Then Qian Zunji and the people from the Spirit Hall came to their door again. Ultimately, with no other option, he had to sacrifice himself to Tang Hao. Ji Yu Han learned the answer from Tang Hao's memories. All of this was actually Tang Hao's deliberate design. This is also related to Tang Hao's dream. As everyone knows, Tang Hao is the #1 genius of the Clear Sky sect after Tang Chen's disappearance. When Tang Chen was still alive, the Clear Sky sect was the second largest power after the Spirit Hall. Even the Spirit Hall has to give them some leeway. However, after Tang Chen disappeared, the status of the Haoshan sect plummeted. Although it remains the top of the 3 upper sects, it can no longer compete with the Spirit Hall. Faced with the Spirit Hall, they could only retreat. But they were used to the status of the Haoshan sect back then. No one in the Tang family could tolerate the current predicament of the Haoshan sect. Tang Hao was the same. He was the grandson of Tang Chen, the Tang family's top genius at the time. Tang Hao's childhood dream was to revitalize the Clear Sky sect and restore it to a position where it could rival the Spirit Hall. However, this is obviously not easy. Because all along, the Yunja's title Douluo in the Douluo continent has come from the Spirit Hall. Therefore, before breaking through to the title Douluo level, Tang Hao's dream is to surpass Xian Zunji and become the youngest title Douluo in the Douluo continent. Therefore, he bravely ventured into the city of slaughter and obtained the domain of the god of slaughter. After that, he went out to train with his elder brother Tang Xiao. During this period, Tang Hao devoted himself to cultivation, attempting to break through to the title Douluo realm before the age of 46. Break Xian Zunji's record and restore the prestige of the Haoshan sect. At the age of 35, Tang Hao reached level 84 and met Yin along with Tang Xiao. Both brothers were attracted to Yin, who was simple, kind, gentle, and beautiful. By chance and circumstance, the 3 became sworn siblings and began their adventures in the world of soul masters, experiencing all sorts of things together. Just like the unfortunate Flanders, Tang Xiao couldn't suppress his feelings of love and confessed to Yin, but was politely rejected. Yin made it clear that she liked Tang Hao. This left Tang Xiao feeling very disheartened. Tang Xiao ultimately lacked Flanders' broad-mindedness. Even if rejected by the goddess, one can still actively play matchmaker for their love rival, increasing their own sense of involvement. After telling Tang Hao about it, she chose to leave alone and return to the Haoshan sect. After learning that Yin liked him, Tang Hao confessed his feelings to Yin. On this day, Yin also confessed to Tang Hao her identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. Here, I must mention something. Perhaps it's because it has become the real world. The original novels' flawed settings regarding the transformation of 100,000-year-old soul beasts have all been changed. At least as far as Ji Yu Han knows. Originally, a 100,000-year-old soul beast would enter its mature stage at the Soul Emperor level, making it difficult for even a title Douluo to detect. Here, a 100,000-year-old soul beast transforms into a Soul Emperor, but only enters the sub-mature stage. You can hide your true identity from Contra. However, they will still be exposed in front of a title Douluo. Only after breaking through to the Soul Saint realm and truly entering the mature stage. ONL. Why then can one conceal their identity even when encountering a title Douluo? And everything changed on this day. Before meeting the Tang brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, Yin's cultivation had already broken through to the Soul Emperor level. Therefore, neither Tang Xiao nor Tang Hao discovered Yin's true identity. Until Yin confessed to Tang Hao. After learning Yin's true identity. Although Tang Hao still likes Yin. However, his desire to revitalize the Haoshan sect caused a terrible thought to emerge from his heart that he could not suppress. That is, whether he can be EAK through to the title Douluo level before the age of 46 with the help of Yin. Furthermore, he obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring, which became his 9th spirit ring. If he could, he would have the potential to catch up with his grandfather, Tang Chen. Ultimately, Tang Hao's morbid love for his clan and sect outweighed his love for Yin, which had only lasted a few years. During the years he traveled across the continent with Yin, Tang Hao came up with a perfect solution. That is to use the Spirit Hall to put him and Yin in a desperate situation. This forces Yin to offer herself as a sacrifice to him. There was a sacrifice from a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Even if he is only level 86 or 87, he can instantly reach level 90 and then break through. Become a title Douluo before the age of 46. However, this matter will also involve the Haoshan sect. Therefore, before starting the plan to bring Yin back to the Haoshan sect, Tang Hao wrote a letter and sent it to his father, Tang Zhen, who was in the Haoshan sect. They learned that Tang Hao had actually become husband and wife with a 100,000-year-old soul beast and was preparing to carry out such a dangerous plan. Tang Zhen was naturally shocked and furious, and strongly opposed it. Because if the Spirit Hall discovers this, it will become an excuse for them to attack the Clear Sky sect. Tang Hao wanted to use the Spirit Hall to force Yin to sacrifice herself, so that she could break through to the title Douluo level ahead of schedule. If this fails, it will actually strengthen the Spirit Hall. In Tang Zhen's view, with Tang Hao's talent, he has a real chance to catch up with his father Tang Chen in the future. There was absolutely no need to devise such a dangerous plan. All for the sake of breaking through to the title Douluo level a few years earlier and obtaining the useless honor of being the youngest title Douluo on the continent. Without the support of strength, even the greatest honor is just a castle in the air. Therefore, Tang Zhen strongly opposed Tang Hao's plan. The idea is for Tang Hao to feign friendship with Yin first, and then kill her after he has cultivated to level 90. This is the safest way. However, Tang Hao still has feelings for Yin. He couldn't do such a thing. He also couldn't let go of the honor of being the youngest title Douluo on the mainland. Therefore, Tang Hao began his plan. First, he took Yin to the Haoshan sect under the pretext of bringing her back to see her father. Originally, Tang Hao was supposed to take Yin along the back path back to the Haoshan sect. After all, neither his identity nor Yin's identity should be too high profile. But Tang Hao's goal was to expose Yin. So, they deliberately traveled through large cities. This attracted the attention of a title Douluo from the Spirit Hall, leading to Yin's exposure. After Yin was exposed, Tang Hao used the great Sumeru hammer ring explosion to injure the Spirit Hall title Douluo at the time, and then escaped with Yin. During the period of seclusion with Yin, Tang Hao continued to cultivate diligently while also trying to conceive, resulting in Yin becoming pregnant. Just as Yin was about to give birth, Tang Hao deliberately appeared in a nearby city to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Finally, just as Yin was about to give birth, Xian Zunji arrived at her door with a group of Spirit Hall Soul Masters. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Yin isn't stupid. To evade the Spirit Hall's pursuit, the two must have been living in seclusion in the remote, desolate mountains. Everything was fine before. Unfortunately, on the very day Yin was about to give birth, Xian Zunji arrived at her door with his men. Even if the original work explains it perfectly, it's because Yin was about to give birth that she revealed the aura of a soul beast, attracting Xian Zunji and the others. But the problem is, when he joined the Heaven Do Royal Academy from Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu hid behind the Shrek Academy members, managing to conceal her identity Fr. Own the three members of the Heaven Do Academy's leadership. It is evident that the transformation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast can only be seen when it is in person, and is not as conspicuous as a bright lamp at night. So it was no coincidence that Yin was discovered just as she was about to give birth. Afterwards, Tang Hao fled with Yin, who had given birth to Tang San. However, given Tang Hao's strength at the time, he was no match for Xian Zunji and many powerful figures from the Spirit Hall who were pursuing him. It could barely withstand the attacks from Xian Zunji and numerous title Douluos. It is clearly impossible to protect a newborn child. In Tang Hao's memory, it was obvious that they had been discovered and were in the process of being pursued. The newborn child in his wife Yin's arms was caught in the aftershocks of numerous exploding soul skills. Gradually, it stopped crying and became silent. Regarding death, having honed his skills in the city of slaughter and become a god of slaughter, Tang Hao was all too familiar with and sensitive to this. But after a while, the child in her arms mysteriously came back to life. However, at that time, Tang Hao didn't have time to think too much. Despite Xian Zunji's pursuit with numerous powerful members of the Spirit Hall, everything proceeded according to Tang Hao's script. For Tang Hao and the child, Yin still chose to sacrifice herself. It helped Tang Hao break through from level 87 to level 91 directly, and also gave him a 100,000-year ninth spirit ring. After breaking through, in order to escape to heaven, Tang Hao unleashed the great Sumeru hammer ring explosion, severely injuring Xian Zunji with a single blow. However, what Tang Hao did not expect was, if everything had gone according to his script, Xian Zunji would not have died. Since Yin had already sacrificed herself, the Spirit Hall was also unsure whether Tang Hao had absorbed Yin's 100,000-year-old soul bone. With Yin already sacrificed, Tang Hao has also become a title Douluo. Even if the Spirit Hall is extremely resentful, after weighing the pros and cons, it will definitely not do anything to the Clear Sky sect and Tang Hao. Tang Hao will become the youngest title Douluo on the continent, and he'll even have a 100,000-year soul ring. A clear winner. Since Yin has already sacrificed herself. Even if the spirit hall spreads the news that Tang Hao and Yin are in love, it will not have much of an impact. The Haoshan sect will also gain great prestige because of Tang Hao's appearance. But Tang Hao did not expect that a dark version of Bibi Dong would appear, who directly sent Xian Zunji away by making Douluo take medicine. Xian Douluo was also aware of this. But family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. So he had no choice but to let Tang Hao take the blame. As a result, the Haoshan sect suffered a great misfortune. After learning that the spirit hall had sent a message that Xian Zunji had been killed by Tang Hao. Originally, Tang Zhen, who was already old, was so angry that he died. The Haoshan sect was also severely damaged by the spirit hall and was forced to close its mountains. However, the plan was originally intended to succeed. Because he became the youngest title Douluo on the continent, and he even possessed a 9th spirit ring that had lasted for 100,000 years. Tang Hao was extremely excited and, after recovering from his injuries, he prepared to return to the Haoshan sect to report the good news. But I found out. Because he accidentally killed Xian Zunji. His father was angered to death, and the Haoshan sect was almost destroyed. Tang Hao almost fainted on the spot. Overwhelmed with grief and regret, Tang Hao took Tang San to Holy Soul Village and lived in seclusion there, spending his days drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Those who don't know the situation might think that Tang Hao was in pain and grief over Yin's death. But actually, Jintoki isn't dead yet. The real reason why Tang Hao spends his days in a drunken stupor is because he doesn't listen to his father. He forced himself to carry out his plan, Ut ended up accidentally killing Xian Zunji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. He angered his father, Tang Zhen, to death and harmed the Haoshan sect. I am filled with inner pain and regret. And because she knew that her son Tang San also had problems. Furthermore, Tang San started cultivating the Zantian Gong at the age of 1, which is unlike that of an ordinary baby. Although there is no EPT of reincarnation in the Douluo continent. However, since evil spirit masters exist, there are still rumors of possession. This meant that Tang Hao didn't actually treat Tang San as his real son at all. That's why he's completely unfit to be a father. It wasn't until Tang San awakened his martial soul that he displayed the talent of innate full soul power and twin martial souls. In addition, his second martial soul is the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao was then extremely excited, his attitude changed drastically, and he began to treat Tang San as his son. Because Tang San has become valuable, he can help him take revenge on the Spirit Hall. After learning the secret hidden in Tang Hao's heart through the heaven-shattering earth-shattering technique, Ji Yu Han was utterly shocked. Ever imagined that the mighty Haoshan Douluo would be so hypocritical and ruthless? However, this also explains the loopholes and bugs in the original work. However, it was discovered that Tang Hao had never truly regarded Tang San as his son. His heart was set on the Haoshan sect. This gave Ji Yu Han some interesting ideas at that moment. Previously, they forcibly seized the Zantian Baolu from Tang San. After preparing for the future castration and improvement, they will find a way to get the Haoshan sect to obtain it. Let's see if the father and son will turn against each other, too. Weakening the anti-spirit hall faction. This is just one of the ideas. Now, Ji Yu Han plans to go see Yin. Let Yin know the true face of the inherently evil Tang family. Chapter 237 Tang San. I'll gladly accept your mother's hand. Before a sapphire blue pool. It resembles a waterfall that stretches from the sky to the earth, magnificent and awe-inspiring. It can be described as a waterfall plunges 3,000 feet. As if the Milky Way were falling from the 9th heaven. My mind was racing with 1,000 thoughts. Ji Yu Han suppressed his distracting thoughts and looked at the middle section of the waterfall. That's where you enter the cave. Brush. Ji Yu Han moved swiftly and leapt into the air. In midair, he simply reached out and pushed forward. A surge of immense soul power erupted, instantly pushing aside the rocks blocking the cave entrance behind the waterfall. Then, Ji Yu Han transformed into a streak of light and swiftly disappeared inside. After entering the cave, because there's a waterfall right outside, the cave, which was not large to begin with, was very damp and pitch black everywhere. However, it didn't affect Ji Yu Han at all. The blazing sun's golden eyes opened. Ji Yu Han walked straight into the depths of the cave. After walking through the innermost part, the light finally came into view. Not far away, a beam of sunlight shone directly down from the hole above the cave. The light illuminated a small mound of earth below. Above, there is a plant that is entirely silver blue, but its stems and leaves are as thick as vines. It is over half a meter tall and covered with golden patterns. The strange blue-silver grass, with its stems extending into slender, forked branches, was swaying gently in the wind. However, it seemed he sensed that Ji Yuhan's aura was somewhat unfamiliar. Yin's vines, which were swaying gently in the air, trembled slightly. Then, starting from the stem, it actually began to shrink down towards the mound of earth. As if it wanted to burrow underground. Trying to run. They discovered that the blue-silver emperor, Yin, was trying to run away. Ji Yuhan couldn't help but flash his figu. Rian instantly arrived in front of the mound of earth, grabbing the stem of the blue-silver emperor. Faced with absolute power, no matter how the blue-silver emperor in his hand twisted and turned like a serpent, it could not break free from Ji Yuhan's control. It was just a fleeting thought. The powerful mental impact instantly stunned Yin's soul within the blue-silver emperor's body. In an instant, the blue-silver emperor in his hand seemed to wilt. The stems and tendrils that had been writhing like snakes immediately calmed down, becoming no different from ordinary plants. Ji Yuhan took out a flowerpot from his void ring. After filling the soil, Yin was planted inside. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yuhan carried the flowerpot and walked to a stone wall. He reached out and slapped it. A dark box fell from the sky and landed in my hand. I opened it and took a look. Inside, there was a piece of right leg bone, crystal clear like blue crystal, filled with golden specks, radiating a vibrant life force. It is indeed the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. Tang San. Tang San. Tang Hao brought you here this time probably because he wants to use this blue-silver emperor right leg bone to cure your lameness. But it's not that easy. Reaching out to gently stroke the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone in the box, Ji Yuhan's lips curled slightly as he spoke softly. After saying that, Ji Yuhan closed the box and stored it in his virtual bright ring. Then, they prepared to leave. He was looking forward to Tang Hao and Tang San's imminent arrival. Upon discovering the cave, Yin was gone. And the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone had also disappeared. What kind of reaction will there be? 2 hours later, with the lame Tang San in tow, Tang Hao finally arrived at the mountain surrounded by mountains. It can be described as a valley surrounded by mountains and covered with lush greenery. Arriving at this place, which is like a paradise on earth, a veritable fairyland. Tang San's eyes were filled with shock, and a hint of anticipation rose in his heart. Mom, are you going to live in seclusion here? Come with me. Continuing to follow Tang Hao, Tang San arrived at the pool below the waterfall. Where are Dad and Mom? Finding that he still hadn't seen his mother, Tang San couldn't help but ask again. You'll find out soon enough. Tang Hao did not respond immediately, but spoke calmly. With a wave of his hand, the 3-meter-long Ocean Hammer martial spirit suddenly appeared in his hand. Tang Hao suddenly swung the Ocean Hammer in his hand upwards towards the waterfall. With a loud bang, the terrifying force shook the water, causing it to spray out in all directions. The cascading waterfall suddenly surged upwards against the current. The entrance to the cave in the middle of the waterfall is revealed. Tang Hao leapt up instantly, pushed open the door, and disappeared into the cave. Come in with me quickly. Seeing this, Tang San quickly took out his hidden weapon, the flying claw, and followed after them. Soon, the father and son entered the cave. Dad, is Mom in here? Upon discovering the waterfall, Tang San was even more excited to find a hidden paradise within. Although I don't quite understand why my father would hide my mother in such a place. But then she realized that her mother had nowhere else to hide here. I'll be able to see my mother, whom I've been longing to see, soon. Tang San was so excited that he trembled uncontrollably, as if he had Parkinson's disease. Your mother is inside. A hint of guilt flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. They led Tang San into the deepest stone chamber in the cave. But after entering the stone chamber, Tang San was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. Dad, there's no one here. Mom, did you just have to go out? But he turned to look at his father, Tang Hao. Tang Hao's disheveled, sallow face was filled with anger and disbelief. As if he had encountered something unacceptable, he couldn't help but take several steps back. His fists were clenched tightly together, and he muttered to himself. Impossible. This is impossible. Quote. Yin, where are you? I've brought Xiao San to see you. Tang Hao strode forward, walked towards the mound of earth, and shouted anxiously. After approaching the mound of earth, they discovered that the mound of earth had been disturbed. This made Tang Hao feel uneasy, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he began to pant heavily. He started frantically digging in the soil with his hands, muttering to himself as he dug. Ah Yin, you're kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? Dad, what are you doing? Mom might have gone out. Let's go look for her. Because Tang Hao kept everyone in suspense, Tang San naturally didn't know about Ah Yin's situation. Upon discovering that her father, Tang Hao, was acting strangely, kneeling on ground and digging at the soil with his hands, she quickly went forward to persuade him. Your mother can't be outside, she's right here in this pile of dirt. Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he roared in a low voice. Tang San. Quote. Is mom buried in the ground? Tang San was stunned again, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. Previously, when his father told him he was going to see his mother, he thought his mother was still alive. But now, father says mother is in the ground. Could it be that mother actually died? Did his father only take him to see his mother's grave? It hurts. It hurts so much. Tang San clutched his chest, his face pale and contorted in pain, and staggered back several steps. I thought I would finally see my mother. I never imagined that my mother would actually pass away. Tang San felt a pain that pierced his heart. At the same time, a deep anger also rose within him. Judging from the father's appearance, it seemed that the mother's grave had been dug up. This is an irreconcilable feud. Dad, let me help you. Suppressing his grief, Tang San, his eyes red and choked with sobs, knelt down and frantically dug at the mound of earth. The final result, of course, was that there was nothing inside. Upon discovering his wife was gone, Tang Hao's eyes widened in fury, and he roared to the sky with bloodshot eyes. Who on earth stole Ah Yin? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Beside him, Tang San's eyes were also bloodshot, his hands clenched tightly, and he roared angrily. Who dares to steal the remains of my mother, Tang San? You deserve to die. Quote question mark. Quote. Tang Hao turned to look at Tang San, his brows furrowed. What do you mean, your mother's remains? Your mother isn't dead yet. Tang San was stunned. Chapter 238 Poor Blue Silver Emperor, you've been tricked. Things have come to this point. Since Tang Hao brought Tang San to see Ah Yin, he planned to have Tang San fuse with the Blue Silver Emperor's right leg bone to cure Tang San's lameness. So naturally, they were already prepared to tell Tang San everything. Therefore, in the stone chamber, it seems that Tang San has misunderstood something. Tang Hao suppressed his anger and took a deep breath. With a look of deep sorrow, she told Tang San the truth of everything. What? Because they did not encounter Xiao Wu. Nor did they discover Xiao Wu's identity. Therefore, when he learned that his mother was actually a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor in human form, and was a blade of grass. It differs from the original work. Tang San didn't feel a sense of destiny, he was only shocked and incredulous. At the same time, a strong sense of anger rose within me. Because he lacked maternal love, Tang San didn't care whether his mother was human or not. He learned that his mother was being hunted down by the spirit hall and was forced to sacrifice herself to his father. That's why I lost my mother when I was young. They still lived such a miserable life, even worse than the outer disciples of the Tang sect in their previous lives. Tang San attributed everything to the spirit hall. The thought that his beloved goddess had also been stolen by Ji Yuhan filled him with immense hatred and anger. Damn the evil spirit hall. How dare you bully my family like this? You've already met your end. Back then, after I escaped from ascension with you, I went into seclusion in Holy Soul Village. During that time, carrying your mother's seed, we carved out a cave behind this waterfall and planted your mother there. Every time I come to see your mother, I make sure that no one is following me. Logically speaking, no one should know where your mother is. I don't know who it was that found this place and stole your mother. As he spoke, Tang Hao's eyes turned bloodshot, and his face was filled with anger and murderous intent. At this moment, many figures flashed through Tang Hao's mind. And he finally locked onto the most likely one. But he didn't dare to ask. I can only pretend I haven't thought of it yet. Dad, you brought me here, can mom cure my lameness? After accepting the painful reality of losing his mother again, Tang San thought of his lame leg and couldn't help but ask Tang Hao. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression changed. Suddenly, he realized something even more precious than his wife. Ah Yin. That's the right leg bone of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. This is the right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor, which is 100,000 years old. He originally planned to bring it back to the Haoshan sect to atone for his sins when he was nearing the end of his life. Now, they have a son with innate full soul power, twin martial soul talents. and the potential to take revenge on the Spirit Hall. He then planned to use it to treat his son's lameness and to improve his cultivation and potential. Now, his wife, Ayan, is gone. Could the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone that he hid here have also been lost? Dad, what's wrong? Upon noticing Tang Hao's sudden change in expression, he abruptly stood up and walked towards a stone wall. Tang San followed, puzzled. Tang Hao walked up to a stone wall and quickly slapped it. But nothing happened. Damn it! Tang Hao instantly flew into a rage and kicked the stone wall hard. It kicked a large crater into the stone wall, sending rubble flying everywhere. This startled Tang San. Dad, what's wrong? Back then, among the relics your mother left behind, besides a seed, there was also a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor right leg bone. This 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone possesses powerful vitality. If you fused with it, it would definitely cure your lameness. But I never expected it to be stolen too. Tang Hao said angrily. What? Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression changed, his body trembled violently, and he felt extremely angry and desperate. Damn thief. They actually stole my mother's blue-silver emperor right leg bone, which was supposed to cure my lameness. Does that mean his right leg will never recover? However, after a fit of rage. Tang Hao finally calmed down, took a deep breath, patted Tang San on the shoulder, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, mistress. I have another way that might cure you. Really, Dad? A glimmer of hope rose in Tang San's heart. Meanwhile, after taking Ah Yin and the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone with him, Ji Yuhan returned to Soto City. Inside the Tulip Hotel, inside a magnificent, golden room, Ji Yuhan was meditating cross-legged on the bed. The flower pot containing the blue-silver emperor A silver was placed on the table in the room. However, at some point, Ah Yin had already woken up. The blue-silver emperor planted in the flower pot writhed silently like a snake, seemingly trying to escape the flower pot and even the room. But this obviously couldn't be hidden from Ji Yuhan. Blue-silver emperor Ah Yin, where do you want to go? Ji Yuhan directly used his mental power to transmit his voice, speaking calmly to Ah Yin. Is made the blue-silver emperor tremble in disbelief. He actually knows my name. Human, do you know me? Ah Yin asked in disbelief. Certainly. Ji Yuhan smiled faintly, stood up from the bed, and took out a silver dragon scale. It exuded a primal aura and powerful dragon might that was enough to make all soul beasts grovel in submission. This is. Ah Yin was very shocked. As the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor of the Stardo Great Forest, Ah Yin lived in the Stardo Great Forest for a very long time. Naturally, he knew of DTN's existence, and he also knew of the existence of the Silver Dragon King Ji Yuina. Upon sensing the aura of the Silver Dragon King scale in Ji Yuhan's hand, Ah Yin could hardly believe it. How did you get this? Aren't you human? That's right, I am human. But who says that humans and soul beasts have to be enemies? Ji Yuhan smiled leisurely and said. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ji Yuhan. I am an ally of your soul beast CL. And am the future husband of your soul beast clan's lord, the Silver Dragon King. If you don't believe me, I can find ZG, the Hell Demon Dragon King of your soul beast clan, to prove it to you. The reason I took you away is to tell you something. As he spoke, a hint of sympathy and pity crept into Ji Yuhan's eyes and tone. Poor blue-silver emperor, you've been deceived by your husband. An ally of the soul beast race. The Lord's future husband. Ah Yin was still finding it hard to believe what Ji Yuhan said. But when she heard Ji Yuhan say that Tang Hao had deceived her, this made Ah Yin immediately angry. Human, I will not allow you to slander Brother Hao. I can feel his love. Even when faced with terrible pursuit, he never gave up on me. What makes you think he's lying to me? Ji Yuhan smiled. As the terrifying pursuit you're facing the Spirit Hall. Hee, I'm just saying you might not believe it, but what a coincidence. I happened to see his memories by accident. I'll show you what he's really thinking, and then you'll understand. After saying that, Ji Yuhan didn't want to waste any more words with Ah Yin. With a single thought, the earth-shattering technique was unleashed. This pulled Ah Yin's consciousness into the illusion. This illusion was actually created based on Tang Hao's memories. Chapter 239 The Collapse of Ah Yin. It was all a deception. In the illusion, Ah Yin's perspective as an observer. I've read about Tang Hao's life from childhood to adulthood, including his experiences traveling with Tang Xiao and meeting her. There's nothing wrong with this. However, 2 or 3 years after the three became sworn brothers and began their adventures in the world of soul masters. After Tang Xiao's confession failed, he chose to leave. Tang Hao then confessed his feelings to him. She also told Tang Hao her true identity. Everything started to change. The sky is azure, and white clouds drift lazily by. A winding stream flows gently across the boundless grassland. Looking at herself in the illusion, her gentle and serene face was filled with happiness as she leaned against her husband Tang Hao's chest. Ah Yin Ridge. Ainuli felt a deep sense of nostalgia and warmth. At that moment, a familiar off-screen sound rang out. That voice belongs to Tang Hao. After watching for so long, Ah Yin finally understood. This must be what her husband, Tang Hao, truly felt. She had gotten used to it and didn't care. But this time, the inner voice that echoed in Tang Hao's heart shocked and terrified her. I never expect that Ah Yin would actually be the human form of a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. It's unbelievable. But it doesn't matter. I, Tang Hao, never care about other people's opinions. As long as Ah Yin's identity is not revealed to the outside world and it affects the reputation of the Haoshan sect, there should be no problem. It took the blue-silver emperor only 100,000 years to take human form. Tang Hao pondered to himself. A 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form is said to produce 100,000-year-old soul rings and soul bones, just like a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I'm almost 40 years old this year. And my cultivation level is only 84th level Soul Douluo. It has been 4 years since I broke through to the Soul Douluo level at the age of 35. My cultivation level has only broken through to the 3rd level, and on average, my cultivation level increases by less than 1 level per year. Even at this rate, my cultivation level will ONL. Why reach around level 87 before I turn 46? I'm afraid it will be impossible for him to break through to the title Douluo realm before the age of 46. Break the record of that damned spirit. Hall Pope Xian Zunji and become the youngest title Douluo on the continent. However, I've heard that once a soul beast reaches 10,000 years of cultivation and acquires human-like intelligence, it can be sacrificed. Sacrifice can not only improve a soul master's physical attributes, but it can also allow a soul master whose cultivation level is not yet at the bottleneck to directly react the bottleneck of a certain realm and then break through. Ah Yin is a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, so she should also be able to be sacrificed. And if a 100,000-year-old soul beast were to be sacrificed, as long as my cultivation level reaches level 86 or above, I should be able to directly raise my cultivation level to level 90 and break through to the title Douluo level. If I could find a way to get Ah Yin to sacrifice herself for me, does that mean I might be able to break through to the title Douluo level before I turn 46? In the illusion, on the lush green grass, it is surrounded by lush trees and a babbling brook. Flowers are in full bloom, and butterflies are fluttering about. It was originally a scene that looked like a dream. But at this moment, Ah Yin felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her heart trembling, and she kept muttering to herself. Impossible. This is impossible. Brother Hao would never think like that. It's impossible. You must be lying to me. Quote. Thinking about everything she had experienced with Tang Hao, Ah Yin couldn't believe or accept that Tang Hao would be like this. But Ji Yu Han's figure in the illusion remained calm. And he offered no explanation. Because facts speak louder than words. This isn't over yet. Within the illusion, the story continues to unfold. After the thought arose in Hai's mind that he wanted to use Ah Yin as a sacrifice to help him break through to the title Douluo level before the age of 46, he realized that Ah Yin was the best candidate for the title. At first, Tang Hao also felt very guilty and in pain, feeling like he wasn't even human. How could someone plot to kill their lover just to become the youngest title Douluo on the mainland? But unfortunately, over time, Tang Hao was unable to suppress this demonic thought in his heart for a long time. Instead, it became increasingly intense. Ultimately, his relationship with Ah Yin, which lasted only a few years, couldn't compare to the family and sect he had grown up with. Tang Hao made a decision. For the sake of his family, he must sacrifice love. Using Ah Yin, who was transformed from the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, he was able to break through to the title Douluo level before the age of 46. And he became a powerful title Douluo with a 100,000-year ninth spirit ring and a 100,000-year spirit bone. When Ah Yin saw Tang Hao make his decision, she felt a chill run down her spine, filled with grief and despair. Even now, Ah Yin still refuses to believe it. She continued to deceive herself, believing that this was Ji Yu Han's fabrication and slander. However, this is within the illusion. I've read about Tang Hao's experiences from childhood to the present. Yin also knew about Tang Hao's deep feelings for the Clear Sky sect and his dream of becoming the youngest title Douluo on the continent. Therefore, Tang Hao developed the idea of using her as a sacrifice. This is not something that came out of thin air. However, Tang Hao did not initially make up his mind to devise a plan to sacrifice her. It was also a process of repeated struggles. Ultimately, his feelings for his family and sect prevailed over his feelings for her, which led him to make his decision. Therefore, rationally speaking, Yin has actually started to soften her stance somewhat. It's just that emotionally, I'm not willing to believe or accept it yet. However, things continued to develop afterward. Tang Hao wrote a letter to Tang Zhen, informing him of the plan. Tang Zhen strongly opposed it. Tang Hao, however, insisted on his own way and began to make plans. First, he took her back to the Haoshan sect, but instead of keeping a low profile and taking back roads, he deliberately traveled through various major cities. As a result, it was eventually discovered by a title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Afterwards, he used the Great Sumeru Hammer, Ring EXPL Ocean to injure the Spirit Hall title Douluo, who discovered her identity, and then took her with him to escape. The two originally lived in seclusion in the remote, wild mountains. And he remained in seclusion for several years without being discovered. But it happened on the day she was about to give birth after she became pregnant. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, along with many powerful figures from the Spirit Hall, came knocking on the door. These are unexpected events and coincidences. Previously, when she was involved in the situation, Yin never considered whether there might be any problems involved. But now, when you stand as an observer and watch everything unfold, Yin discovered this with pain and sorrow. There are too many unexpected events and coincidences involved. They cannot be simply attributed to coincidence. Tang Hao's inner thoughts and actions in the illusion perfectly explain this. Why does everything have to be such a coincidence? This was all orchestrated by her husband. No, Tang Hao. This human being. The purpose was to force her to sacrifice herself. He obtained her soul power to break through to the title Douluo level and acquired her 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Hehe, Blue Silver Emperor Yin, do you still think I'm lying to you? In the illusion, Xian Zunji, leading a group of powerful members of the Spirit Hall, arrived at the place where Tang Hao and Yin were living in seclusion. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but smile faintly, looking at Yin's figure beside him, and said slowly, "Take a good look back at your memories of being with him. Since he brought you back to the Haoshan sect, haven't there been many problems that shouldn't have happened? In the past, you might have thought it was an accident or a coincidence. But now, do you still think it was an accident or a coincidence? These things are simply accidents and coincidences that should never have happened. If that happens, it proves he doesn't love you at all and doesn't care about you. No. Why? Why is this happening? Why are you doing this to me? Although at first I was unwilling to believe or accept it. But we must face the facts before us." Yin couldn't deceive herself after all, and suddenly broke down. On that gentle and beautiful face, her eyes were filled with tears. She covered her face with her delicate hands and burst into tears. Why? Seeing the gentle and beautiful Blue Silver Emperor crying with tears streaming down her face, she looked so pitiful. Ji Yu Han couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. In this world, the most detestable men are not those who only deceive people emotionally. What's most despicable is Tang Hao, a scumbag who cheats people out of money, sex, and even their lives. He is the future male protagonist of the Soul Beast clan. Ji Yu Han felt it was necessary. Give this heartbroken Blue Silver Queen some comfort. Cough cough, but don't misunderstand. Ji Yu Han's words comfort were intended to soothe Yin's feelings for Tang Hao. Pain and sorrow turned into hatred. As long as Yin's feelings for Tang Hao turned into hatred, wouldn't that prevent sadness? After 240 Yin, how can my son's body be occupied by an ungrateful, hypocritical, and shameless soul? Blue Silver Emperor, don't be sad. In the illusion, Ji Yu Han shook his head and sighed softly, comforting Yin. However, hearing the comfort from others only made Yin feel more pain and heartache. She covered her mouth with her hands and cried even louder and more heart-wrenchingly. Don't cry yet. There's no need to be sad for such scum. It's not over yet. Let's keep watching, you'll be crying later. Ji Yu Han continued. However, these words made Yin unable to cry anymore. But within the illusion, everything continues to unfold. After Xian Zunji led a group of powerful figures from the Spirit Hall to their door, they were met with a sudden attack. Tang Hao hurriedly fled with Yin, who had just given birth and was holding her child. Along the way, Xian Zunji led a group of Spirit Hall Soul Masters, continuously unleashing soul skills from the rear, bombarding the enemy relentlessly. In response, Tang Hao naturally summoned his Clear Sky Hammer Spirit and roared angrily. He fought with all his might, constantly fending off the soul skill attacks coming from behind. This scene made Ah Yin even more sad and heartbroken. Thinking back to the past, even when Tang Hao was being hunted down by the Spirit Hall, he was unwilling to hand her over. Instead, he took her on a perilous escape, acting as if he would rather die than fail to protect her. She must have felt so happy and sweet at that moment. Right now, she feels so much grief and sorrow. Look closely at the child in your arms. Quote. At this moment, Ji Yu Han spoke up. This startled Ah Yin slightly, and she looked into the illusion at herself holding the child. But you might not even realize it if you're not paying attention. After taking note, Ah Yin immediately realized. Originally, because she had just given birth, the Spirit Hall came after her. She didn't even have time to feed before she began her escape with her child. The child was crying loudly in my arms. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall Soul Masters who were chasing them from behind kept unleashing their soul skills, creating a series of explosions and roars. The child's cries grew louder. But on the run, over time, faced with the shockwaves generated by the continuous explosions of various soul skills. Even if the child possesses her blue-silver emperor bloodline. But babies are still too fragile. In her arms, the baby's cries gradually grew weaker and weaker, becoming fainter and fainter. No, no. As if remembering something, Ah Yin's heart trembled violently, and she cried out in grief. But in the end, everything still went in the direction she least wanted to see. A fragile newborn baby. Ultimately, it couldn't withstand the shockwaves generated by the explosion of countless powerful soul skills. It eventually fell silent. No, my child, Ah Yin cried out in utter grief and despair. Because Tang Hao planted a seed, and it grew again. Tang Hao visited her many times and told her that the child was still alive. She still thought her son had survived the chase. Her sacrifice was worthwhile, but to her surprise, it turned out that Tang Hao had been deceiving her all of this. Her son had already died during the pursuit by the Spirit Hall. Although she was unwilling to accept this reality. But thinking back to those days, when I was being hunted down by the Spirit Hall, I had to escape for my life. However, the fragile baby's son did not survive. That is actually the most reasonable approach. But for a mother, this was undoubtedly a huge blow to Ah Yin. For a moment, Ah Yin felt a deep resentment and anger towards Tang Hao. She learned from Ji Yu Han that Tang Hao's previous love for her was a complete deception. Their goal was to force her to sacrifice herself. This made Ah Yin unable to like Tang Hao anymore. But given her gentle and kind nature, she felt mostly grief and sorrow inside. Although there was resentment. But then she thought of her son, and of their past relationship. Her desire for revenge wasn't actually very strong. But now, she has discovered that her son has also been murdered. There's a saying that goes, women are inherently weak, but become strong when they become mothers. Thinking of her deceased son, Ah Yin finally felt a deep resentment and anger towards Tang Hao. She wants revenge. Get revenge on that damned hypocrite who killed her son. However, it was fueled by resentment and anger. She discovered that in the illusion, her son in her arms had inexplicably come back to life. This left Ah Yin stunned, filled with disbelief. What happened? The baby is alive again. Hey, a person has been dead for so long. Their soul has already dissipated. Even if you were resurrected, do you think the baby inside this infant is still your child? Ji Yu Han, however, sneered. What do you mean? Ah Yin couldn't understand and asked blankly. What I mean is this baby's body still your son's body? But the soul inside is no longer the same. Because I also accidentally saw your son's memories. This Tang San is not your son at all. It is the soul of a demon from another world that has taken over your son's body. Ji Yu Han said calmly. What? Ah Yin was shocked and couldn't believe it at all. Is other world the same as other world? But what does it mean to be a demon from beyond the realm? As a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor in human form, Ah Yin had heard of the god realm. It's easy to guess that there might be other worlds as well. In this other world, she easily understood the meaning. But the extraterrestrial demons are clearly not so easy to understand. Ji Yu Han then slowly explained his response. Extraterrestrial demons are the souls of people from other worlds. They crossed over into our world, took over the bodies of humans in our world, and wreaked havoc in our world. This is the extraterrestrial demon. After he finished speaking, Ji Yu Han saw it. Ah Yin's gentle and beautiful face changed again. Clearly, Ah why? In could not accept Tang San's time travel. In Ji Yu Han's view, this was normal. After all, who would be willing to accept that their son or daughter was born with the memories of another adult? If I were a world where reincarnation exists, perhaps that would be alright. But in a world with reincarnation, the soul has to drink Meng Po soup when it is reincarnated. However, the Douluo continent obviously does not have the concept of reincarnation. Therefore, in A Yin's view, Tang San's possession of his deceased son's body was a complete desecration of his son's body. As a mother, she couldn't accept it. Tang Hao. Ah Yin shouted angrily. If the son is still alive, even if she knew that Tang Hao's feelings for her before were all a lie, a way to force her to make a sacrifice. But for her son's sake, she will not choose revenge. But my son is dead. As a mother, Ah Yin now only wants to avenge herself and her dead son against Tang Hao. And may the body of the deceased son find peace. After that, Ji Yu Han accelerated the flow of time within the illusion. Soon, Ah Yin witnessed it with her own eyes. Tang San's extraordinary cultivation of the mysterious heaven skill since he was 1 year old. And his soliloquy in the back mountain of Holy Soul Village. This completely exposed Tang San's identity. Furthermore, Ji Yu Han also let Ah Yin take a good look at Tang San's ungrateful, hypocritical, and shameless past life. This made Ah Yin even more unwilling to accept Tang San's existence. How could I let an ungrateful, hypocritical, and shameless soul possess my own son's body? She had to find a way to let her son rest in peace. Ah Yin swore angrily. To be continued.